Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 346, Into the Abyss. As they plunged into the infinite black void, Eris and Rigger felt a terrible sense of foreboding. Suddenly, dragon god Orsted appeared above them, and with a single strike, he shattered the sky. Commissary. Eris had no time to react. Even though she could see several seconds into the future, she was cut in half and killed instantly. A blind, merciless fury surged within Rigger, but before he could do anything, the world around him changed, and he found himself back on Earth. And there was a clown dancing the lambada on a unicycle. April Fool's Day. Just kidding, guys. Don't get too scared. Falling through the black vastness that stretched before them, a slight nervousness began to arise in Eris. After all, this was something not even the most absurd stories and tales described. She was leaping toward the unknown. There was no ground, there was no sky, and there was no direction. She felt minuscule before the enormous entity that seemed to be watching them. Eris squeezed Rigger's hand and looked at him. Her body immediately relaxed upon noticing that, on his face, there was no tension. Only curiosity. As they fell, Rigger observed the dark and apparently infinite expanse with interest, not fear. His golden eyes swept across the void as if studying a rare phenomenon, not diving toward a frightening unknown. It reminded Eris, once again, that even if they were heading toward one of the most dangerous places in the world, she was also beside one of the most dangerous beings in the world. Even still nervous, her heart slowed. Then, above them, the sky began to close. Not in a natural way, it was more like a painting fading. The enormous crater slowly contracted, the darkness rising like ink spreading in water. The firmament twisted, lost color, lost shape, until it simply ceased to exist. Neither Eris nor Rigger were very surprised by this, for they already knew of this phenomenon. Once inside the dragon god's hole, there were only two ways to leave. Conquer it. Or die in it. Neither teleportation, nor spatial displacement, nor dimensional shortcuts worked there. This had been one of the main reasons that led Rigger to hesitate before deciding to explore that place. It was all or nothing. The smell around them began to become pungent. A thick, humid, and organic odor. And then came the voices. How long are we going to fall? Ah, is that a tongue? Look. There is a lake down there. The voices sounded distinct. Some younger. Others hoarse. Some seemed far too close, and others came from far away. But there was no one there besides them. The speed of the fall kept increasing, without any sign of air resistance. As if no atmosphere existed inside there. Only gravity. Then something appeared in the darkness. A black lake. Suspended in the void. It was only visible thanks to the small blue fireflies that floated across its entire extent. There were thousands, perhaps millions of them. Small points of light that outlined the viscous surface of that dark sea. The lake seemed far too thick. More viscous than water should be. It moved in small irregular waves, as if it were convulsing. Eris felt immediate relief upon finally seeing something beyond the darkness. She prepared her body to land. But, at the same instant, Rigger firmly held her by the waist and stopped the fall. They halted in the air and remained there, levitating. Eris blinked, confused, but said nothing. Meanwhile Rigger was observing the lake and analyzing it. His demon eyes could see mana. At first, it could be a magical lake. But it was not. In fact, that was not even a lake. It was a sea, formed by billions of tiny creatures. Too small to be perceived without an extremely attentive gaze. They looked like black planktons. Long bodies. Multiple tiny legs thrashing. Moving together. The lake undulated because it was alive. Eris was still held by the waist, suspended beside him. She noticed the concentration on Rigger's face and remained silent. When he understood what he was seeing, several details fell into place. The constant and irritating noise that until then seemed distant. The stench of rot that permeated the environment. They came from those creatures. He extended his senses. A few meters below the black mass, he felt bones. Probably the remains of someone who, at some point in history, had bones too resistant to be completely dissolved. But the traces and carcasses of red dragons were everywhere. They did not have the same luck, and were slowly devoured. Rigger expanded his perception even further. He could not feel visible edges. The lake seemed to extend for kilometers and more kilometers, endlessly. He looked up again. Nothing, only darkness. A restlessness began to grow within them. The sound, which before resembled the distant chirping of a cicada, began to increase. Rigger frowned. He was under the effect of a mental attack. One that strengthened the more he became aware of the environment. It was a very insidious and cunning spell. Whoever had tried to explore that labyrinth in the past, if they did not possess senses as specific as his, would probably have wandered there for days, perhaps weeks. Without realizing that there was no exit. He looked around again. Nothing to the sides and nothing above. The only answer was downward. He returned his gaze to the lake. With his free hand, he pointed to the mass of black insects. One of the runes on his gauntlet began to glow purple. A slight spatial ripple formed. This was one of the main purposes of the Skullviner armor, Transcendent version. To increase his versatility and power when dealing with magics that altered reality. And one ability in particular was extremely useful there. An electromagnetic pulse exploded from his hand. At the same time, the lake opened. It was as if it were being pushed. As if an invisible barrier had formed at the center and begun to expand without stopping. The creatures were forced away under this irresistible force and the gap gradually widened, more and more. Sharp and terrified screeches echoed through the void. The living black mass was reacting and tried to resist. But it was useless. This is telekinetic magic. By completely breaking the blockade of the billions of tiny creatures, Rigger finally felt something promising. Beneath the surface below that sea of creatures, there was an enormous white marble staircase. Regardless of the amount of black planktons, none dared approach the staircase too closely. An untouchable dome formed around it. No longer sensing immediate danger, Rigger advanced without releasing Eris. He descended directly through the tunnel created by the magic, crossing the sea of creatures under their countless gazes. He flew toward the staircase. He descended the marble steps. Until, suddenly, the environment changed abruptly. Both found themselves inside a dense jungle. Colossal trees rose in every direction, so large that even the great forest seemed small in comparison. Their trunks were as thick as towers, their canopies were lost in the darkness above, blocking any notion of sky. Eris finally broke the silence while drawing her blade. What was that sea after all? Was it toxic? Rigger smiled, laughing lightly. Haha. I think it's better not to know. He then walked toward one of the gigantic trees. Size was not the only extraordinary thing in that forest. Carved into the trunks were engravings. As if someone had tried to record a history or a tale. At first, Rigger observed them without much attention. Groups of warriors hunting some kind of mutant tiger. A great civilization established around a colossal waterfall, as tall as a mountain. But there was a specific engraving that captured his attention. In it there was only one man. Or perhaps two. The art was rudimentary, cave-like, with a specific style. A man riding a huge white wolf, which acted as his mount and constantly bared its claws to any enemy. The man had prominent fangs and seemed to be releasing a war cry. His hair was long and silver. His skin was dark, the muscles prominent. But his most distinct characteristic was unmistakable, he had two heads. One resembled a lupin beastman. The other, a feline beastman. This immediately made Rigger remember an ancient legend about the first beast god. In labyrinths, strength did not always solve the problem ahead. Many times, it was necessary to observe and perceive clues. He began to examine the engravings more carefully. It was when he felt a rapid approach. He briefly looked in the direction of the movement and saw that Eris was in that place. As he did not feel anything else accompanying the intruder, he returned to the engravings. Eris walked through the jungle, observing the terrain, analyzing the space, familiarizing herself with the natural topography. And like Rigger, she also felt the approach of an enemy, although later than him. Moving faster than any creature of that size should, a huge 4-meter werewolf advanced toward her with a growl. It moved through the trees as if it were on the ground. Eris saw its movements perfectly thanks to the eye of foresight. Judging broadly, in terms of pure speed, that monster was at the same level as Clint. Which seemed a bit exaggerated, considering Clint was a sword emperor. Not sensing anything else abnormal, Eris simply moved. A single step to the side, and a slight leap forward. Her blade traced a clean arc through the air. Time seemed to slow. The werewolf passed by her with the same speed with which it had advanced. But it did not take more than 5 steps before falling. Its neck was almost completely cut, and the crimson-red blood gushed like a fountain. Eris cleaned the blade with a sharp motion and approached the fallen creature. Outside that labyrinth, that thing would have been a walking disaster. But inside there, it was only the first monster to appear. She drew her second blade and began to examine the creature's weak points. This was basic for an adventurer. Did the monster die with the heart destroyed? Could it move with the brain crushed? Did it possess some kind of poison? Any special ability? Rigger did not need to do that, since he could sense that information just by looking at an opponent. Eris was a beast saint, so she was not completely in the dark either. But she still needed to test and learn. After some time observing the engravings, Rigger approached the creature. He observed with his brow slightly furrowed. Was this the first one? Eris, who had just confirmed that the tendons could be cut with relative ease, replied. Yes. Well, it wasn't that troublesome. But if there are several of these at the same time, it will get complicated. She stood and turned her gaze toward the interior of the forest. Did you find any clue in those engravings? Nothing special, Rigger replied. But it seems we are inside some kind of ancient bestial civilization. I cannot say exactly how ancient, but perhaps it is one of the first that existed. Labyrinths were formed when a great amount of mana concentrated in a single place. The reason for that concentration often revealed what would be found inside. Unfortunately, no one knew how the dragon god's hole emerged, so they were groping in the dark. Eris slightly widened her eyes. Like those civilizations with real gods. Rigger nodded. That's right. But we still have to confirm. He turned upon sensing new presences in the distance. Let's speed this up. We have thousands of floors ahead. Eris nodded, serious. The next instant, both disappeared from where they were. If they wanted to conquer that labyrinth in a matter of months, they would need to clear multiple floors in a single day. According to the records of the future guide, that was a massive labyrinth, with around 3,000 floors. They had barely advanced a few hundred meters when they encountered more than 10 lycanthropes. They were similar to the previous one, but with variations among the races. One resembled a humanoid rabbit. It moved like a blur, leaping through the trees with absurd speed. Another was like a living tank. A bipedal elephant with rigid black scales covering its body. There were also tigers, bears, antelopes. Each with exaggerated bestial traits. Fortunately, not all were as powerful as the first werewolf. But each of them was, at minimum, equivalent to a beast at the level of a common dragon. As they advanced and faced the creatures, Eris realized something. Her strength was not the type of power that would advance easily in that labyrinth. She was simply the minimum necessary to leave alive while exploring that place. Chapter 347, The Men in the Dark Blue Cloak. In a small wooden cabin, in the middle of the dense forest on the outskirts of the great magic city of Sharia, a tall man was sitting at the table. His eyes were golden and reptilian, and his hair was silver gray. His presence, even motionless, was intimidating to ordinary people. In front of him, suspended under the arms in his large hands, was a child. She did not seem to be more than 2 or 3 years old. Blue hair, eyes of the same tone, large and lively. She looked very cute and delicate, a comical contrast with the man holding her. This was the second daughter of Rudeus Greyrat and Roxy Greyrat. Lily Greyrat. The little girl stared at the man attentively. But there was no fear on her face. Only curiosity. Gaha. She raised her arms, waving her little hands while smiling completely carefree. For a brief instant, the man's impassive face softened. A rare faint smile formed. And disappeared almost immediately when he noticed someone entering through the kitchen door. It was Rudeus Greyrat. The dragon god Orsted placed the little girl on his lap and handed her a small wooden toy she had been playing with before. Rudeus seemed different from years ago. There was more serenity in his expression. A calm smile on his face as he saw his daughter playing with the dragon god. He carried a tray with 2 cups and a teapot. He sat at the table. So, a new labyrinth, he asked while pouring the tea. Are you sure you've never seen anything like it in other loops? Orsted leaned slightly back in the chair, his expression returning to its usual severity. I am absolutely certain. Hitagami has used tactics to lure me into dangerous labyrinths to ambush me. But he has never been able to create a labyrinth out of nothing, much less one this strange. Rudeus slowly rotated the cup of green tea between his fingers, thoughtful. Silence lingered for a few seconds. I guess it's a stupid question. Rudeus finally spoke. But are you sure the cause of this is Hitagami? I mean, what if it's just the butterfly effect? Golden eyes turned toward him. It is Hitagami. The answer came without hesitation. Although he has never done this in previous loops, it is the same pattern of action. Furthermore, he possesses a firepower he never had before. Theoretically, he now has enough knowledge and power to do something like this. Rudeus rested his elbow on the table. But why? As you said, Hitagami is usually more direct. Why would he try to lure us to be Garrett in such an obvious way? Or if he isn't luring us, why make such a commotion? If we noticed, the beast god will notice as well. Orsted did not change expression. Most likely it is because the beast god is making his own moves. There are many inconsistencies in the way Hitagami is acting in this loop. But, based on my experience, this must be his final move. He paused briefly. Hitagami is cornered. And he knows it. But this time, he is fighting with everything he has. He seems to have abandoned some of his old habits in the face of imminent death. He is probably following someone else's strategies. His eyes narrowed slightly. Possibly Geese Nicadia. Rudeus looked away toward the window. The sun was rising at that moment, and the sky was clear. He let out a low sigh. Is that why we're going? Because Hitagami is changing how he acts. Orsted leaned slightly forward. His gaze sharpened. What truly worries me are the resurrection stones. They have already appeared a few times in other loops. But they should only happen about 60 years from now. If they really are what I think. Hitagami's next actions will be unpredictable and potentially disastrous. He continued. They simply are not something we can ignore right now. Besides, now that they revealed their position, it is the best chance to kill Hitagami's apostles. Rudeus sighed again. So we're going anyway? Orsted nodded. Silence filled the cabin again. Only the soft sound of Lily fiddling with the toy and the light clink of the cup against the saucer. After a few seconds, Rudeus stood up. All right. I'll contact Ariel and some friends. It's better to eliminate the threat before it grows too much. He turned to Orsted. How is your mana capacity? The dragon god's expression tightened a little. Low. I can help in an extremely critical situation, but it would be dangerous to face the fighting god and the technique god as I am now. I need you to do most of the work. If possible. I need you to win without me having to intervene. Rudeus nodded seriously. He went to Lily, picking her up. He looked at Orsted. Contact me if there is anything else. See you. Then he spoke to his daughter in the gentlest voice. Lily, say bye-bye to Uncle Orsted. The little one smiled and waved her hand. Bye-bye. A small smile formed on Orsted's face. Rudeus left the cabin without waiting any longer. Orsted remained there for a few moments. His eyes turned to the helmet on the table beside him. A helmet capable of suppressing his curse. Over the years, besides training Rudeus Greyrat, he had also begun training Kalman III, who officially became his subordinate. But, as time passed, the relationship between him and Rudeus ceased to be simply boss and subordinate. They became partners. Orsted preferred it that way. To experience something close to companionship. Interacting with a child who did not see him as a demon was still something strange to him. He did not know exactly how to deal with it, but he realized he liked it. More than in any other loop. That thought led him to another. What would the beast god do if he truly reached Hitagami? Was the title Apocalypse Beast something destined? Was he the one who would bring destruction to the world? In a way, beings like Rudeus and Rigor had already escaped the control of the first dragon god's temporal technique. They were unknown variables. The six-faced world would be destroyed when Hitagami died, without a doubt. How would Rigor deal with that? Would he seal Hitagami? Would he be defeated upon discovering the truth? Or, once again, would he defy common sense, and find a way to kill him without destroying the world? Even without showing it, Orsted was uncertain about what would happen in Begarit. Even so, he had a bad premonition about it. He could not simply sit and watch. In any case, knowing the beast god was also after Hitagami slightly lessened the weight on his shoulders. Thinking about what would happen after Hitagami's fall now was useless, since he might not even fall. Orsted stood up. His mood was strangely light. He left the small cabin. There were still things to investigate before everything was blown to pieces. The new labyrinth in the Begarit continent. The Everwhite Labyrinth. It received this name because of its location, in the heart of the Everwhite Desert. It was discovered by the treasure mage, Kensai. At first, the adventurers who returned with the first news about it were treated as lunatics. Stones that could resurrect the dead. An oasis in the middle of the Everwhite Desert. They even dared to say they crossed the entire desert without being attacked by a single Niraj scorpion. That alone was already absurd. Everyone knew the desert was infested with these creatures. It was practically impossible to walk a few hours without encountering one. But where there is ambition, there is always someone crazy enough to test their luck. At first, only a few decided to check. What they found was sinister. Dozens and hundreds of Niraj scorpion corpses scattered across the white sand. Even the scorpion kings were among the dead. All torn apart and ripped to pieces. Some reports mentioned the sight of a gigantic red ogre wandering the desert. Of course, the freezing cold of the Everwhite Desert was still a real obstacle. But that was quickly forgotten when the first renowned adventurers returned from the Everwhite Labyrinth. They brought proof, the resurrection stones. Divine items capable of literally reviving people. The news spread like wildfire across the continent. Caravans began departing daily. After all, who, in this vast and cruel desert, had never lost someone important? The desire behind the resurrection stone grew uncontrollably. Greed easily overcame fear. Few cared that the labyrinth was extremely dangerous. Its main monsters were trolls, rank B creatures from the very first floors. Tensei publicly announced the labyrinth had at least 100 floors, perhaps even more. The mortality rate far exceeded the number of resurrection stones obtained. But no one seemed to care. The ambition for a second chance at life was too strong. Thus, masses crossed the desert every day, toward the oasis. And, naturally, among these masses were members of the greatest military organization in the world. The Iron Legion of the Kingdom of Gaia. At that moment, inside the oasis, in a stone house built by magic, a man with a bird-like beak and blue feathers all over his body observed a shining purple stone in his hand. He was a member of the demon race. His physical build was that of an experienced warrior. At his feet rested a large dwarven axe, sturdy and perfectly balanced, and he wore a simple brown cloak. With his other hand, he held a standard Iron Legion communication device, sending a detailed report about the situation in the oasis and inside the labyrinth. His name was Pathfire, the bird demon of the Iron Legion. He had been stationed on the Bigaric continent for some years, since it was his homeland. He was one of the first Legion members to arrive to investigate the new labyrinth. He interrupted the report for a moment, organizing his thoughts. There were 4 main points to report. The first, and most important, was the limit of the resurrection stones. They could only revive someone who had died a few seconds or minutes ago. However, the deeper the floor, the greater this limit seemed to be. Theoretically, the stones from the lower floors could resurrect someone dead for much longer. Potentially anyone. The second point was that Tensei, the treasure mage, was clearly hiding something. He controlled the information and promoted the labyrinth enthusiastically. But he hid, with equal effort, the real number of victims. His objective seemed to be maintaining a constant flow of adventurers. The reasons remained obscure. The third and fourth points were connected. 2 monsters wandered around the oasis. One of them was a red ogre, the same race as Baron, a Legion member. But this one seemed even stronger. The other was a human. All he knew about him was that he wore a dark blue cloak. Although human, he was even more terrifying than the ogre. No one who left alive had truly fought him, and no one clearly saw his face. He killed everyone who saw him directly, or at least everyone he noticed. And he killed everyone in a single instant. Strength, power, magic, none of it made a difference. He seemed like a legend, some kind of reaper. Having finished the report, Pathfire stored the device and stood up. He still needed to descend deeper into the labyrinth and directly investigate Tensei's intentions. Upon leaving the stone house, he dispelled the construction with a simple wave. He mastered advanced earth and wind magic without chanting. Additionally, he was a North King and a Beast Saint. Without a doubt, the most suitable for that mission. He was genuinely happy to be able to repay the Iron Legion for everything they had done for him. He walked through the oasis calmly, the forested area around the water source already familiar to him. But after walking only 50 meters, he saw, sitting on a high branch, a human with a dark blue cloak. Pathfire clearly saw his face and froze upon recognizing him. When the men jumped from the branch, descending casually, Pathfire's instinct warned him before he even touched the ground. Run. Without hesitation, he burst into flight. His Tuki-strengthened muscles and bones, he reached a speed few could follow. But the instant the blue cloakman touched the ground, his blade was drawn like lightning. The movement was so fast the environment seemed to slow for a brief instant. Then came the sound. A clear sound of cuts. It ran through the night forest. Trees were severed as if an invisible blade had passed through the air. Completely ignoring the distance between them, dozens of meters, the bird demon had no chance to react. His body was split in half. Just like the trees. Without even looking back, the blue cloakman turned his back. He walked away whistling carefree. But then, 1 minute later, the purple stone in Pathfire's pocket began to shine. By coincidence, it had touched him at the moment of the cut. The lower half of his body, a few centimeters from the upper, was reconnected while the stone emitted its mystical light. The glow gradually faded. And light returned to the bird demon's eyes. He was confused and disoriented. But there was a name in his mind. Gal Farion. Chapter 348, Beneath the Thousand Floors. Dragon God's Hole, floor 200 degrees. The cavernous ruins of this floor were vast, far too long to be natural. At first glance, they looked like the remains of a city inside a mountain, but they did not resemble human constructions. The pillars were crude, carved directly from raw rock. Curved, far too thick for human hands. The marks left on them were not clean tool cuts, it was as if bestial claws had shaped the stone. Vines and moss, still green, spread across the walls despite the near absence of sunlight. The ground was covered with bones of all sizes everywhere. There were drag marks across the stone floor, the smell was putrid and mixed with a recent aroma of fresh blood. Several mutilated bestial bodies were scattered across the cavernous hall. One of them still dripped the dark red liquid, forming puddles over the rocky terrain. And at the center of the enormous rock dome, a battle unfolded. It was different from the normal beasts that invaded this hall. The opponents this time were more troublesome. Rigger slid to the side at the exact instant a shadow crossed the space where his head had been a second earlier. The Wendigo's claw tore through the cave violently. 6 deep grooves opened across the ground, each dozens of meters long, evidencing the monster's strength behind the blow. Fragments of rock exploded into the air, striking the pillars and ricocheting across the walls. Eris was already right behind, her sword traced a precise arc at the creature's rib height. The sound was drier than it should have been when cutting a living being, like cutting old wood. Even so, the strike opened a long gash, deep enough to almost split the monster's torso in half. Black, thick blood immediately flowed. The Wendigo did not scream and did not retreat. Its back was hunched, and it was nearly 8 meters tall, but skeletal thin, long bones stretching gray skin like dried leather. The ribs marked each breath due to its dryness. The enormous arm swept horizontally. Rigger advanced into the blow instead of retreating. The wind of the claw grazed over his back as he invaded the creature's guard. Doomsday shone with blue flames. The cut went straight into the torso, faster than the monster could follow. The blade passed through flesh and bone while blue fire spread violently across the creature's body. This time, the Wendigo reacted. A strange grunt escaped its throat as its body began to melt under the flames, flesh dissolving, bones turning to ash. Within seconds, only dust remained. And then, several dozen meters ahead, it reappeared. Once again, completely intact. The gray skin again stretched over the long bones. The sunken eyes fixed. Its slender and sinister body flickered in the darkness, as if it had emerged from the shadow itself. The Wendigo was fast. Among those beasts on the same floor, there was not a single one that could react to it. Fast enough that even the long sword of light would have difficulty striking it. Probably even a sword emperor would struggle to even scratch such a monster. But this time, it was facing Eris and Rigger, both had speed as their strong point. Rigger, in fact, could surpass it with casual ease. The monster's elongated head turned directly toward Rigger as he advanced. The jaw opened beyond what should be possible. Thin teeth still carried pieces of flesh. Blood ran down the chin and stained the sunken chest. Its eyes did not blink, they were fixed on him. But, unfortunately for the creature, after observing the Wendigo reform and be reborn for the 4th time, Rigger finally understood the mechanism. His demon eyes clearly saw the transformation of mana. How it gathered, how it shaped, and how it reconstructed. He concluded that this was sacrificial magic. Similar to the technique Meles had used to seal his senses during the attack on Melitian. Behind the helm, he sent a mental message to Eris. Eris. Stay out. Strike the skull exactly when it is reforming. Eris, who was already preparing to advance again, stopped her movement. All right. She leapt onto a raised rock, and her foresight eye glowed green. There, she remained motionless, only watching. The monster advanced against Rigger, saliva dripping from the grotesque mouth while the claws extended. Rigger showed no concern, he advanced even faster than the creature. Faster than the monster could react, Doomsday changed its glow. The blade now emitted a purple and black light, magic flowing across its surface naturally, as if there were no difference between Tuki and a magic spell. Rift of attraction. The sound was sharp, like fabric being torn. Space seemed to split where the blade cut, similar to glass breaking under pressure, followed by a deep vacuum noise. The Wendigo's body, which was charging uncontrollably, began to twist, distort, and be pulled. The dimensional tear dragged it, ripping flesh and bone in a grotesque manner. It barely had time to let out a grunt before turning into a shapeless mass of black flesh. And then vanish, along with the tear. Even the surrounding wind ceased for an instant. But even before the process was complete, Eris had already disappeared. She advanced above the speed of sound, moving to an apparently random point. The Wendigo's reformation and rebirth was instantaneous and random. It sacrificed the lives of the beasts it had killed to revive in an apparently unlimited manner. The more beasts it had hunted, the more times it could return. Depending on how long it had existed and how many creatures it devoured, that fight could become endless. But there was a moment, an instant of vulnerability. That moment was right after it resurfaced, when only the skull formed first. At that moment, it still lacked bodily consciousness, without instinct. Thus, without the capacity to activate the magic again. Eris could see a few seconds into the future. For a swordswoman acclaimed as the sword god, that was more than enough. A small bone horn began forming in the air. And her blade was already there, a few centimeters away. The cut was simple and swift, but it was enough. A rumble echoed, and a black light exploded from the fragment of horn. A violent wind swept through the cave, Rigger and Eris merely waited. Eris sheathed the sword and adjusted her tied hair that was fluttering everywhere due to the constant gale. A few seconds of tremor followed, until the entire cave vibrated. And then silence. Where the Wendigo had been defeated, a hole approximately 3 meters in diameter remained. The path to floor 201. Rigger looked at Eris and smiled. Difficult. Eris lifted her chin, snorting. Humph. Too easy. Rigger laughed while walking toward the hole, and Eris followed him. Internally, however, he was thinking. If on floor 200 there was already a monster of that level, what would they find in the thousands? Of course, some floors could be avoided. In others, perhaps it would be possible to advance without combat. But there were floors like that one, where defeating the creature was a requirement. For now, they were doing well. He cast one last look at the countless bestial corpses scattered through the cave. Even with the progress, the bad premonition remained and would not go away. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Gaia, Aisha had just received Pathfire's report. Without wasting time, she departed immediately, flying on Helios's back toward the combat temple. The wind cut around them as the red dragon crossed the skies at high speed. During the journey, she was already transmitting new orders to the warriors stationed on the Bigarad continent. All should avoid direct conflicts and any deep investigation in the labyrinth. In any case, they already knew more than enough. It was not worth risking more lives just to extract a few remnants of information. Knowing that the former sword god was present completely changed the situation, especially considering he seemed hostile to the Iron Legion. Shortly after, Aisha arrived at a medium-sized arena. There was who she was looking for. At the center of the arena, the Red Ogre Baron was fighting Ornthorn in a violent battle. Watching from the side were Gino, Nina, and Greta, the Demon King. Greta had returned to the kingdom of Gaia 2 years earlier. The Titan Demon King had been challenged by Ornthorn in her homeland and, after the result of the fight, ended up remaining at his side, something close to a wife, though not officially. Additionally, with the Iron Legion's influence now reaching the Demon continent, she saw no need to remain there managing her province. The three noticed Aisha's approach. As for the two warriors at the center of the arena, although they had also noticed, they did not interrupt the battle. Aisha jumped from Helios's back with agility while the dragon landed nearby. Hey, girl, what's with those huge breasts? Haha. Since when did you get those cannons? Greta was the first to speak upon seeing her. Aisha was wearing more comfortable clothes at the moment. She had been studying before making this visit, and the body contours were more visible. Gino, involuntarily, followed the gesture pointed out by Greta. That immediately earned him a heavy punch from Nina, who had already been watching his reaction. Aisha smiled, amused. She already knew Greta's personality well and, deep down, was even somewhat pleased by the comment. Hello, Greta. Sorry to interrupt, but we're a bit in a hurry. She then turned her gaze to Gino, who was still recovering from the blow. Gino, you have a mission. Immediate departure. The route is already prepared. Nina and Gino stared at her, confused. Greta simply went back to watching the fight upon realizing it wasn't about her. Now? Nina asked. Rigger left a few days ago. Aisha nodded. I know. I wouldn't make this decision if I weren't certain. I'll explain the details to Gino, but considering our omniscient opponent, the fewer people who know, the better. Nina frowned, about to insist, but Aisha continued a bit more firmly. Notice that I'm not asking. It's an order. I don't want to be inconvenient, but we can't let anything slip while Rigger isn't here. I'm calling Gino precisely because I need agility and security in this mission. Nina wasn't used to following her orders, even being friends. Besides, Aisha had adapted far too quickly to the leadership role. Even so, Nina decided not to contest. Aisha was a far more competent strategist than she herself, after all. Gino briefly looked at Nina, then responded directly. Right. If the priority is speed, then let's go. Aisha nodded and spoke to Greta. Greta, I hope I can fight you at the next opportunity. No magic, of course. Greta laughed loudly. Ho ho. Arrogant brat, all right, next time then. Aisha mounted Helios again. See you, Nina. Say hi to Jill for me. Nina merely nodded distractedly while Gino also climbed onto the red dragon. As soon as they gained altitude and flew for a few minutes, Aisha created a barrier around them, isolating the sound and the wind. She spoke directly. You will go to the Bigarad continent as fast as possible. Gino's expression became serious. Is it about that labyrinth of the reviving stones? Aisha nodded while removing a necklace from her pocket and handing it to him. We confirmed that the former sword god, Gal Farion, is there. There is also a high probability that the ogre god Malta is present. Two individuals like that do not gather on an unusual mission unless there is someone behind it. Jino took the necklace. This was an item that temporarily replicated the effects of the concealment magic that Aisha and Rigor used. She continued. Hitagami's involvement is practically certain at this point. But we cannot enter direct conflict without the master nearby. And anyone not as strong as you would easily be intercepted by the technique god. After a brief pause, Aisha looked at him. I want you to discover, by any means possible, what Hitagami's objectives are in the Ever-White Desert. Chapter 349, 349, The Magic Rifle, A Breach in the Court. Jino looked out over the kingdom's landscape while they were still flying on Helios. The wind rushing past, the forest stretching below. He was deep in thought. He wasn't particularly good at thinking up action strategies, he was more efficient in direct combat, at that, he was exceptional. Even so, he had the impression that sending the strongest combatant straight to the front lines immediately didn't seem like the wisest decision. He reflected for a few seconds, but then let out a breath and decided to drop it. Aisha noticed his expression and raised an eyebrow slightly. Do you have a question? Ah, yes. I have a few. He replied almost immediately. But Rigor told me to trust your judgment, so I'm going to do that anyway. Aisha nodded, not dwelling on it. I'll send you the detailed report about the labyrinth and Bigarret's current situation. I'll also update you, through your communicator, on what exactly your objectives are once you get there. So keep an eye on it at all times. As she spoke, Jino took the magical necklace and put it around his neck. The artifact would allow him to stay hidden from Hitagami's sight for a few days. Aisha continued, her tone more serious now. But there are 3 most important things you need to remember before you go. Jino kept his eyes on her. First, don't be discovered. At least not until you know everything about the opponent. The main goal isn't to fight, but to explore and probe. Only fight if you're gathering information about the enemy's strength. Second, don't fight anyone unless you're sure you have an escape route. Hitagami loves setting up ambushes. And lastly, don't let the Nether King Vita touch you. Even with the replica of the Ring of Bones you have, there's no guarantee they aren't prepared for that. And if you're fighting Gal Farion, a single moment of restraint could be the end of you. She watched his face as she said it and noticed the slightly bitter expression that surfaced. Even so, she continued. Remember that even the technique god had his mind taken by that thing. Don't let your guard down for even a moment. One touch is enough. Ever since Rigor identified exactly that the Vita slime was his enemy, and that it was acting under Hitagami's orders, he had needed to prepare for this. Not only for himself, but to ensure that his companions, subordinates, and family would not be dominated. After obtaining information about it with Beethove in the Labyrinth Library, and inspired by how they had dealt with it long ago, he conducted extensive research until he managed to create a replica of the Ring of Bones made by the death god Laxus, an artifact made exclusively to kill a being like Vita. Jino touched the necklace and tried to sense any change within himself. Any different sensation. But he felt absolutely nothing, no change at all. He soon concluded that it must be a kind of perception he simply couldn't exercise consciously, and let it go. Aisha then concluded. Leave immediately after you say goodbye to your children. And remember, on the surface, you'll be dealing with a matter within the kingdom's borders. So don't mention your real destination to anyone, understood? Jino nodded seriously. In truth, ever since Rigor left and mentioned he would be gone for months, he had a slight insecurity about Aisha being in command. He had been taking everything with positive thinking. If nothing important happened during those months, everything would return to normal when Rigor came back. That was how he preferred to see it. But now, seeing the confidence with which Aisha spoke, the way she gave orders and her clarity in anticipating risks, unconsciously, it made Jino realize that she truly was suited for that position. Which shouldn't have been a surprise, considering her track record. Even so, taking the place of someone like Rigor was enormous pressure, and even under that pressure, Aisha seemed to have everything under control. That reassured him. Not completely, but enough. He positioned himself at the edge of Helios's back. All right, I'm leaving. Like I said, I have a few questions, but I'll send them through magic word. Keep me updated on everything. In the next instant, he jumped. His body dropped straight down through the air. As soon as he reached the ground, he absorbed the impact and shot through the forests like a blur, vanishing among the trees within seconds. Aisha watched until he disappeared completely, and then sighed. She sat down again, letting the wind brush her face as she arranged the complex chessboard in her mind. Sending Jino seemed excessive, but there was a very clear reason behind it. And that reason was directly tied to Hitagami. The point was simple, really. There shouldn't have been anyone in Bigarret capable of confusing Hitagami's future sight. So why would Gal Farion leave Pathfire alive? Was it a personal mistake? Was he warned and not careful enough? Or was it intentional? To draw the kingdom's attention to Bigarret? Once that possibility took hold, it became impossible to ignore. Because the implications were even more terrifying. Sending Gino, and even giving him the divine concealment necklace, were the best protective measures she had at the moment. Fast enough not to leave them short-handed. Unpredictable enough to surprise. Safe enough to avoid casualties. Even if he was surrounded on three sides, Gino could still escape. He was a god in the beast god style, and that was something Hitagami still couldn't replicate. But what truly unsettled her wasn't the mission itself. It was the timing. Why draw the kingdom's attention now? For several years, Hitagami's apostles had remained silent, hidden. Limiting themselves to small, isolated actions, no major conflict. As time passed, it became clear they feared the power of the beast god and the dragon god. And they probably feared even more an alliance between the two. The fact that both had come out alive from their fight 5 years ago, retreating more or less intact, certainly planted doubt. So the question returned. Why now? Wasn't the timing too convenient? Exactly when Rigor left to explore the dragon god's hole. The only ones who should know that were the absolute highest echelons of the kingdom of Gaia. If Hitagami knew, the outcome could be complicated. And more than that, the reason he would know could be even worse. Could there be a spy? In the kingdom of Gaia, that hypothesis was almost never even considered. Beast emperors were capable of sensing lies clearly through their trained sixth sense, and there were at least a few of them in the kingdom currently. How could someone hide until reaching the highest echelons? That should be impossible, completely incoherent. That was what Aisha told herself. But the more she thought, the more that hypothesis stopped seeming absurd. Information is one of the greatest advantages in war. Know your enemy and yourself, and you will emerge victorious from 100 battles. That was what she learned from Rigor, and she executed it better than anyone. In fact, sometimes she had the impression she was better at it than the master himself. In any case, she already had a few suspicions she intended to verify. She looked into the distance, the city of Tinaver, the kingdom's capital, was already in sight. She sighed once more as she put on the mantle of rector of the Star Rise Academy. I really hope I'm wrong. Inside Gaslow province, on the demon continent, a group of 4 people advanced across the desert lands, infested with monsters. Or at least, it was supposed to be like that. Surprisingly, the number of monsters in the demonic province was much lower than it used to be. Reduced to about 20% of what it once was. The sand stretched unevenly, the wind lifting small curtains of dust, but the silence was what stood out most. This region was never silent. Are you sure we're going to the right place? The one who spoke was a blonde woman with blue eyes. She wore light leather armor, fitted for mobility. But what truly drew attention wasn't her posture or appearance, it was what she carried. A precision rifle was slung by a strap over her shoulder, and at her waist, something resembling a revolver was kept in a holster. Any resident of the six-faced world would look at that with doubt and strangeness. Only 3 people would immediately recognize that strange weapon. If Rigor saw it, he would question on the spot why an apparently ordinary adventurer was walking around with a sniper. Ha ha ha. It really doesn't look like it, but we're on the right path, Miss Sarah. The reply came from a man with long black hair and a well-groomed beard. He wore gleaming golden armor and carried a staff resting on his shoulder. Sandor, the second North god. Beside him, another voice added. I have to agree with Miss Sarah. The monsters are strong, but there are actually very few of them. He had bowl-cut hair and wore glasses. He wore silver metal armor and carried a mace in his left hand. This was Zenoba Chiron. Sandor looked around, analyzing the terrain with curiosity, and then laughed. Ha! That's true. But you should remember, this is no longer territory belonging to just a demon king. The Iron Legion is active around here now. Walking a bit behind, wearing a dark brown mage's robe and carrying his staff, Rudeus asked. So you mean the Iron Legion exterminated most of the monsters? Sandor shrugged. Maybe, who knows? But the fact is, I've visited my mother a few times in the past. The monsters were always a constant, and now they're not here. Thinking about it a bit, it was probably them. Rudeus brought a hand to his chin, thoughtful. Sarah commented. Could it be they're using the place as a training ground? Sandor frowned slightly. Even though they had encountered few monsters along the way, they had found some. Their strength was different from other continents, it was hard to imagine someone using the territory as simple training. He was about to point that out, but then he remembered what he knew about the current kingdom of Gaia. And suddenly, the idea didn't seem so absurd after all. He smiled. And then began to laugh even louder. Ha 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 ha. Rudeus and Sarah looked at him strangely. Zenoba kept walking impassively. Rudeus then turned to Sarah. How's the new magic rifle? Sarah broke into a bright smile at the question. It's perfect. Honestly, I don't think it's ever been this easy to hunt high-level monsters. Most of them have some absurd defense, like scales or thick skin, but this one pierced that black drake's scales easily. She picked up the rifle naturally and raised it, aiming idly across the desert. The old one had some problems with the scope that could deceive perception, but this one is great. It's the best weapon in the world. The young woman continued talking excitedly about her new weapon. Zenoba and Rudeus exchanged glances, both proud, since they had been directly involved in its creation. Sandor, in turn, listened with interest. That strange creation was capable of reaching absurd speeds, with equally ridiculous power. Combined with Sarah's precision, it made her an extremely dangerous assassin, even to high-level warriors. Gradually, the four approached Fort Necros, and stopped about a kilometer away. The fort rose in the distance, imposing as it always had been. Rudeus turned to speak to them one last time. Sandor, are you sure you can convince her? The middle-aged man adjusted the staff on his shoulder and answered calmly. My mother believes in strength above all else. If you defeat her, even if the beast god already defeated her before, she'll probably listen. Probably. He looked toward the fort in the distance and added. Even if she doesn't listen, I can still make her let us leave, but there's still the problem with the teleportation circle. We'd better be careful. Rudeus fell silent in thought. The teleportation circle they had used to come to the demon continent had shown strange phenomena when they arrived. Something that normally didn't happen. It seemed like a problem, but since they ended up appearing exactly where they wanted, they hadn't paid it much attention at the time, though it was certainly strange. Rudeus looked at Sarah and Zenoba. At first, we shouldn't get involved in any large-scale conflict. At most, I'll fight her alone. His tone grew more serious. But stay alert at all times. Atafratov is known for her unpredictability. And more could be a problem. We have to be quick, because he'll definitely call reinforcements from the kingdom of Gaia, and we don't know who might be nearby. Zenoba nodded while wiping green blood off his mace. Sarah answered a little apprehensively. All right. Rudeus checked the armor he wore beneath the robe and adjusted the scrolls. He took a deep breath, and then the four began to move toward Gaslo's ruler. The immortal demon king Atafratov. Chapter 350, Battle in Fort Necros. The group led by Rudeus was strong. Theoretically, even if the entirety of Fort Necros attacked them in a frenzied madness, they would still be able to come out on top due to the presence of Sandor and Rudeus, as long as they remained alert to ambushes. And the second North god was especially proficient at sensing traps. That was why, the closer they got to the imposing black fort, the more he felt that something seemed wrong. Until Sandor raised his hand, signaling for everyone to stop. The group immediately turned their eyes to him. Rudeus had the foresight eye activated, and was observing a few seconds into the future. But there was nothing. And that was exactly what worried Sandor, he felt nothing. Fort Necros seemed empty. There was no one from Atov's Imperial Guard. Nor anyone from the Iron Legion army. No sentries, no movement. The fortress that was normally noisy and busy was far too silent. He spoke in a serious tone. Something is strange. Proceed with caution. Maybe my mother is not here after all. Saying that, he took the lead, already ready to enter combat at any moment. As he advanced, he was thinking that he really should have studied the beast god style more deeply. Enhancing the senses with battle aura was absurdly useful. He already did that better than any other ordinary warrior or swordsman. But kings and emperors of the beast god style still surpassed him in that regard. After all, they trained that consciously, while Sandor had only improved it by instinct, so the difference was inevitable. The other three grew more serious upon hearing the warning and moved forward, attentive. Soon, Sandor's suspicions were confirmed, the gates were wide open. And, as they approached, it was possible to see clear tracks on the ground. Many people had left the place not long ago. The group entered Fort Necros without meeting resistance, as if they had been invited. The farther they advanced through the corridors, the stranger it became. And even so they continued, because Sandor seemed calmer now. Sarah, curious, broke the silence. Ah. Lord Sandor, is there no one in the fort? He replied naturally. Yes, there are a few people. There are at least a dozen in here. And now I'm sure my mother is in the main hall. He could already feel her presence. After that, he said nothing else, and no one asked. They walked through a few more corridors until they arrived before the last door. Sandor opened it, and they were greeted by a thunderous laugh. Mwahaha. Welcome, heroes. You came from AF. Enough, mother. It's me. Sandor interrupted the woman's monologue, the one speaking with so much fervor. The immortal demon king Atafratov. Wearing black armor and carrying a massive sword, she froze for an instant at having her speech interrupted. Then she looked at the group with open hostility. There were only two other people in the enormous hall besides her. On the right, Moore, her most loyal bodyguard, on the other side, a swordsman of the beast race. Rudeus recognized him instantly. It was Wei's Adoldia. The one who pursued and hunted them when they were passing through the kingdom of Meles, more than 10 years ago. On the occasion when Sylphie's father was killed, he was there. Even though he later deduced that it had probably been Hidegami's manipulation to make them fight among themselves, the rift still remained. Rudeus suddenly felt relieved that he had not brought Sylphie. She would have attacked immediately upon seeing him. And Rudeus knew very well that that man was dangerous. Now, he was a fearsome sword king known as the Hunting Hound. Atoph seemed irritated at being interrupted. She slouched carelessly on the throne and complained. Humph. So what if it's you? Why did you interrupt me? Ogre. It's not even worth it anymore now. You ruined everything, you idiot. Sandor smiled and took a few steps forward. Wei's immediately placed a hand on the hilt of his sword. Sandor stopped when he saw that and cast him a curious look. Rudeus kept the foresight eye active the whole time. I came to talk, mother. I want to negotiate with you. Atoph leaned forward, her wild smile returning. Ah. Have you already forgotten how things work, brat? You're heroes, act like it. Sandor kept smiling. He knew exactly how his mother worked, and that was why he was one of the only ones who could talk to her normally. The problem was more. He was silent, which was unusual for him. I brought a hero capable of defeating you, mother. And as a condition, if you are defeated, I hope you can help us in some fights we'll have soon. Finally, Moore spoke. My lord, I believe you are aware that Gaslow province, together with Fort Necros and its regent, are currently under the command of the beast god. You should speak directly with him if you desire any kind of alliance. Sandor glanced sideways at Moore, and then at his mother. She seemed a little bored. This was getting stranger and stranger, since normally she would already be eager to start a fight. Why was she so restrained? Mother, you will follow anyone who defeats you completely, right? I hope you consider allying with Rudeus instead of the beast god if he can defeat you. This is a personal request, but I'll understand if you're unwilling. He abandoned any attempt at manipulation. With Moore there, deceiving his mother was impossible. Being direct was the only option. Atoph became strangely serious. For an instant, the hall fell silent. Are you telling me to break an oath, Sandor? Who taught you to be such a coward? Is life with humans doing this to you? I swore loyalty to Rigor Adoldia, the beast god. If you wish to contest that, defeat him in battle and come see me again. Otherwise, I will follow him until the day of his death. Rudeus and Sarah exchanged confused glances. From what Sandor had reported, and from Rudeus's own experience, Atoph was never this calm. Never this articulate. She was impulsive and violent. Normally she couldn't maintain a simple conversation for more than 2 minutes without resorting to violence. When she was challenged to a fight, she accepted first and thought about the consequences later. But Sandor was beginning to understand. Pieces were falling into place. There was a specific situation in which his mother could maintain rationality for longer. A very specific one, very difficult to reproduce. It was when she was completely defeated. A bad feeling ran through his body. He looked around. Then at his mother, then at Moore. How did you know we were coming? Rudeus and Sarah tensed when they heard that. Atoph broke into a broad smile. Several scenarios flashed through Sandor's mind in an instant. Then one thought arose, the teleportation circle. Moore spoke. A clever man. But it is too late for that. A terrible omen rang inside Sandor. He recognized that feeling. 5 years earlier, when facing such an ability, he hesitated, and because of that, he was forced into a passive position. This time, he would not make the same mistake. He closed his helmet with a metallic click, and initiated the battle himself without asking any more questions. His body shot across the hall in an instant. It's right, Alia. At the exact same moment he dashed forward, a blazing explosion erupted from one of the entrances to the hall. It surged toward the group like a dragon's breath, but Rudeus had already foreseen it. He pulled a scroll from his pocket and activated it that very instant. The flames engulfed them completely. Sandor moved like a golden blur and appeared before another entrance. Without wasting time, he struck a woman who had just come out. Short black hair, and a short sword. An excited smile on her face. Ha! You got me this time, brat. This is going to be fun. Without time to activate the deprivation field, Rida executed another secret technique. Sandor's golden staff struck the black floor of the fortress with a deafening crash. The entire hall trembled. Then another voice echoed. Oh! What is this thing? Zenoba was scorched, but incredibly intact, despite having been hit directly by the explosion. In front of him, floating amid the flames that still crackled around them, was a spirit made of magma and lava. The spirit had hands shaped from pure fire, and magma ran through his body like incandescent veins. Around him, the air became an immolating hell, the black floor began to crack from the absurd heat emanating from him. His face was serious and he was staring directly at Zenoba, a look full of surprise in his flaming eyes upon seeing him intact. His voice echoed deep and resonant. "My name is Ifrit, the fourth spirit subordinate to the disaster witch, Verdia Doldia. Who are you?" Zenoba's eyes lit up immediately. He wanted to answer and start a conversation. He wanted to discuss spiritual nature, magical composition, and how he was formed. But Rudeus's voice cut him off. "Zenoba. Take this guy down, we're retreating now." The flames began to dissipate. Sarah was no longer in sight. In Rudeus's place, a huge camouflaged armor dominated the hall. A blade extended from the tip of his arm when he swung it. On the other side, a machine gun began to spin. Zenoba nodded, already charging forward with a shout. "Hi-ya." His star mace came down brutally against the spirit. Meanwhile. Ha 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 ha. Seeing that scene, Atafrato finally stood up, more excited than ever. Her warrior spirit, which had gone dim in the past few hours, reignited. Not many hours earlier, a small human woman had invaded her fort. She demanded that Atof follow her orders and said she was her superior. Atafratov was furious, obviously, and started a fierce fight. Or at least, on her side it was fierce. The small woman cut her to pieces with ease. Time after time. Her body was torn apart repeatedly. And, little by little, Atof's spirit temporarily dimmed. A melancholic feeling took hold of her. And in the end, she had no choice. She had to follow that arrogant human's instructions. But now, seeing the boy in the armor, upon feeling this pressure, her drive surged again. It was that simple. Without hesitation, she shot toward Rudeus, laughing maniacally. Waze dashed almost at the same speed. With the foresight eye active, Rudeus anticipated the attack, and swung his own blade against the Demon King. The swords collided with a deafening metallic clang. The impact made even the resilient Fort Necros crack. At the same instant, a bursting sound echoed through the hall. Atof's left arm was hit by a projectile at extremely high speed. The limb exploded, black blood gushed violently. Behind a black marble pillar, Sarah had just fired her magic rifle. She was shocked, because she had aimed at the head, but Atof dodged somehow at the last instant. But hitting the arm was already enough for an opening. Rudeus was right in front of her and would not lose that chance. The machine gun was already being lined up against the Demon King, who still smiled wildly, even with her arm shattered. But the foresight eye showed something different. Rudeus gave up the attack and turned his body to defend against a blade coming straight for the armor's joints. Waze passed like lightning, too fast to be grabbed. Rudeus clearly felt that his armor would not withstand Waze's sword if he did not reinforce it even more with mana. Sarah was already preparing another shot, but saw a gigantic fireball coming toward her. She threw herself back behind the pillar. The explosion swallowed the surrounding area. Moore did not remain still. He aimed at Sarah as soon as he realized the danger that strange weapon represented. In an instant, the conversation had become chaos. The fight was spreading rapidly through Fort Necros. Meanwhile, farther from there, Sandor pursued Rida through the fort's corridors at speed, attacking with implacability. The two moved like blurs, devastating strikes cut through the air. But no matter how fast or powerful Sandor's attacks were, the small woman always dodged. Her body seemed small and fragile, but nothing touched her. And, on the contrary, it was Sandor who suffered the water god's counterattacks. Even so, it was Rida who was on the defensive, from the start. She retreated and sought space, trying to buy time. Her objective was to execute her signature technique, the deprivation field. If she managed to activate it, the battle would be decided. On the other hand, if she could not, Sandor had the advantage. She had rejuvenated and recovered her stamina, but even so she still could not compete against someone with immortal demon blood. Superficial counterattacks would not be enough to stop him, and Sandor knew that. That was why he attacked without stopping, without hesitation, betting everything on this constant pressure. When Rida's endurance began to fail, everything would change. But until then, both displayed a battle worthy of their titles. Two god-level warriors in their prime. While Fort Necros suffered the consequences of the clash between them. Chapter 351, Speed, Strategy, and Reunion. POV, Jaligali. Running like the wind, far above the speed of sound. It was quite refreshing. It had been some time since I ran at maximum speed. Well, what can I do? I was the most suitable for this mission. I really am very fast. Probably the fastest my leopard tribe has ever seen. But seriously. What kind of mission is this? As I ran like a madman across the desert lands of Gaslow province, I couldn't get that question out of my head. It was very strange to be sent as support to another continent. I mean, a few hours ago I was in the kingdom of Gaia, right? This feels so strange and crazy. Teleportation circles are scary. What could Gino be so busy with that he can't come in person? Even though I'm currently the second fastest in the kingdom, I'm really a bit against going to other continents like this. Is that asking too much? But Miss Aisha looked very serious when she gave the order. Orders are orders. Oh. There's a monster over there. A huge green lizard was running through the desert. It had to be at least a few dozen meters long. I sensed it from far away thanks to my enhanced senses. Perks of being a beast emperor. I passed by it like a blur. Haha. It got pretty startled. Come to think of it, that must have been strange for it. Imagine seeing such a small being suddenly running at more than 10 times your speed, when you were the one hunting. Anyway, what was it again? Ah, right. Fort Necros. Who was the lunatic who dared invade Fort Necros? Fortunately, Miss Rida was on the demon continent and was able to get there pretty quickly. Let's see what was relayed to me. I pulled the communicator from my pocket while still running. Yes, I can run at absurd speed and read at the same time. Unidentified mana signatures were detected moving through a teleportation circle that gave direct access to Fort Necros. That was already a problem, but the more serious thing was something else. There was a monster class presence. Someone with mana that couldn't be measured by the device. That is, at minimum, god level. Problematic. Rida was on a mission to hunt an S-rank monster, Tremor Strangler. An extremely difficult creature to kill, causing problems on the demon continent. A fortunate coincidence, when the alert came, she immediately went through Fort Necros's teleportation circle. Unlike me, I appeared much farther away. Let's see, 4 invaders. No further updates. Is that bad? I guess it must be. On the horizon, I finally saw the outline of Fort Necros. An imposing black fortress, I must admit. I accelerated once more. Let's avoid an extreme situation here. Alright, serious mode. Activated. I sensed everyone's presence inside ahead of time. I adjusted my expression. I put on the serious and intimidating facade I always use in these situations. As they say, fake it till you make it. There were lots of rubble and wreckage scattered around. Apparently, things had gotten ugly. I entered the main hall of Fort Necros. It was completely destroyed. Ha 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 ha. A very loud laugh echoed through the hall. Who's laughing so much? I thought, but didn't say it out loud. I carefully observed the scene, ready to use wild light on the first one to show hostility. Ha ha ha. You got beaten up by my son. What do you think of that? You may beat me, but you can't beat my son. Atafratov was the one laughing and bragging. Leaning against a large rock was Rida, being healed by more. Waze was also there beside them, watching in silence. Rida replied, irritated. You idiot, your son is our enemy. Me losing to him is bad. Humph. And who cares? Atoph looked extremely satisfied. None of them had noticed my presence. Well, that's a source of pride, I guess. I cleared my throat and spoke, trying to sound as mysterious as possible. Who can tell me what happened here? Their job was done. Defending this fort was the mission assigned to them, but mine was just beginning. It involved following some guys and investigating a few clowns. Aisha was looking at Jolly's report, thoughtful. It wasn't good news, but it wasn't bad either. To say the least, at least the alert system in the teleportation circles was working perfectly. That was already something. This event had everything it needed to turn into a loss. Atafratov was a notably unstable person, within what was possible for someone like her. Even though Rigor had made it absolutely clear that she was his subordinate, there was still the possibility that she could be influenced. Who could guarantee that she wouldn't fall for her own son's persuasion? In the worst-case scenario, Atafratov would join the Dragon God faction. Or she would be captured or kidnapped. All of those scenarios were bad. She was very useful, an immortal warrior. No one in their right mind would want to lose something like that. And, of course, there was the best-case scenario, the invaders would be captured and interrogated. As for killing them or not, Aisha still hadn't reached a definite conclusion. But there was no use thinking about that, they were not captured. The biggest surprise came from Rida's side. She was defeated by Sandor alone, the second North God, in a one-on-one fight. Aisha found that quite unbelievable. She knew the full extent of her master's abilities, and doubted that Rida had held back. It was something else entirely. Sandor simply performed above expectations. He pressured her relentlessly. He didn't allow her to use the deprivation field even once. As for that, there wasn't much to be done now, but she would need to speak with her master. Rida would have to start thinking of a way to fix that glaring weakness. On the other battlefields, Zenoba Chiron also surprised them. He destroyed Ifrit, one of Verdia's summoned spirits. Ifrit was powerful. Strong enough that his flames could completely incinerate even king-level warriors, and they were fast and difficult to avoid by simply dodging. He was destructive and extremely aggressive, but had little defense. And the devastating flames that would normally incinerate anything merely singed Zenoba's battle aura. Apparently, the title of super strong Miko was no joke. Fortunately, Atafratov, Moore, and Waze managed to gain the upper hand in the fight against the Magic King and the woman with the sniper. They even confiscated the rifle and seriously wounded Rudeus, her brother. But that was all. Time was limited, so there was no opportunity for an elaborate ambush. Even so, a result like that was better than suffering a loss. Especially considering that this was a surprise operation by the Dragon God faction. Probably aimed at making a Toph switch sides, a movement on such a large scale said a lot. First, something big was happening, and the Dragon God was preparing. The question was, preparing for what? She had two things in mind, and needed to verify which of them was correct. She had to find out whether it was related to her master's exploration of the Dragon God's hole, or if it was connected to the Everwhite Desert. The answer would change her next actions. If they had relevant information about that, she needed to obtain it. And if it was something related to Rigor, she would need to warn him immediately. Aisha continued moving the pieces in her mind. Constantly, trying to stay ahead of the enemies. Trying to understand their intentions and hide her own. Her communicator activated again, a new message from Rufus. She read it and a faint gleam appeared in her eyes. The modifications to her new sword were ready. There was still no message from Gino. She tapped her finger on the table for a few seconds. Thinking. Then she decided that before anything else, she would go get her blade. She stood up and walked to the window, whistled loudly and jumped. At the exact moment Helios flew by, she mounted the dragon naturally. And they headed toward dwarf territory. In a coffee in Tinaver, there was a table occupied by 4 people. Tall Hand, a high-level blacksmith among the dwarves. Zenith, a healer from a temple in the Great Forest. Ghislaine, one of the strongest warriors in the kingdom of Gaia. And Elinalise, an elf who was a housewife. The 4 were silent, only staring at each other. The sound of cups being set onto saucers, the soft murmur of the cafe, the smell of freshly roasted beans, everything seemed distant near that table. Until Elinalise opened a bright smile. My, why is everyone so serious? We're old companions. She tilted her face, analyzing each one. Actually, hey, wait a second. Why does it seem like I'm the only one here who didn't move up in life? She brought a hand to her chin, thoughtful. She realized she was the only one who had abandoned any career to take care of the house. Zenith smiled gently. Taking care of children is an exhausting task. Remember when I had Rudeus? I had to hire a nanny to help. Ghislaine crossed her arms. It doesn't seem very difficult to me. Tall Hand snorted loudly. Ha! I bet you don't even see your kids' faces every 3 weeks or something like that. Ghislaine slowly raised an eyebrow, and then, smiled. Tall Hand shuddered. My God, you're very different, woman. Ha ha ha. And you haven't changed at all, Tall Hand. Elinalise smacked him on the back. The impact made the dwarf almost spit out his coffee. The ice was finally broken. The old fangs of the Black Wolf group started truly talking. Catching up, Tall Hand said he had planned never to return home again. And so he did. He never returned to the dwarf city again, but the world was big. And there were many opportunities for a talented blacksmith even outside the dwarf city. With his method and skill, he became a known name in Tinaver. Now he had his own private forge. He never married. According to him, he was still too resentful because of his first love. Elinalise talked a lot about what it was like living in Sharia, in the kingdom of Renoa. But her current topics revolved mainly around her husband and son. There was pride in her voice. Zenith didn't have much to add. But, at a certain point, the subject of the Latria house stopped existing became an important topic, so she spoke a lot. Ghislaine didn't talk much. But when she did, it was about fights, and about what it was like to run a daycare full of the children who were Rigor's kids. As she listened, she also analyzed Elinalise. The elf had already spoken openly about her initial goals there. To rescue Zenith and Norn, though she had failed, of course. Even so, it was bold of her to invite Ghislaine, knowing exactly whose wife Ghislaine was. Still, Ghislaine liked being invited. She cherished her memories as an adventurer. And, honestly, she didn't want to be treated differently because of the position she held today. For a moment, she wondered whether she should interrogate Elinalise about the Dragon God faction. But it seemed clear that Elinalise avoided getting involved in any of their missions or operations. She made a point of it, and tried to maintain impartiality to avoid conflicts. Although that was never entirely possible. It was a habit she had developed over the centuries. After all, for an elf, 200 years could pass, enemies might die, but friends could still be alive. And she would still be alive. Because of that, she avoided making life-or-death enemies. Reuniting the old group ended up being much more pleasant than any of them had imagined. It was almost funny, everyone seemed to be on different sides now. Even those who weren't present, Geese was one of the main opponents on Hidegami's side, and Paul was dead. The years had passed, the life of each person there had changed in ways they would never have imagined in the past. The reunion was hard to make happen. But, unexpectedly, right on target. Chapter 352, The Resurrection Greed Trap. The situation in the Everwhite Desert Oasis was growing more chaotic by the day. Everyone wanted a share of the spoils, everyone wanted the famous resurrection stones. It did not help that Azura had explicitly announced that it would buy those stones for a high price. For ordinary adventurers, the amount offered was more than enough to become rich overnight. Obviously, many mercenaries from the Kingdom of Gaia were also drawn in, but above all, those who gathered there were residents of the desert continent. The structure of the labyrinth was somewhat complex, like a maze. And to advance through the floors, some kind of symbol or totem was almost always required, something only obtained by defeating monsters that possessed it. From the very first floor, you would be facing powerful rank B trolls. On the first floor, they only appeared alone, even so, they were monsters with tremendous strength and regeneration, difficult to kill. The only good thing about them was that they were relatively slow, but that would change as the floors went deeper. On the earlier floors, some of them could appear in small groups of 3 or 4, and beyond the 20th floor, they appeared with monsters domesticated for hunting and riding, as if the labyrinth had decided to add teeth and claws alongside those giants. Beyond floor 25, mutant trolls began to appear and became a constant the farther down one went. Mutant trolls were, at minimum, rank A. Some had red skin and were much faster than a conventional troll, some had black skin and carried poison in their claws and blood. All kinds of insane mutants could appear, and there were even reports of rank S trolls, such as troll kings and immortal barbarian trolls. Those were bosses of an extremely high level, even for rank S adventurer parties, and a successful hunt would be an achievement in itself in the world of adventurers. Unfortunately, little attention was paid to that fact. It was hard to pay attention to danger when the walls of the labyrinth contained purple and blue stones capable of reviving people. Even though they were rare, that did not stop people from being ambitious and throwing themselves into the deeper floors to try their luck at the greatest prize. But just like a game of chance, you could never know for certain what you might find. On floor number 57, a group of adventurers called the Heaven Dawn crew had just run into an immortal barbarian troll, a rank S monster. They hunted as a party of 7, 3 swordsmen, 1 archer, 2 mages, and 1 healer. For the Everwhite Labyrinth, which had very few traps, this was a great group. It was the kind of formation that, in other places, would provide enough security to move forward without thinking too much. But with a single axe swing, the enormous 10-meter-tall troll slaughtered the 3 swordsmen, displaying the speed and ferocity of a barbarian troll. The sound of the impact was thunderous, and what should have been the front line turned into crushed flesh and metal in an instant. Thus, the other 4 had no choice but to use resurrection stones on their friends. That was another major advantage of hunting and fighting inside this labyrinth. Even if you died, you could still be revived by your close companions, as long as there was still a decent corpse left. Stories of people reviving inside the labyrinth were the most famous tales in the oasis. Basically, if you had already revived once, you gained a certain status and mystique around you, as if death itself had tried to take you, but failed. Only this time, that was not enough. That was the trap of this labyrinth. Death had become more trivial, dying once or twice had become an option, and in that way the group of 7 was once again exterminated by the immortal barbarian troll. Its regeneration, as the name implied, made it an almost immortal beast. It was not something the 2 mages could overcome with their magic, nor could the warriors pierce the monster's thick hide deeply enough. The cold and cruel reality struck the adventurers when the resurrection stones were completely wasted, down to the last one. The troll, once again, cut and tore them into pieces. After doing so, it grabbed one of the swordsmen, tossed him into the air, and swallowed him in a single bite, like a snack. Covered in the red blood of the adventurers, the troll turned its back and was about to leave, as if it had been nothing more than another casual meal. But at that moment, it heard a new voice. 9 flying heavens. A blade's ring sounded, and the air shifted violently. A hooded man cut through the labyrinth faster than sound, and the barbarian troll did not even have the chance to process its new opponent before being evenly divided horizontally into 10 pieces by the 9 slashes spread across its colossal body. Its life was ended with the same ease with which it had done the same to other adventurers not long before. The body collapsed across the ground like grotesque, enormous stakes, green blood spilling everywhere, mixing with the dust of the rocky, sandy floor. The hooded man looked at the adventurers and complained, with dry and genuine irritation. Fuck. What a bunch of imbeciles. How many idiots are there in this world? He removed his hood, revealing an ordinary face, with brown hair and eyes of the same color. He did not seem special at first glance, but his gaze was sharp, and his posture, along with his obvious mastery of the sword, left no doubt about his identity. This was Gino Britz. He walked over to the victims' bodies, closer to a mage carrying a staff with a purple crystal, and witnessed the same strange event once again. On the rocky, sandy floor of the labyrinth, he could see, without a shadow of a doubt, the mage's corpse sinking very slowly into the rock. Or rather, it would be more accurate to describe it another way. Little by little, the labyrinth was devouring the adventurer's body. Gino had arrived in Bigarret some time ago already. Not to mention the important information he had discovered outside, there was something far more important that he noticed after wandering freely through the interior of the labyrinth. He looked around at the other bodies, cut into pieces, crushed, dismembered, blood everywhere. That scene was far too common in that place. Even so, there was something they all had in common. It was imperceptible at first, and even Gino had only managed to notice it initially because his senses bordered on the supernatural. Slowly and gradually, all the bodies were being swallowed by the labyrinth. The idea seemed insane at first, but after it appeared in his mind, Gino decided to test it. He mentally marked positions, observed the outline of the surrounding rock, and memorized where each fallen limb was. After a few hours, he confirmed his theory. Whole bodies were completely sucked into the walls of the strange labyrinth and, clearly, resurrection stones appeared again in its walls, small at first, but slowly and continuously, fed by the constant deaths. That was truly disturbing. Gino sighed and looked at the troll's body, which was also slowly being sucked into the ground. It was not fast enough to seem like teleportation magic or a traditional trap, it was more as if the structure of the labyrinth was digesting. He sat down right there and pulled out some dried meat that he kept in a pouch. While analyzing the scene and trying to decide what he should do next. The necklace around his neck still hid him from Hidegami, but unlike celestial sealing magic, this necklace had a time limit. And that made everything more urgent. What worried Gino was that everyone in that oasis, everyone in that desert, was advancing against the labyrinth like starving beasts. The death rate was, without a doubt, far higher than the rate of obtaining resurrection stones. It was dangerous and risky work, but try telling them that. The look in the adventurer's eyes when experiencing or witnessing resurrection was pure greed. Mercenaries and adventurers already risked their own lives in their ordinary work, so they simply saw no problem in risking their lives there. It was an indisputable logic from the individual point of view. But the numbers said otherwise. This was leading to large-scale extermination. Gino could not even count how many dead adventurers he had already found inside the labyrinth. In comparison, the number of successes was extremely low. He sighed as he updated Aisha on the progress of the investigation. He did not want to admit it, but his initial suspicion about this mission had been foolish. With everything he had discovered, he was certain that something big was happening, something truly dangerous. His sixth sense constantly told him so. He was also certain that if anyone else had been sent in his place, the investigation would be far more delayed than it should be. And that person would probably die in the process. While sending the report, however, he shivered slightly and lifted his gaze, staring into the dark depths of the labyrinth, which continued for miles ahead. He could hear clearly, and smell it even from that great distance. Gino looked at the troll's corpse, torn apart near him, and sighed again, immediately rising to his feet. A few minutes later, two figures approached the area. One wore a dark blue cloak and kept his hand on his blade, walking casually, as if he were taking a stroll. The other was a man with a cadaverous appearance, wearing an eye patch over one eye. His skin looked lifeless, and his posture was quiet and rigid. The man in the blue cloak looked at the bodies and frowned. Ah! Shouldn't there be a troll here for us to fight? He searched with his eyes, trying to find any sign of the monster. His partner ignored him and answered without emotion. It must be nearby. That is better. It saves us from having to fight another one of those. The cadaverous-looking man walked toward one of the mages and crouched down, searching for something on the body, among the belongings. Meanwhile, the man in the blue cloak complained. TCH. What a pain. Those things are easy to beat. They're just kind of hard to kill. He kept walking and looking at the corpses around him, still unable to find any sign of the troll. Then he saw a pile of rubble, particularly out of place. He looked at it for a second longer, but did nothing. At that moment, the man with the skull-like face spoke in a neutral tone. It is with me. Let's go. In his hand was a ring that the mage had been wearing until not long ago. As soon as he got confirmation, the man in the blue cloak nodded. Then the two left through the same place they had come from, without looking back. A few minutes later, Gino appeared again. He looked in the direction the two swordsmen had gone, with a serious expression. Master Galfarion, there you are. Without the two of them knowing, they had just gained an official pursuer. Chapter 353, The End of the First Beast Civilization. Time passed quickly within the labyrinth of inconceivable scale. Crossing several floors of the oldest labyrinth in the world was not for just anyone. Even Rigger and Eris had certain difficulties, despite being powerful. There was one specific floor that gave them a lot of trouble, because their objective required destroying 5 stone pillars at the same time, in 5 places very far apart on the floor. That left them stuck on that floor for a while, without understanding the mechanic. Any attempt was just a waste. Rigger realized that very quickly. No matter how fast or strong he struck, if it was not, at the same time, the floor would not open the passage. The distance between the points was too great to be solved with normal running, and the floor did not allow even a difference of a few seconds. In the end, they managed it due to the miraculous effects of the Skullviner armor, Transcendent version. The enormous spatial affinity and the improvement to spatial leap that it provided were enough for Rigger to destroy 4 pillars, using teleportation in rapid succession, while Eris destroyed the last one at the exact same moment. Even so, even with that strategy, it took a few attempts. Of course, although there were those kinds of problematic floors, most of them actually came down to arriving on a floor and immediately looking for the entrance to the next one, completely ignoring the monsters and beasts surrounding them. That would perhaps only be considered easy from their perspective. Because, in practice, it meant crossing places where every monster was at least rank S, and many were rank SS, creatures that, on the surface, would be treated as local calamities, and that in there were merely part of the way. And the boss monsters on certain floors were, by default, all rank SSS. Each of them capable of being a disaster on the surface. And each of them had a strange ability, frequently geared toward combat. The Wendigo on the 200th floor was a great example, although he had been especially problematic due to his reformation and rebirth. Every 100 floors of the Dragon God's Hole, a boss led the floor. And on the 200th and 400th floors, they were especially strong. There was also one detail to which Rigger gave a great deal of importance after passing through the floors, the engravings. At first, he thought they were random engravings from different ancient civilizations. But as they passed through the floors, he inevitably noticed a pattern. This world of jungle and beasts was telling the story of a world ruled by a beast god who had 2 heads. The labyrinth told the story of that strange civilization from the beginning, and each floor they passed filled in gaps in the history or culture. Rigger missed many of the early ones for not paying attention to that, but he managed to understand most of the ending. The fall of such a civilization began with the disappearance of the sacred beast, the mount of the beast god. An enormous silver wolf, capable of swallowing rivers and seas and crushing mountains and peaks, imposing and divine, as depicted in the engravings. Perhaps there was some exaggeration mixed in, but Rigger had no way of knowing. In any case, he suddenly disappeared. And that triggered the wrath of the beast god over the loss of his longtime companion. That started a large-scale investigation and internal intrigue throughout the civilization, and everyone seemed to blame external enemies. One of the suspects, as depicted, was wrapped in enormous silver-scaled wings. And the other was a huge giant, with many arms, and many eyes across his body. But that civilization was made up of natural investigators. With a few clues, they found a culprit, but it was too late. When they gathered a powerful offensive, with more than 10,000 of their strongest beast warriors to go after that enemy, they came to their doorstep. A god with golden eyes and silver scales, together with 5 generals following him, arrived from the sky looking upon the whole land with fury, arrogance, and disdain. A great battle followed. The beast god faced the invading god, and the army of 10,000 confronted the 5 dragon generals. But the dragons were the strongest race, a race born for combat, with long lives and naturally powerful bodies. Even the 10,000 beast warriors could do nothing against the mere 5 dragon generals. They were mercilessly exterminated down to the last man by the generals. And the beast god, even fighting the invading god on equal footing, this one was still stronger than him. The 2-headed beast god was killed, brutally split in 2 by the fearsome dragon god, spreading horror and endless hatred through the collapsing civilization. That seemed to be the end. But Rigger and Eris were on the 599th floor. There was still 1 floor left. Obviously, Rigger was now almost certain of what this labyrinth was about, or at least this part of it. This labyrinth was portraying the ancient and first civilization of the beast race, in all its glory, and also its end. Thanks to the future diary, Rigger knew a few things about the first conflicts that led to the creation of the current world. He knew that there had originally been 6 worlds, and that they had been devastated by wars, but those were details about which he had no knowledge. Whether because Oldgar saw no need to include it in the diary, or because he himself never obtained that knowledge, Rigger had no way of knowing. But upon realizing this, he made a point of storing all of it in his memory, and even made several notes about it, without that compromising the speed at which the 2 advanced. In any case, if he was correct, there would be an especially problematic enemy on the next floor. And while he was thinking about all that, Eris had just cut a giant white gorilla into 2 halves. The body collapsed in pieces, and behind it there was a staircase with at least exaggerated proportions. They were standing before the 600th floor. Eris was a little different from when she entered the labyrinth, dirtier, with a sharper gaze, and with a somewhat wild aura around her. Fighting, running, jumping, and fighting more at all times demanded more from mental endurance than anything else. Injuries and exhaustion could be dealt with through magic and their magic armors, but mental rest would not happen unless they stopped completely. Rigor was still fine, his physical and mental endurance, even without Tuki, was on another level compared to normal people. Although Eris had almost inexhaustible endurance and vigor, even she was pushing herself. She took a deep breath and relaxed for a moment, letting all the tension leave her body, and stretched like a lazy little cat. HHHHHNNNN. Which floor are we on now? Rigor approached while observing the staircase, thoughtful. We're heading to the 600th, ahead of schedule, actually. Eris celebrated, throwing her clenched fists into the air. Yes. I can't wait to kill the final boss. And I need a bath. I'm serious. Rigor looked at her with a suggestive smile as he raised one hand and conjured a small ball of water. She noticed and turned around, denying it faster than ever. No, no. Not that kind of bath. Grrrrrrrr. She became prickly on the spot. Rigor laughed and approached, giving her a kiss. And when he pulled away, he said, "You look beautiful like this too. You remind me of a true Valkyrie." Eris blushed a little and smiled at the sudden intimacy, and then spoke confidently. Humph. Of course I do. Now let's go. She turned and skipped toward the dark staircase, holding Rigor's hand. Rigor followed her and jumped together with her, but before they disappeared, he warned. I feel like this floor will be different from the others. Let me handle the fight alone at first. Eris had already been instructed to follow everything he said while they were in the labyrinth, so she nodded seriously. And then, the scenery around them changed once again. And then, a frightening sensation suddenly assaulted them. Rigor immediately went on maximum alert. The moment he appeared, Eris teleported and ran far away with her armor's ability. It was instantaneous, as if she had decided that before they had even appeared, and knowing that she possessed the foresight eye, that would be quite plausible. Instantly, a sea of blue fire arose around Rigor as he drew his translucent blue blade, and his black armor began to shine like an incandescent sun. Rigor swung his sword like never before. He could feel Doomsday moving with what he swore was the fastest attack of his entire life. The speed with which the fire converged toward the blade came naturally to him. The blazing blue took the space around the strike, and then, it collided with its target. Even under Rigor's demon eye, which allowed him to see everything in slow motion, this being moved very fast. It was fast enough to be a problem even in the demon eye's slow world, fast enough for Rigor to feel that this definitely was not an ordinary boss. The opponent swung his fist, claws threateningly extended, in a direct, aggressive trajectory, as if he were going to tear Rigor in half with a single movement. But Doomsday cut faster. From behind the black helm, Rigor spoke coldly. Sunlight laceration. At that moment, a blue crescent in the shape of a slash converged and cut toward the monster faster than he could react, which, for a being like him, was unprecedented. In the blink of an eye, the mountain ranges and forests around them were split in two horizontally by the blazing blue crescent. It was not a local slash, it was a slash that tore through space with violence, and the monster was swallowed by the flame at the same time, being hurled far away. An explosion echoed together with it, at the same moment that the mountain ranges were being torn apart by the enormous shockwave caused by the full extent of Rigor's power. That was thanks to his instinct. Faced with a real threat, he immediately attacked without holding anything back. And only after the impact did Rigor finally analyze the environment properly. It was a mountainous floor, but with many forests around. The end could not be seen. Everything seemed to stretch on, and the entire space had been violently rewritten by the passage of that attack. And his opponent was getting up. On his chest, a cut leaked grayish-white blood. It was a deep, charred wound, a wound that had almost cut him in two immediately, but had not. The monster had two heads. One of them was the head of a fierce black tiger with saber teeth. The other was that of a white wolf, with an enormous mouth constantly drooling. Its body was furry and 3 meters tall, looking like a two-colored werewolf. Its claws were long, around 50 centimeters each, and seemed sharper than steel. But the worst thing was not its appearance. The worst feeling was that Rigor instinctively felt the urge to submit to the being before him. He felt that he owed him loyalty, that he owed him submission. That attacking him was simply a heretical act. Before he could understand that feeling, however, the boss of the 600th floor attacked him without further hesitation. With a powerful howl and roar echoing at the same time, a sound wave echoed through the world, shaking its foundations, as if a god were commanding that the world should tremble. Chapter 354, Overwhelming. The sound wave made the long mountain range tremble. Landslides and tremors occurred everywhere. Rocks broke loose, entire slopes gave way, and the ground itself cracked into several segments. The vibration ran through the entire floor in pulses. Rigor remained still, but briefly looked into the distance and felt glad to see that Eris was already very far away, and getting even farther, without looking back. It seemed her foresight eye was being very useful. He felt the wind like an impact, and saw his cloak flutter violently under the effect of the roar, but it was not the impact of the shockwave that surprised him. It was the fact that he recognized this type of magic very well. This was the howling magic of the beast race. It was unmistakable. But something seemed different about it, it felt more authentic. For a single instant, Rigger felt as if his mind were melting and buzzing. From personal experience, and due to his own mastery over that magic, he recognized it immediately. But then the magical and mental block of the Skullviner armor came into action. And, at the same time, the clear mind effect of the armor made his mind work faster and more calmly, recovering his focus in an instant. Upon feeling that, Rigger roughly measured the effect. That terrible howling magic could turn even the minds of unrivaled warriors into chaos. He was certain that even superb swordsmen like Rida or Gino would have no chance of resisting if they faced that. It was a divine and marvelous level of howling magic, unlike anything ever seen before, not even he dared say he surpassed the beast before him, at least in skill and understanding. It was as if the magic he used was in its purest form. Unfortunately for the monster, Rigger was different. Having achieved the unification of mana, his magic and Tuki were as one. A single thought was enough to regenerate his body, create mental barriers, and reflect adverse effects away from his body with disturbed magic, and that was without counting his armor that defied all logic and comprehension. Basically, although the boss monster's trump card was absurd by any measure or against any opponent, Rigger was simply a very complete warrior, and even more monstrous than it was. He recovered in that very instant. At this point, he already had an idea of whom this monster was supposed to represent, but before thinking further, he acted by extending his senses to the utmost. More and more of the mountainous and forested floor entered Rigger's perception. He did not have much hope of finding the entrance to the next floor, since boss floors usually were not unlocked until the boss was killed, but he still did it to make sure. Meanwhile, blue flames began to flow incessantly inside his armor, and the mountains and trees around him began to glow and melt as Skullviner became a source of uninterrupted heat, as if there were a sun forming inside it. From time to time, lightning also appeared and crackled violently. Under the gaze of his demon eyes, he analyzed the floor boss once again. The more he saw, the more convinced he became that it was a grotesque and monstrous copy of what should have been the first beast god, an original god. Obviously, being a copy created by a labyrinth, it would never be equivalent to a real god, but even so, its presence was suffocating and oppressive. Rigger saw it move toward him again. Its monstrous strength and speed made the mountain beneath it collapse while it growled and drooled like a true beast. It was fast, yes, one of the fastest Rigger had ever faced. But this time, Rigger was already prepared. He advanced with the same momentum, heading into a direct collision with the false beast god. And, as he moved, dozens, hundreds, of vacuum bullets formed around him and advanced together with him. Rigger looked more like a bolt of blue flames than a human. The beast god seemed to sense the danger when Rigger advanced faster than it, and immediately retreated, but that meant nothing. Since Rigger was not holding back, he was not conserving anything either. With a snap, he used spatial leap, teleporting and appearing at the monster's flank. The enormous beast reacted with a violent strike of its claws, creating huge claw-shaped gouges, tearing through several mountains in succession in a perfect, almost artistic way. But Rigger leapt through space again at the last second, appearing just a few meters above, and again, he recited. Sunlight laceration. Another flaming slash struck the beast from top to bottom, creating a gigantic fissure in the mountain range. The flaming blue crescent seemed to split the world in two, sinking the monster several hundred meters deep while burning and cutting everything in its path. Before it could rise, a rain of vacuum bullets fell over where it was, as if they were guided. Incinerated and bleeding, the monster did not even have time to leap before being riddled by extremely piercing vacuum projectiles. Even its abnormal skin, resistant to magic, was not capable of withstanding such a phenomenon. With a deep, bleeding cut, and riddled with wound holes, the monster rose again and roared with all its will. Greawarg. But once more, interrupting its cry, a pillar of blue lightning light fell upon it and expanded in an instant. Only Rigger's voice echoed beneath the explosion. Lightning judgment. The monster, covered in wounds, was electrocuted, burned, and charred by the thick pillar of unavoidable plasma. That was how the fight continued. The false god tried to run, only to be swallowed by a miniature black hole and have 70% of its body violently absorbed. It tried to face him head-on, and had its body incinerated and cut into pieces. Its monstrous nature prevented it from giving up. A legendary monster, created based on a god. Supernatural strength, endurance, and speed. Unique and unavoidable magic. It should have been a great obstacle. But to Rigger, a god in multiple styles, a god in multiple magics, and more importantly, carrying two artifacts no less divine than that god, he ran over the great boss of the 600th floor without much difficulty, after giving it his all. Of course, it was not as if he could fight like that on every floor. His many magics and techniques, in addition to his two artifacts, cost him an enormous amount of mana. He was exceptionally resilient, but fighting through 3,000 floors like that was inconceivable. In the end, after Rigger cut it into 7 pieces with a technique that mixed the sword god style and spatial magic, the floor boss finally died for good. A great symbolic lightning bolt crossed the skies when that happened. The world itself seemed to lament and cry. And at the top of one of the only intact mountains, a portal appeared. Rigger looked at the dead boss's body, and then extended his senses throughout the entire floor once again, with the goal of tracking Eris. And as soon as he did, he teleported to her. Eris jumped into his arms as soon as he arrived. Rigger caught her in his arms, holding her like a princess. Judging by the timing of her jump, she had probably already foreseen his arrival with the foresight eye. You took long enough. Also, did you really need to cause that much destruction? She looked around. The ranges and mountains around them had, for the most part, become vast desolate and sterile zones. Rigger flew toward the entrance while carrying Eris and spoke in a doubtful tone. Honestly, it wasn't necessary. I feel like I got a little carried away in that battle. I was especially eager to defeat that monster in an absolute display of power. I'm not really sure why. In truth, Rigger had an idea that it might be related to his race. It was because he was facing his ancestor or something like that, but those were only loose theories that made no real sense. Eris added cheerfully. Well, it was really cool to watch. I won't lie. She began humming while Rigger approached the portal, and she jumped out of his arms when they got close. I believe something may change drastically from this floor onward, I just don't know exactly how. Stay alert. Eris nodded, activating the foresight eye. Rigger could tell she wanted to fight just from her posture, it seemed battles were some kind of addictive drug to her. He laughed internally while holding her hand and entering once again, crossing the floor. The environment around them changed once more, but before that, Eris, whose demon eye was glowing, spoke hurriedly to Rigger. Submerged, barrier. Without thinking twice, Rigger cast 2 barrier spells around their heads. Eris relaxed when she saw the translucent barrier form and stabilize, and then, just as she said, the 2 of them reappeared underwater. A vast ocean stretched for miles in every direction, with no sign of limits. Rigger could not stop being surprised by this labyrinth the more he came to know it. He had expected a change, but not one so drastic. From the wild and forested environments that Eris and he had seen until now, suddenly, they were faced with an ocean. The depths could be seen clearly. And, just as at the beginning, enormous strange structures had been built all around, of every shape and size, and some that did not even make much sense. It was the remnant of an ancient civilization completely different from the beasts, an underwater or maritime civilization. The ocean was limpid and clear, without the slightest trace of dirt. And there was a source of light that Rigger could not even identify, but it definitely was not a sun or anything of the sort. Eris looked around curiously, floating in the ocean, seeming even more excited, actually. She asked, still staring at the infinite blue horizon around them. Huh. Rigger, do you know where we are? Rigger let his eyes sweep over the scenery for a moment, putting together what he saw with the pattern he had already understood. I have an idea. It was easy to reach that conclusion after understanding the mechanics of the first 600 floors, the beginning and fall of a beast civilization, which in the end was destroyed by a dragon god. Well, it just so happened that the beast world was not the only one destroyed by the dragon god. Rigger thought for a moment, and then touched Eris, saying, Blessing of the sea. A great amount of mana flowed. Eris felt her body become lighter, more adaptable, and more than that, she felt as if she could walk on the ocean floor. It was a strange sensation, as if the water stopped being malleable and became ground around her, as if movement had different rules now. Before she could ask, Rigger explained. That was an Emperor tier magic mentioned in the future guide. It allows a land-dwelling being to move through water as if on land. I don't know how true that really is, but you're going to test it today. Saying that, he moved toward the gigantic monstrous presence he felt a few hundred meters away, a sea serpent coiled around a structure, moving, stealthily, in their direction. Eris hurried after him, while trying to understand the strange sensation of walking in the middle of the ocean. Meanwhile, in the kingdom of Gaia, Nina was flying on her red dragon, Skyl, whom she had chosen when she arrived in the kingdom. She was wearing her training clothes, but she was not heading toward the place where she usually trained, the combat temple. No. This time, she was going to a secret place, where she came from time to train alone. This was one of the only secrets she kept, even from Gino. And she liked this place in particular. It was there that she advanced in understanding quickly on 2 occasions. It was an environment that brought her a sense of serenity that she found difficult to encounter anywhere else. After flying for some time, she finally spotted it, a half-subterranean waterfall, half hidden by the dense vegetation around it, but very distinctive due to the trees with orange and white leaves nearby. She smiled while ordering Skyl to land and remain in the vicinity. She took her sword, and once again headed toward her private sanctuary, a place that hid a secret that only she knew. Chapter 355, Blurred Mind. Nina remembered in detail when she had first found this place. Whenever she came here, she remembered it as she walked along the same trail, observing the large trees with orange and white leaves. In spring, the orange leaves were more yellowish than orange, but, aside from that small rule, those trees remained almost unchanged. It was as if that place had its own rhythm, separate from the rest of the great forest. Nina found this place 3 years ago. She had just given birth to her second child with Gino. At that time, shortly after returning to training, she fought Clint in combat. And lost. That was a huge blow to her. Because, before the pregnancy, she had already been able to defeat him consistently, thus earning the title of Sword Emperor. Losing to him after all that time only made two things very obvious: her skill had worsened, and Clint had not stood still while she was pregnant. Worst of all, the greatest rival in her mind, Eris, was at the peak of her growth at that time. Eris's rise after killing Timothy Britz was unstoppable. She only became stronger and stronger as time passed, as if a switch had been flipped the moment she became the sword god. She had defeated Ghislaine, Ornthorn, and Taze, becoming unquestionably recognized as one of the most powerful people in the kingdom. The only opponents Eris saw were those above her, Gino and Rida. All of Eris's training was aimed at surpassing her limits and becoming stronger and stronger. 3 years ago, she had even begun to master the use of the foresight eye in combat, which further reinforced her invincible position as the sword god. And while Eris kept climbing higher and higher, refusing to take a single step back, Nina had simply lost to the bland Clint. Her confidence was at rock bottom. She did not have very happy thoughts at that time. She did not want to give up on becoming stronger. Although she did not regret marrying Gino and having their children, her motivation was undermined from all sides, to the point that she seriously considered the possibility of completely abandoning the path of the sword, convinced that she would never be enough, that her dream had been unattainable from the very beginning. At that time, Nina thought for a long time. While training, before sleeping, upon waking up. She would spend sleepless nights thinking, and even used her dragon to fly randomly across the kingdom of Gaia while her thoughts flew in every direction. It was a continuous restlessness, a bitter feeling of being left behind, of not being able to reach what had once been part of herself. And it was in the midst of that she found this place. A place that initially caught her attention because of its beauty. Now, back there once more, Nina took a deep breath of the pure air that this place always had, and gradually heard the sound of running water, until she found the underground waterfall again. The crystal clear water. The constantly flowing stream. The moss on the rocks and walls. The light coming in through the cracks in the cave. Everything was exactly as she remembered. Everything had that same peaceful stillness. She looked around once more and confirmed that no animal had occupied the cave. Then she went to her usual spot, a higher rock that faced the waterfall, and began practicing the characteristic movements of the sword god's style. Only the sound of water, and the occasional chirping of birds, could be heard beyond the sounds made by the sword emperor's blade. Nina gradually entered a state of extreme concentration. She could only see the tip of her blade, and her body repeated the movements. Her arm rose, fell, cut, returned. Her feet adjusted their balance. Her torso turned at the exact angle. Her breathing went in and out at the same steady rhythm. She continued like that for hours on end. The only thing that could have alerted her was the magic communicator nearby, if someone called her, but that did not happen. The day passed like any other, and suddenly, the sunlight turned orange because of the sunset. At a certain point, Nina stopped swinging her sword. The sweat on her body, her aching muscles, and her stressed mind were the result of the exhausting training. Even so, she seemed somewhat excited as she removed most of her clothes, remaining only in an improvised bikini. And then, she slowly walked toward the waterfall. She stepped beneath the waterfall, until she felt the familiar water falling on her body like blows. It was a considerable waterfall, but Nina's body was nothing close to what would be considered normal human. To her, those blows were more like an especially rough massage. She stepped deeper into the small lake formed by the waterfall. When she was well beneath the waterfall, with water up to her waist, she stopped. Her ears sharpened. She heard the water flowing around her. She felt her limbs relaxing. She felt her mind being in tune, as if everything were suddenly clearer, more aligned, simpler. She smiled as she remembered the pleasant feeling. That was the reason why this place had become so special. The first time she came here, she trained in the same way. Whether because her mind was turbulent, or because this scenery was so natural, or simply because she could achieve a supernatural focus in this place, that day, she felt stronger. She felt that her understanding was deeper, and that her technique was more refined. She felt as if she were in some kind of zone. That was something she had only experienced in this place. When she returned the next day, she defeated Clint again. From then on, she could feel her skill improving by leaps and bounds once more. Rigger had already mentioned this kind of thing to her and Gino. It was a type of moment in which a practitioner synchronizes perfectly with their body, mind, and the environment around them, experiencing a brief moment of enlightenment. Nina immediately associated the event in her mind. After all, the description was very similar. From that day onward, Nina returned to that place from time to time. Sometimes every 3 or 4 months, and sometimes she would go 6 or 7 months without going. Even so, it became a special place in her heart, because it was by coming here that she decided she would never abandon the path of the sword, even if everything was against that idea. On her later visits, she reached that special state 3 more times, and in all of them she experienced a significant increase in her martial skill. At other times, she simply trained normally, but still felt significantly more relaxed. And this time, she once again felt her mind clouded. In her mind, she could see a blade. A skill so refined and complete as she had never seen before. With her body tired, and her mind exhausted, she allowed the technique to come closer to her. She felt, and internalized that image, with the intention of taking it for herself. In the midst of her trance, Nina noticed nothing else. Skyl was nearby as security. Red dragons had excellent senses. But in this world, there were as many mysterious powers as stars in the sky. Rotifers. Rotifers are microscopic aquatic animals very common in freshwater. Although they are almost invisible to the naked eye, they are complete organisms, with organs and simple internal systems. They are tiny, the largest among them would be around 0.08 millimeters. Small beings very similar to plankton, transparent and almost impossible to notice. And, because they have basically no adverse effect on practically any living being, they are imperceptible. Forget the common people of the six-faced world, even people with knowledge from another world like Rigor or Nanahoshi would not know what this small organism is, only a trained and specialized marine biologist might have some idea. But they existed in many freshwater locations. And in this specific waterfall, there were some of them. And there was indeed one being in this world who knew of the existence of such organisms, or rather, he had struggled to discover them, to cling to his life. This was the man-god. Among the hundreds and thousands of rotifers present there, at least dozens of them had been taken over and controlled by another equally strange organism. A dark blue, gelatinous organism. A slime with very specific powers. The Nether King Vita, the fifth world power. His Miko powers included the ability to read the memories of his enemies, foresee the future that could have happened, and mix them with his opponent's desires, plunging them into an endless illusion. But of course, something that extreme would alert the cautious beast god. In fact, any action of that kind would alert the beast god. If there were organisms like that clinging to Nina all over the place, they would be sensed immediately by Rigor, if Gino did not catch them first, of course. It was the strangeness and caution of the apocalypse beast that led Hidegami to devise such a random and specific strategy to gather information. In fact, Nina was not his first attempt to carry out this operation. He tried similar things with Ornthorn, with Taze, and even with Rydelia. Always with the greatest caution possible, so as not to be discovered. But the fact that he could not see the future of Rigor and Aisha frustrated his future sight every single time. Failure after failure. Fortunately, Nina was finally a success. He had a strong foundation. A moment of vulnerability from the girl. A place to return to. A fortunate coincidence. And, thankfully, zero interference from the problematic Rigor and Aisha. Hidegami could see the future that would happen if Rigor and Aisha were not involved. In other words, the plan would be an almost guaranteed success until they became involved. His future sight was that powerful. Nina adapted very well to the role. Every time she came, Vita would infiltrate her mind and manipulate her memories in a subtle and constant way, like a trance. To confuse her, Vita showed her memories of the martial techniques of the technique god Laplace, whom Vita also controlled. While Nina was distracted in her zone, Vita read her recent memories, updating himself on everything Nina might know about the beast god and his operations. Sometimes it was nothing much. It was not as if Nina were some kind of mastermind of the kingdom of Gaia. But the fact that she was in the trusted circle of the apocalypse beast was more than enough to extract critical information sometimes. Most importantly, however, was that she herself believed that nothing was wrong. If she somehow knew or suspected that she was a spy, she herself would give herself away, and even if she did not, Rigor would notice immediately. And Gino Brits as well. But, fortunately, whether because Hidegami had not taken any excessive action in recent years, much less acted on the information he possessed, or for some other reason, Nina continued being an almost perfect spy all this time. At least, until today. While Nina was immersed in her perfect trance, 2 women were watching from the side, hidden. One of them was Ghislaine, and her magic power eye was glowing green as she observed Nina analytically. Beside her, with her hand extended toward Nina, was Aisha. It was then that Ghislaine finally spoke. You were right. Without wasting any more time, Aisha activated the magic she had prepared for the occasion. A red light shone throughout Nina's body, spreading through the entire waterfall in an instant. Chapter 356, 356, Vita's Fragment. Nina regained her senses abruptly. And, when she did, she saw Ghislaine sitting in front of her, a few meters away. She was dressed casually, and the red blade of Hiramion rested on her lap as she stared at her expressionlessly. Nina was very confused at first, until she remembered what she had been doing not long ago, and said, "Huh. Ghislaine. What are you doing here?" She stood up, or at least tried to, but at that moment she felt a dull pain at the side of her head, and fell back down into a seated position. Ugh. She groaned in pain as she brought a hand to her head. Then she noticed something else. She was once again dressed in her training clothes, which implied that someone had dressed her at some point. Nina was already confused enough by the situation, and then Ghislaine hammered in the last nail. "I am watching over a potential spy of the kingdom. It has been pleasant because of the sound of the waterfall." Nina looked at her doubtfully. She felt a viscous liquid on her head, exactly where it hurt, and when she pulled her hand away, she realized there was blood. Some memories began to return at that moment. She had been at the waterfall, taking a bath after training, and then Aisha attacked her with magic. She vaguely remembered very strange memories in her mind. A white desert. A cave full of trolls. And mountains with dozens of red dragons. Those did not seem to be her memories. They mixed together in a chaotic and uncontrolled way, as if she were watching multiple screens at the same time. It was very strange. But she also noticed one detail. While she could see those memories, she also felt that her memories could also be seen. Nina was very perceptive when she needed to be. She quickly connected Ghislaine's words, Aisha's presence, her memories, spy of the kingdom. She murmured as she caressed her temple and tried to rationalize the situation. "I am the spy." A dull pain assaulted her mind again, and she made a pained expression but heard Ghislaine reply. "The one who will say that is Aisha. I am only here to watch." She switched her crossed leg and looked distractedly toward the waterfall nearby, then ran her hand through the lake that formed below it. Despite being on guard, she did not seem especially cautious. Of course, Nina knew she did not need to be. Ghislaine was a beast emperor. Nina knew from experience that anyone who had reached that level in the beast god style would have supernatural reaction and tracking abilities, and beyond that, she was a sword emperor, which gave her the best reaction speed, and the best execution weapon. Not that she was planning to run away, of course. Nina looked around, trying to understand more about her current situation. Even with her memories returning, she still did not understand some things. She saw that Aisha was outside, saying goodbye to someone. She focused to hear the conversation. "I'm sorry for not being more useful, Miss Aisha." "Don't worry about that, Jasmine, it was good enough, be careful on the way back." Nina recognized the girl as Jasmine, the memory Miko. After saying that, the blonde-haired girl left, while Aisha came bouncing back into the cave. She was wearing the long robe of Star Rise Academy, and headed toward Nina with a smile. "Oh. You're awake. How are you? I was in such a hurry that I even forgot to heal that on your head." Aisha approached and placed her hand on Nina's aching head, while Nina only looked on in silence, seeming to have a guilty expression. A green light shone, and the pain that had been there until then vanished as if it had never existed. Aisha then waved her hand and a stone bench rose up from the ground, until it became a comfortable chair. She looked at Ghislaine sitting on the stone, who shook her head no, and then looked at Nina, who had her head lowered and looked dejected. Aisha asked. Why are you making that face?" Nina looked up. Aisha was staring at her innocently, but Nina had lived with her long enough to see her eyes differently. Her eyes were staring at her very coldly, as if weighing her worth on a scale. It was somewhat intimidating to look at. But she still answered. "I am in trouble, aren't I?" Aisha seemed to realize that Nina was looking into her eyes, because her gaze changed in the very next instant. "Haha. Why do you think that? Everyone makes mistakes. Let's see what really happened. Well, what do you know about your situation?" Aisha was acting very casually, but Nina glanced toward Ghislaine, who was now observing her. It was clear that she was there to identify truths and lies. Nina sighed. She had no intention of lying at all, but knew that in her situation that would not be a very reliable thing to say. She began. "Well, from what I understood, this place seems to be some kind of trap, to gather information about rigor and the kingdom of Gaia." She looked toward the waterfall, and the memory of a tiny dark blue viscous being coming out through her eyes returned to her mind. She shivered before continuing. "And I was the person revealing that information, even though I didn't know it." Aisha nodded. "Well, I believe that was more or less it. We even captured the little guy. Is he familiar?" Aisha pulled a small blue flask from her robe. Inside it, there was a small blue slime, writhing and trying to find a way out. A strange feeling arose in Nina when she saw the source of her problems. She could barely believe she had been controlled by such an insignificant little being. Aisha had used a strange magic to force its expulsion from Nina's body, and she remembered the process well. It was what made the slime resist and cause internal damage in her head. Nina nodded, and Aisha put the flask away. Fortunately, you didn't know we were coming, so we managed to catch it by surprise. The main body cannot connect to or cut off contact with this little one while it is sealed with my barrier magic, so it is a victory at least. This will be very useful in the future. She looked at Ghislaine, and then back at Nina again. But we had some problems with it as well. Jasmine was unable to access the little slime's memories. I don't know if it is because of its singular race or some special ability it has, but she couldn't. Nina asked, a little nervously. Just one question, what exactly was that thing? And why was it in that waterfall in the middle of nowhere? Aisha looked at her doubtfully, then sighed. Well, that explains why you were caught so easily. You don't even know the abilities of one of your main opponents. This is Verdia, the Nether King. One of his abilities is dividing his body and parasitizing multiple targets at the same time. Didn't you read about Hitagami's apostles? I even made a booklet. Aisha was looking at Nina judgmentally, and Nina was embarrassed. I did read it, but it's been a while. They went so long without appearing that I thought it wouldn't be that important for now. Ghislaine, standing in the back, commented. Honestly, I thought the same. I probably would have been caught even more easily if I weren't married to Rigor. Aisha looked at the two women and shook her head. That is not the point right now. In any case, Nina, Jasmine couldn't read the memories of Verdia's fragment. I am not going to risk removing the magic seals to test it. He will be more useful alive, so you need to tell me everything you know about this. Did you see any strange or seemingly disconnected memory? Jasmine found nothing while looking through your memories, but Verdia is a singular case. It will be very useful if you remember something. Nina raised an eyebrow. She didn't see anything. Actually, I do have some strange memories, but I thought Jasmine had already seen everything. Aisha became excited, and Ghislaine seemed more interested. Aisha continued. Right, it must not be accessible in the usual way. In any case, remember as much as possible with accuracy, don't let anything slip by. Nina, who thought she was in a terrible situation, finally saw hope. By then, she had already understood more or less what had happened. Due to the fact that she had hidden this place and come here secretly, there was no way to measure how much information had leaked and the potential damage. That being the case, all they could do was hope for the best. But the fact was that, even if unconsciously, Nina had leaked information about the kingdom of Gaia. And potentially, she had even leaked information about Rigor's current whereabouts. The danger that represented could not even be measured. And, regardless of whether or not she had been controlled by the enemy, the fact was that Nina's actions caused the information to leak. The consequences of that information leaking were still yet to be seen, but Nina would bear a great share of the blame if things went wrong. Who could say what Hitagami could do knowing that Rigor had gone to the Dragon God's hole accompanied only by Eris? Or knowing that the kingdom no longer had his presence? Nina was grateful that Aisha was keeping the kingdom's latest operations secret from her. The fact that she knew nothing meant that Verdia could know nothing. Outside her knowledge, Aisha was also relieved to be hiding from Nina the fact that Gino had gone to be Garrett. That would be a great advantage if used well. Nina was only the third person Aisha investigated. In the first two, she did not find anything significant, until she finally found this place after asking Gino whether Nina had any secret. She put the pieces together and followed Nina after making up her mind, and was glad she had made that decision. Nina began to narrate all the memories she remembered. Many of them Aisha identified as having descriptions similar to what her subordinates had reported about the Everwhite Labyrinth. The memories were blurry, and there was only some relevant information every now and then, and they certainly were not complete at all, but they confirmed one thing for Aisha. Hitagami's apostles had some kind of base in the depths of the Everwhite Labyrinth. The most important piece of information, however, was none of that. The most important piece of information was memories of vast mountain ranges, with hundreds of red dragons. And an enormous crater stretching for kilometers. Aisha's expression darkened the moment she heard that. Until then, she had been beginning to plan how she could use the slime fragment to pass false information to the Nether King, but after hearing about that, she stood up in a hurry. Then she spoke to Nina one last time. Nina, we are in a complicated period for the kingdom, and we may need all the strength we have at our disposal. So I am granting you temporary amnesty until this turbulent period comes to an end. Nina's face lit up, but Aisha finished. But don't think this is forever. When Master returns, and when this is over, you will still have to face this one way or another. Gino will not be able to protect you from punishment, so make this amnesty count, and contribute as much as possible. Ghislaine stood up when she saw it was finished, and Aisha concluded. You'd better pray that nothing happens to Master. Nina. Chapter 357, 9 Flying Heavens. Meanwhile, in the enormous oasis of the Everwhite Labyrinth, another group of adventurers had arrived, traveling atop the common lizard monsters of the Bigarret Desert. However, this group was a little different from the others. It was made up of a mage with a red staff and a grey robe, Rudeus Greyrat, a swordsman with a yellowish robe and red eyes, Kalman III, a bald demon with a bandana on his forehead, carrying a white spear, Richard Superdia, and an elf with silver hair, one red eye and the other pink, Sylphiette Greyrat. They all wore robes to hide their appearances as much as possible, but the bustling oasis of the ever-white desert did not care about their arrival, much less recognize them. People arrived every day, by the dozens and hundreds. The flame and ambition for the resurrection stones kept growing rather than fading with time, drawing the attention even of distant kingdoms. A small group like this passed unnoticed by the majority. Of course, a true martial artist would probably notice that this group was a little outside the common rule of adventurers. The white-haired elf looked around curiously. Sylphiette was experiencing a vague sense of nostalgia toward the Begarid continent, with a smile on her face as she remembered her travels with Rudy and Vedette. After all, the teleportation incident was the moment when her entire life was turned upside down completely. Rudeus noticed this. He could not say that he shared the good feelings. That time had been quite miserable for him. But, looking back on it, it had been necessary. It was certainly nostalgic. Rudyard spoke at that moment. Rudeus, stay alert. Rudeus looked away from Sylphie and focused again, remembering their objective there. Kalman laughed. Hee hee, no wonder Grandma beat you all up. Rudeus felt a little embarrassed when he heard that. Indeed, the recruitment mission involving a Toffertov had gone from bad to worse very easily. Since the Iron Legion knew they were coming because of the tampered teleportation circle, they suffered a beautiful ambush, and only managed to get out of an even worse situation because Sandor was able to overpower the water god in time. Sylphie immediately snorted. At least he was doing something useful. Someone was relaxing in the Azura Palace while his father was being ambushed on the demon continent. Kalman was surprised at being attacked and shot back right away. Hey, someone has to stay in the palace and protect the queen, you know. Rudeus saw his chance and added. Right, but you said you did not want to go because you did not want to have to fight your grandma, so Lord Sandor went in your place, right? Kalman's face twisted into a grimace as he muttered. That is beside the point. Then he continued. Anyway. What are we doing in the middle of nowhere again? He made his attempt to change the subject. Rudeus merely laughed and spoke while observing and analyzing the oasis and its movement. We need to investigate this labyrinth, and its likely connection to the resurrection of the demon god Laplace. Kalman seemed to remember when it was said again. Ah. That's right. That was Orsted's suspicion regarding what he called the resurrection labyrinth. It seemed that, in some loops, around 60 years in the future, a particularly fanatical cult might or might not appear, whose great objective was the resurrection of the demon god Laplace. Of course, this only might happen in theory, because after many loops learning this, Orsted had already eliminated the essential people a long time ago. The Sun Treasure cult should never exist in this timeline. And Orsted made sure of that for a reason. Using the resurrection labyrinth, Laplace really could revive some years ahead of time, but he would revive in a very special way due to the peculiarities of the labyrinth. He was essentially immortal until the power of resurrection was exhausted. That made eliminating him and extracting the sacred treasure he carried extremely difficult, and it almost always led to its destruction. Because of that, Orsted always chose not to do it. In any case, there was another clear point of divergence that Orsted did not understand this time. In all loops, Laplace had never revived this early. Even when this labyrinth appeared, it was always 60 or more years in the future. Orsted made sure to try every possible way to make it happen much earlier, and of course, he tried to use the labyrinth to his advantage. All of his attempts failed. Because of that, he reinforced his belief that Laplace could never revive in this era. That was impossible in every way. And yet, with this labyrinth appearing here at this moment, a thorough investigation was necessary, because a half-immortal demon Laplace would be an impossible variable to control at this point. Although Orsted was still almost absolutely certain that Laplace could not be reborn in this era under any circumstances, they had still come to interfere with whatever other plans Hidegami might be plotting. And while Kalman did not seem especially interested in hearing about Laplace's resurrection, the super demon accompanying them changed his expression to a much darker one upon hearing Laplace's name. In fact, that was the only real reason Rudyard had joined them. And it was also the reason Rudeus contacted him in the first place. Rudyard had already fought against the demon god of magic. Although he had only played a brief role, his act of madness and vengeance was what ensured the hero's victory back then. He also seemed extremely interested in continuing his vengeance, so it had been very easy to bring him here. Sylphie spoke. But how are we going to do that? Are we simply going to enter the labyrinth and explore it the traditional way? When Rudeus was about to answer, he was interrupted by a suddenly serious Rudyard. Rudeus, several presences moving at extremely high speed ahead. Before he finished speaking, his spear was already in his hands, and Kalman had also instantly drawn his black sword. Rudeus activated his foresight eye without delay. Seeing a few seconds into the future, he immediately said, "Blend in with the adventurers, do not draw attention." At that very moment, everyone in the group, even Sylphie, rushed toward a caravan that was parked nearby. They had not even covered 10 meters before a huge explosion sounded in the distance. It was as if a meteor had struck the earth at some point in the oasis. Without pause, more sounds began to ring out, indicating a violent battle. The sounds of crashes, trees collapsing, and the ground being mercilessly torn apart showed that the people fighting were anything but ordinary. As soon as they blended in with the other adventurers, who did not even give them a second glance, completely focused on the crashes, Rudyard finally turned to truly observe the battle with his magic eye. And what he saw was both surprising and frightening. A hooded swordsman glided across the ground like lightning. His brown cloak fluttered under the pressure, yet somehow did not tear. Even so, it was not only the swordsman's abnormal speed that surprised Rudyard. It was that, in the middle of the movement, he suddenly turned around and, while still sliding across the ground, swung his sword 9 times in succession, without pause. At that exact moment, he heard a sinister voice reverberate everywhere. In fact, all of the adventurers heard it. 9 flying heavens. Right afterward, 9 blinding sword lights spread like a flash through the oasis, dyeing the skies in a bluish-white hue. The lights stretched like bolts everywhere, creating cracks in the earth hundreds of meters long while the forest of the beautiful oasis was torn to pieces, and the shockwave finished ravaging what was still intact. Rudyard watched everything with sweat falling from his forehead. The swordsman slid a few more meters, but did not move even a single centimeter more after he stopped sliding. Had he killed his pursuers? Rudyard thought that, if it were him, he would not be so worried either. Who could survive such an overwhelming technique? He himself would be split into pieces if he were targeted, with no resistance. The Superd's magic eye was a broad enhancement to every aspect of vision. Even if he could not keep up with or fight against Kalman III, he could see and understand his movements perfectly. He had tested that during the journey. Even if he was no match, he could see the ceiling and the limits of the current North God. But that strike surpassed his wildest imagination. After recovering from the shock, he finally looked at the swordsman. Brown hair. Short brown beard. A calm smile. He looked ordinary. But Rudyard spoke at the same instant. Gino Brits is here. It was obvious that he knew the description of the martial god. He was quite easy to mistake, but his skill with a blade could never be disguised. Rudeus and Kalman were shocked, and Sylphie became worried. She had a very vivid memory of facing the martial emperor, and was not even slightly interested in facing him now that he was the martial god. Kalman's shock quickly changed into a smile, but before he could say anything, Rudyard interrupted him. He is fighting someone, nobody leaves here. Kalman opened his mouth to complain, but soon closed it and frowned, looking displeased. Meanwhile, around them, the adventurers who did not know what was going on split into 2 sides. One immediately ran to see the battle and what it was about, and the others immediately ran away to avoid being implicated. Meanwhile, Rudyard, still observing with his magic eye, finally saw the martial god's opponents. A man walked casually beside one of the cracks created by the strike. He seemed to be laughing. He wore a dark blue robe, but his face was exposed. He was talking with Gino, and seemed very satisfied while resting his sword on his shoulder. Soon after, with another crash, a huge red ogre landed near them. He had a deep cut on his shoulder, and looked quite furious. And then, a man with a skull-like face appeared as well. He had a certain sickly look, and his posture seemed completely open to an attack. Rudyard almost thought he was a complete amateur, even with the blade in his hand, but became even more serious upon recognizing him. Both seemed to be talking with Gino. Rudyard took a deep breath before seriously narrating to his companions, hoping that Rudeus would not make any reckless decision. The martial god is currently in conflict with the ogre god Malta, the death god Randolph Marianne, and the former sword god Gal Farion. If the group had been shocked before by Gino's presence, now all 3 of them completely lost their composure. They had not even arrived yet, and they had already found several world powers in an all-out battle. Chapter 358, The Master's Misjudgment. Right after Gino managed to find his former master, Gal Farion, his mission became several times easier. Before that, he had to personally search for clues, observe the actions of adventurers, and listen to several useless conversations to get the information he wanted. It was a slow, exhausting, and extremely inefficient process. There was too much information circulating throughout the enormous oasis and the surroundings of the Everwhite Labyrinth, but the vast majority of it had no real value. Now, he had only one target. Even so, Gino remained extremely cautious, keeping what he considered a safe distance while still being able to investigate. Which, for him, a beast god, meant several hundred meters, and in open space, probably kilometers. And really, that was an excellent decision. In preparation for dealing with the beast god style, Gal Farion and Randolph had detection methods capable of bypassing most forms of concealment, no matter how complex they were. Rigger's philosophy of extreme caution greatly influenced Gino, so even though he considered himself superior in combat, he still did not lower his guard for even a single moment. And with that, he more or less achieved the objective of his mission. He discovered the great objective behind the ever-white labyrinth. Ironically, it was the same reason thousands of adventurers stormed the labyrinth every day, the most obvious reason. Resurrection. They wanted to revive a person who apparently would be very useful in some way to their plans. But no matter how actively he tried to overhear something about it, Gino still did not know much about who the person to be revived was. He only knew that this person had died many, many years ago, certainly hundreds of years, so long ago that the resurrection stone needed to revive him was almost inconceivable, or at least that was what Gall Farion said. Gino also confirmed his darkest theory about this labyrinth in the meantime. The deaths of the countless adventurers invading the labyrinth were, in fact, feeding a resurrection stone on the final floor. That sinister labyrinth was indeed capable of absorbing the life force of every being that died within it in order to generate a special stone that could only be born in the heart of the labyrinth. Gino also discovered, after a few days, that Hidegami's apostle's main base was on the final floor, hardly accessible to ordinary people. The final boss seemed to be dead, or under the apostle's control. Surprisingly, the treasure mage Kensai was a direct apostle of Hidegami. Now, you must be wondering, if everything was going so well, how did it get to the point where Gino was being relentlessly chased through the desert? After all, Gino never got close or lowered his guard. Well, more or less. Yeah, almost certainly. Because there was a single moment when Gino had not been so cautious. And that was when he found them for the first time, killing the immortal barbarian troll. The Nether King Vita was just as paranoid, if not even more so, than Gino. After being relentlessly hunted by the former death god Laxus, he was forced to be paranoid if he wanted to survive. Hidegami's advice that day was very simple: go to that place and get that item. Be careful of the troll that will be there. Right, where was the troll? It could be nearby, it could have wandered away, right? After all, it was a large labyrinth. Gino masked the troll's traces so perfectly that there was no way to even suspect it had been killed. Hidegami could see nothing about Gino thanks to the amulet, and because of that, he gave no further instructions. But out of sheer paranoia, Vita began parasitizing some trolls. That was dangerous, since controlling the technique god severely limited his movements, but he still did it. He found nothing for several days. But at a certain moment, luck smiled upon the Nether King. Gino, simply wandering through the labyrinth, found a troll and, as usual, killed it with the 9 flying heavens. Yes. Until he saw a dark blue slime coming out of the huge troll's eyes. Looking at the 9 devastating cuts Gino had made, Gall Farion whistled in praise as he walked toward him. You've improved a lot, brat. Was it Rigger who taught you that move? He observed one of the deep fissures as he walked beside it. Gino smiled calmly and lowered the tip of his blade, Storm Tremor, toward the collapsing ground. And said, that was one I created myself. You could say this is my signature technique. He watched as the enormous fierce ogre arrived. The ground trembled when he landed, staring at Gino as if he wanted to swallow him alive. A huge laceration across his torso was bleeding profusely. That was the result of attacking Gino, a water god, just like that. Malta learned the hard way how dangerous a counterattack was. And soon, Randolph, or rather, Vita, also appeared, slowly walking with his sword in hand. His stance looked completely unprepared, but the more Gino sensed that ease, the more he doubted his own perception. The famous sword of bewitching of the death god. Gall Farion laughed and said, so you created it, huh? Impressive, worthy of the title of martial god, no. Ha ha ha. What do you think? Gall Farion's tone was clearly mocking. In his view, mastering all styles did not make someone truly powerful. Gino's smile deepened as he confirmed. Yes, actually I do think I'm worthy. Gall Farion stopped smiling and said, oh, please, brat, you still can't even react to my sword. I'll praise you for reaching such a level. Probably if it were me years ago, I'd lose to you, but that's exactly the point. If you had truly focused, you probably would have surpassed me. Gall Farion pointed his sword at the wound on Gino's neck. Although superficial, it was a small proof. He had still surpassed Gino in speed. His training with the technique god had not been in vain. But, to his surprise, Gino did not seem very concerned. Vita said while looking at Gall. Is there any point to this conversation? TCH. What fun is there in simply killing him? This is a reunion between master and disciple here. Have some sensitivity. The ogre god Malta snorted impatiently. He seemed to agree with Vita. Well, it is interesting that they have another method besides magic to conceal divine vision. Vita analyzed Gino from head to toe with interest, but Gall Farion laughed. Ha! At this point, what can't hide from that? I really keep hearing more and more about some new method to conceal this so-called divine vision. How divine can that even be? Gino replied. I have to agree with that, it doesn't seem that special from the outside. He looked at Galfarion and added. But I have to say, Master, I didn't expect you to have evolved so much in these past few years either. Galfarion looked at him with interest. The first curious onlookers were approaching and watched the confrontation in silence, waiting to understand what it was about. Galfarion laughed loudly. Ha ha ha. My own disciple is underestimating me. At that moment, the huge red ogre spoke for the first time, with a guttural voice. Enough talking. Galfarion looked at him with scorn. Are you eager to be cut in half, Malta? Ha 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 ha. Even as he said that, his battle aura suddenly flowed, moving windpipe, his sword, at a superhuman speed. At the same time, the entire battlefield moved. Gino suddenly disappeared, at the same time as Galfarion. In the next instant, halfway between them, their blades, windpipe and storm tremor, clashed with a resounding ring. The ground around them cracked in every direction like a spiderweb, trembling from the collision of two god-level swordsmen. In the first exchange between them inside the labyrinth, Galfarion had been faster than Gino, managing to wound him on the neck. But this time, he was surprised to see that Gino was clearly faster than him, and by a wide margin. And he was even more surprised when he noticed a warm sensation on his neck, while a thin line of blood ran from a shallow cut. In the exact same place where he had wounded Gino before. When he looked at Gino's face, he could see a smile. Only one thought crossed his mind in that fraction of a second. He had been holding back before. Galfarion had no time to process that information, because the ogre appeared at Gino's flank, delivering a powerful punch capable of crushing mountains. At the same time, Gino's senses covered the battlefield, and he clearly felt a follow-up attack from Randolph. He vanished from his position, dodging both attacks like a lingering flash, and once again focused on his most familiar technique. And then, he swung his sword, using the technique that consolidated his title as martial god. 9 flying heavens. The 3 attackers, upon seeing the 9 flashes, scattered like flies. And once again, the oasis was mercilessly sliced into pieces under that unstoppable power. The adventurers around them ran like cockroaches, screaming as they saw the ground being torn apart before them. Who is that monster? Run! All kinds of voices rang out. But this time, Galfarion responded in kind. Supreme light. Overlapping the desperate voices, and the 9 devastating lights for a moment, a single silver light cut diagonally toward the source of the silver lights. For a moment, all sound disappeared. And then, the oasis of the ever-white desert was cut in half. A violent shockwave swept through the desert as a consequence of the strike, throwing the already dazed adventurers nearby like rag dolls. And right behind the enormous fissure that split the oasis in two, stood Galfarion. The technique Supreme Light was the personification of all his training over the past 5 years, the pinnacle of power, speed, and might, all imbued into a single strike. Its extremely destructive and lethal result made Galfarion name it Supreme Light, as a symbol of surpassing the longsword of light. He was smiling, observing the scene before him. But then, an appreciative whistle sounded. Sitting on one of the few intact trees, Gino observed the consequence of the strike. It's a beautiful technique, truly. It's very similar to Eris's ultimate technique. He jumped down from the branch and looked at Galfarion. And, suspiciously, assumed the exact same stance Galfarion had taken moments earlier. Galfarion, who was somewhat uneasy at how easily his strike had been avoided, called out. "What are you doing, brat? If you want to learn it, I can teach you." At that moment, he felt a chill run down his spine. He could not see the Tuki, but he could see Gino's muscles and nerves contracting in an extremely familiar way. After all, that was the form he had trained the most for years. How could he not recognize it? At that moment, a voice sounded beside him. Absolute empty eye. In the distance, Randolph's red eye glowed, and a red barrier began to form in front of Galfarion. At that exact moment, before Gal could complain, Gino's voice sounded amused. How did it go again? He paused, and saw the barrier forming, but did not care, and spoke loudly enough for Galfarion to hear. Supreme Light. He swung his blade. At that fateful moment, Galfarion understood what a true genius was. News of the battle spread across the Begarit continent like fire through dry straw. For monstrous warriors had engaged in a chaotic battle at the oasis of the Everwhite Desert. Although the lone swordsman was superior to all 3 of the others, he was not able to win a fight at a disadvantage, and in the end retreated. The reasons were unknown, but everyone seemed to naturally accept that it had been a clash over an extremely powerful resurrection stone. Chapter 359, The Labyrinth Hunt. The oldest labyrinth in the world, Dragon God's Hole. Floor 1544. This floor was marked by a very specific set of characteristics. In fact, it belonged to an ecosystem that had been repeating itself ever since floor 1201. From floor 601 to 1200, the labyrinth's environment had been entirely aquatic and maritime in theme. This new one was made up of vast floating islands suspended beneath an endless blue sky. White clouds, scattered far apart, were everywhere as well, sometimes drifting at the same level as the islands, creating a scene that was strange and, honestly, very beautiful. The islands themselves varied, but the ones on this floor were heavily covered in trees with red leaves. Even so, the terrain was rugged, and rivers of golden yellow sand flowed everywhere, even through the air, completely disregarding the most basic laws of physics. There was something serene about it all. The islands gave off a sense of wholeness and tranquility, with red leaves constantly drifting through the air, as though the place existed in a balance all its own, isolated from the rest of the world. Unfortunately, a large part of that breathtaking scenery was infested with terrible, monstrous creatures. They were beings similar to harpies, but each one was around 10 meters tall, covered in green and red scales. Every one of those creatures was a monstrous hunter. Ordinary strikes, even from an extremely high-level warrior, could not even pierce their scales, much less wound them fatally. Even so, at that moment, several harpies were flying and racing through the trees at astonishing speeds, letting out grotesque screeches as they tore through everything in their path to catch their target. Gruak. Hawkachwak. Their pursuit was driven by an inexhaustible thirst for blood. Meanwhile, Eris was running even faster than the monsters. Her movements, just like the harpies, warped the terrain around her. She moved through the forest with agile precision, weaving, leaping, and tearing through the space between the trees with pure speed, her ponytail streaming behind her. Then, for a brief moment, her four-side eye glowed. Eris smiled. In the next instant, she finally turned and skidded across the ground, leaving behind two deep furrows as she assumed the draw stance of the sword god style. Her cape and hair whipped violently from the momentum she had built up, and the moment she stopped running, the harpy beasts screeched madly and hurled themselves toward her in a savage, bloodthirsty rush. Eris took a deep breath. She was not running because she was in danger. She had been running to find the right angle. She wanted to kill every single one of those harpies in a single strike. So she remained where she was, motionless, as more than 20 harpy monsters came at her from every direction, competing to see which one would tear her apart first. 20 meters. 10 meters. 5 meters. Meanwhile, a faint crimson glow emerged from the sheathed blade of the sword god. The air trembled beneath the buildup of mana. And then, opening her eyes, she unleashed her strike. A strike that, if Galfarion were to see it, he would find very similar to one of his own. And yet, at the same time, profoundly different. Crimson heavenly rupture. She swung her blade in an instant. At that moment, sound disappeared for a brief second. And then, a massive crescent swept away everything in front of the red lioness in a single motion, leaving no chance to react. The forest was split horizontally in two, the upper half blown away as though a storm had ripped it from the earth. And, naturally, the roughly 20 harpy beasts were cut cleanly in half with masterful precision. Their tough scales meant nothing before Eris. Strange organs, flesh, and bone were all severed in a single motion, while pieces of the creature's body slammed into the devastated forest, scattering the aftermath of the attack everywhere. All dead at the same time. Of course they were. After all, Eris had calculated the exact moment when all of them would be cut down by a single attack, using the foresight demon eye. A moment later, Eris took a deep breath and, completely ignoring the large-scale destruction she had caused, sheathed her blade and skipped back to where Rigor was. That little execution had not taken more than 3 minutes. Even with her hair tied back, Eris still found herself in awe when she looked at the enormous archipelago of floating islands around her. Even after so many floors, that kind of sight still managed to catch her attention. Soon enough, however, she found Rigor. He was standing before a huge mural, trying to solve the riddle of that floor. But when Eris approached, she was surprised to see that the bridge to the next floor was already visible. Even so, Rigor seemed distracted, staring at the magic word in his hand. Did something happen out there? She asked, a trace of doubt in her voice. Rigor seemed distracted, but he still answered. His brows were furrowed. Something did happen, we're going to have to speed up even more. Ah. Was it really that serious? Concern appeared on Eris's face immediately. Her greatest fear in following Rigor on this descent into the labyrinth was leaving the rest of the family unprotected. Even if she did not show it too openly, she cared deeply about her family. Rigor reassured her. For now, nothing outside. But we may have problems in here. He looked upward. They were always descending through the floors, but each one was isolated. The severe spatial barriers prevented Rigor from using his supernatural senses to observe the full extent of the labyrinth. Even so, he had a bad feeling. Before Eris could ask more, Rigor summed it up. In short, Hidegami is planning something big in Bigarret, and Nina was being used by Vita as a spy without even knowing it. I'd love to believe otherwise, but I have a feeling our location may already have leaked. Eris's eyes widened. What? Wait, Nina. How did that happen? Does that mean? Rigor cut her off. He took Eris by the chin and squeezed her cheeks with one hand, drawing an immediate blush from her along with an irritated glare. Then he spoke calmly, smiling. Don't worry. Eris. His smile deepened slightly as he put away the communication device. There's good news and bad news. Apparently, the apostles aren't targeting the kingdom of Gaia, even though they know we're not there. The bad news is that they're probably targeting us instead. We'll have company soon. When Rigor stopped squeezing her cheeks, Eris still looked worried. Is that really okay? Rigor sat down on a rock and answered honestly. Of course not. I'm confident I can defeat all of Hidegami's apostles individually, but the outcome of a fight at a disadvantage is uncertain, even with Skullbinder and Doomsday. He looked toward the entrance to the next floor. But we still have the advantage in time. As long as we can conquer this labyrinth before they catch up to us, we win. If they catch us first, then I'll have to figure something out. It'll work out somehow, I'm sure of it. Eris fell silent when she heard that. Rigor did not even need to explain. She knew perfectly well that if Hidegami's apostles were exploring that labyrinth, they would probably be faster than the two of them for two reasons. The first, and most important, was that Hidegami could simply whisper all the answers and riddles of each floor to them. The second was that the monsters on each floor did not respawn instantly. Some of the more troublesome monsters Rigor and Eris had faced would not even still be in their pursuers' way, because they were still dead. But then Rigor smiled. Even so, Hidegami is mobilizing on a massive scale. If he's coming this far, then this was a huge gamble. That's also a good sign. It means this is his last meaningful move. He's been pushed to the absolute brink. For him, right now, it's success or death. Come on, Eris. Let's conquer this labyrinth. From here on out, things are going to get pretty turbulent. Rigor stood up. And Eris, without hesitation, followed him toward the next floor. A few days before those events, in front of the entrance to the enormous dragon god's whole labyrinth, a six-armed immortal demon and a white-haired man with dragon wings stood there, gazing at the vast dark crater. Behind the two figures lay hundreds of dead red dragons. The overwhelming majority of them had been killed in a single blow. A lethal stab or slash. The result left across the battlefield was the clearest possible proof of the attacker's martial skill. Badigati looked at the crater and laughed loudly. Bwahahaha. What a bunch of lunatics. They really jumped in there. That's kind of terrifying. His companion, Technique God Laplace, remained serious and expressionless. The iris that should normally have been golden had a touch of darkness within it as he replied without changing expression. I can't disagree with that. I've been to the bottom of the Inferno labyrinth before, but standing before this place, I feel as though I'm throwing myself into the jaws of a beast. It doesn't make much sense. Of course, this was actually Vita. The original Laplace was far more spirited and curious than that. Badigati turned serious for a moment, considering Vita's words. Just as Aisha and Rigor had predicted, their course of action had already leaked to Hidegami. The moment that was discovered, Hidegami had two choices. The first was to invade and completely weaken the kingdom of Gaia, potentially destroying it. The second was to seize the opportunity while Rigor was alone and cornered, and kill him once and for all. There was no conventional way to leave that labyrinth. Not even by teleportation. The only way out was to conquer it. That meant this was a unique opportunity. An opportunity they had not had in the last 5 years. A chance to finally kill the greatest thorn lodged in the Mangod's side. Of course, this directly conflicted with their plans in Bigarret. Driven mad with rage at having yet another plan interrupted, Hidegami cursed Rigor's powerful destiny and instincts. But with Gisa's counsel, Hidegami finally made a firm decision. As long as Rigor Adoldia died, half of Hidegami's problems would disappear. In fact, potentially as much as 60 or 70%. Hidegami's desire to see the apocalypse beast with its head on a spike outweighed everything else. After that, there would still be obstacles, but the main source of instability would be gone. That was why, even though it left his position in Bigarret vulnerable, he still mobilized his two strongest fighters to eliminate Rigor once and for all, without hesitation. Badigati spoke again, and his thunderous laughter returned in full force. Bwahahaha. Then let's get going. Rigor might actually kill me this time. It's been many years since I've had a fight this exciting. Let's go. At the same moment, Badigati did not hesitate for even another second. He walked over to the golden armor that was resting nearby. And the instant he touched it, the armor adjusted itself completely to his body, as though it had always belonged to him. The fighter god appeared in the world once more. A mysterious golden aura constantly emanated from his body, covering his figure completely. Vita, in Laplace's body, grew even more serious as he took a long silver spear into his right hand. Without saying another word, he leapt toward the crater, still expressionless. Badigadi, still laughing heartily, leapt high right after him. And so, two more formidable warriors were willingly swallowed by the enormous entity that had been there for tens of thousands of years. As he descended, Vita reviewed the information Hidegami had given him about the labyrinth. The moment they entered, they would see the first world, the beast world. From the first floor to the 600th, wild environments would be everywhere. And so on after that. The sea world, with aquatic environments. The celestial world, with aerial environments. The demon world, with rotting environments. And finally, the dragon world. With a truly unique ecosystem. Each of them occupied 600 floors, for a total of 3,000. And at the end of each world, there would be a final boss representing that world's fallen god. The first 3 worlds would be relatively simple. But from the 4th world onward, the demon world, the difficulty would be lethal even for Laplace's body. And the dragon world. Vita shuddered just thinking about the exact descriptions of the final boss of the dragon god's whole labyrinth. Even as a slime, unable to fully understand the human emotions behind such a decision, he deeply admired Rigor Adoldia's courage in choosing to face such a monstrosity alone. Either he was a lunatic. Or he was simply audacious to the extreme. Pushing aside distracting thoughts, the two of them finally vanished into the darkness. Badigadi's booming laughter gradually faded, echoing deeper and deeper until it was lost in the center of the world. Chapter 360, The Call to War. POV, Aisha Grey Rat. I feel like I have worries that really don't suit someone my age. Could that make me age faster? Ah, who am I trying to fool? It's always been like this. Even so, as I read the report Killian had sent regarding the investigation into Dragon God's Hole, I couldn't help thinking about the other paths I could have taken in life. Maybe I could have become a magical scientist. With my talent for magic, I would definitely have made plenty of contributions to the kingdom. I'm very good at inventing spells. If I had seriously dedicated myself to that, I could have revolutionized the entire industry. Let's see. I also could have become an excellent swordswoman. Or even just a strategist. I feel like Rigor wouldn't have minded much, as long as I wasn't sitting around doing nothing. Right. So how did I end up as the acting commander of the kingdom in his absence? That was far too much responsibility. Ahem. I cleared my throat, masking my indecision in front of Ghislaine, who was seated across from me. We were in my office at Star Rise Academy, which was very tastefully decorated, I might add. There were plants all over the room that I had cultivated myself, along with several certificates from different countries recognizing the Academy's legitimacy. It was a pleasant space. Organized, beautiful. I liked that. I leaned back in my chair, adopting a thoughtful posture rather than a worried one. Master Rigor always said that a leader may doubt herself, but must never let her subordinates doubt her. So I asked in a natural tone. How did things go at the sanctuary? Ghislaine replied in the same serious tone as always. It was as you suspected. Most of the teleportation circles leading to Bigarret have been systematically destroyed. Gino couldn't return through them, so he's finishing the journey across the seas on foot, though that hasn't been much of a problem for him. She paused briefly, reflecting before continuing. But if you want a large-scale military deployment toward Bigarret, the Dragon Knights division is the only real option. Unless we can create new teleportation circles quickly. I sighed inwardly at the confirmation and lowered my eyes back to Killian's report. It was a little irritating to always assume the worst and be right about everything. The report basically confirmed another of my greatest concerns. There were clear traces of both the fighter god and the technique god in the area surrounding the labyrinth. That confirmed their target was Master Rigor. Killian was one of the best trackers in the world, but it also helped that neither of the two was actively trying to hide. Either way, Rigor and Eris would have to rely on no one but themselves if they wanted to make it out of Dragon God's Hole alive. I started tapping my finger against the armrest as I thought. More and more, the idea of blowing up the ever-white oasis entirely was starting to sound like a good one. If I could have blown up the labyrinth itself, I definitely would have. I looked at Ghislaine and suddenly found myself curious about what she thought of all this. Ghislaine, do you understand the situation we're in? I'd like to hear what you think. As I spoke, I rested my elbows on the desk and looked straight into her two colored eyes, one red and one green. Ghislaine remained expressionless, but her ears twitched and her tail began to sway in an adorably obvious way. I smiled faintly as I recognized the pattern she always repeated when she was actually thinking seriously. Without taking long, she answered. Not very well, actually. If you can summarize it, I can give you my opinion. I started organizing everything in my head, then said. Basically, right now we have a major advantage in both information and available combat strength. Master Rigger and Eris are in the most immediate danger, so our top priority is to keep someone powerful stationed outside the labyrinth to provide support the moment they come out. But even aside from that, we know the location, numbers, and overall strength of Hidegami's apostles in Bigaret. Ghislaine didn't interrupt me, so I continued. We also know the Dragon God's faction is there. Gino confirmed their presence in his report. North God Kalman III and the Magic God are in Bigaret, which shows the Dragon God's interest in this whole situation, especially now that they're aware of what's been happening there to a certain extent. I steepled my fingers in front of my face for a moment, organizing the rest before continuing. Even with all that, the only field where we're at a severe disadvantage is inside the labyrinth. And that's a field where we can't interfere anyway. Out here, we have the military advantage, the intelligence advantage, the mobility advantage, and the initiative. We know Hidegami's true location and objectives, and we can interfere. I paused briefly, then went straight to the main point. The only two unstable factors are the Dragon God and the target Hidegami wants to revive. Orsted is the obvious one. Without Rigger, Laplace, and Batigati on the field, he can change the entire board whenever he wants. I'm relying on the fact that he doesn't have enough mana to go around throwing his weight everywhere. I kept tapping my index finger against the armrest as I reflected. My greatest concern is the uncertainty surrounding the target of Hidegami's resurrection. According to Master's future guide, reviving Demon God Laplace right now is practically impossible. Honestly, I'd rather it be him than this mysterious unknown hanging over everything, but not everything can be perfect. I looked back down at the report on the desk. Gino uncovered most of the operation during this short investigation. There are still plenty of nuances, of course. For example, Treasure Mage Kensai's faction has expanded on a large scale in Bigaret over the last few years. They're a considerable army. Considering he likely had Hidegami's help in putting it together, that could make the situation worse. There are also internal unstable factors, though unlikely ones. Nina's case proved that Hidegami can't infiltrate our troops through conventional means without being caught. And of course, there are political factors involving the Azura Kingdom, Chaosbreaker Fortress, and the Magic Triumvirate. Then I looked back at Ghislaine. That's the most concise summary I could manage. I hope I didn't rush through the information too much. Honestly, I had already made my decision. At that moment, I just wanted someone to agree with me. What? Ghislaine wasn't the best person to ask for strategic military advice. On the contrary. If even someone with a relatively simple mind like Ghislaine arrived at the same conclusion I had, then that would confirm to my indecisive brain that I was simply overthinking things. With that in mind, I looked at Ghislaine expectantly. Then I noticed that she looked a little confused. And even slightly suspicious. Probably because my expectation was far too obvious. After a sigh, I could see that she was seriously thinking everything over. So I waited patiently. After nearly a full minute of thought, Ghislaine finally spoke. Even if this situation could easily escalate into a battle beyond our control, I believe we're more than ready to face whatever comes. After all, this is exactly what we've been training for all this time. Even if I'm a little biased, I believe we should invade Bigaret and completely eliminate Hidegami's apostles. I smiled when I heard that. I see. I said it more quietly than I intended, but I was already satisfied enough with the answer. Then I stood up. Ghislaine rose at the same time. I took a deep breath and gathered the most serious voice I could manage. I'm going to write a mobilization order and personally lead the march toward the labyrinth. Tell Taze to mobilize the Iron Legion and gather the kingdom's main warriors. We're going to war. The moment I finished saying that, I couldn't help but feel a shiver run down my spine. Ghislaine smiled and replied. Understood, Commander. The next instant, she vanished with wild dash. I was left alone in the office for a moment. I took another deep breath. It would not be the first battle I had taken part in. Nor the first one I would be leading. But it would be the first that could truly decide the fate of the entire kingdom. I noticed a faint tremor in my hand and unconsciously grabbed it. I was trembling with excitement. Why was I so excited? I looked at the mirror and only then realized that I was wearing a wide grin. Since when had that been there? Had I been smiling when I said we were going to war? How terrifying. But yes. Exciting. Still smiling, I walked over to the window and picked up my headmistress's cloak, which was hanging beside it. Whistling loudly, I immediately called out. Helios. Then I leapt out the window of Star Rise Academy's tower. A mighty roar reverberated through the pavilions as I fell straight onto the neck of my faithful companion, already in full flight. Ha! Why is this so much cooler than usual? Meanwhile, at an especially beautiful waterfall in the Great Forest, at least 20 children were happily playing and squabbling in the water. On the riverbank, Verdia and Celine were talking while seated at a table created with earth magic. Verdia had her loose golden hair flowing freely, and her blue eyes and smile were still the same as they had been 30 years ago, one of the perks of being a long-lived elf. Celine, on the other hand, looked a little more mature than she had years ago. By that point, she was already over 50, and yet she still maintained a very youthful appearance. Among the children, as usual, Perseus and Aurora were in the middle of a serious contest, competing to see who could stay underwater longer. Aurora was very clearly cheating by using her magic to gather oxygen. Her use of magic was so natural that Verdia would never have believed it if she hadn't been watching that absurdity since the day Aurora was born. Perseus, unaware of any of it, was relying purely on his abnormal physical endurance to win fairly, not knowing he had been doomed to fail from the start. It had already been going on for more than 10 minutes. Meanwhile, most of the other children were playing with Leo, the sacred beast. Without their two tiny tyrant leaders nearby, they didn't have as many complaints about each other. Of course, there were still some things here and there, but overall everything was considerably calmer. Celine and Verdia continued chatting casually about the past. They even reminisced about when Rigor was little, and the absurd things he used to do from a very young age. Then Verdia's communicator suddenly rang. She checked it quickly. Her expression grew more serious as she read. Celine fell silent the moment she noticed. After finishing, Verdia thought for a moment. Then she turned to say goodbye to Celine. Next, she called gently. Diana, Aurora, and Nell, can you come here for a moment? At her call, Diana, who had been lying in the grass staring up at the sky, glanced over and got to her feet with a lazy sigh, wearing the same dead fish look Verdia found absolutely adorable. Verdia let out a small laugh. Aurora made a face and abruptly teleported over to her mother. She was still in her swimsuit, and her green hair was dripping with water. Her puffed-up cheeks made it perfectly clear that she was unhappy about losing. Nell, Nina's son, was the most normal of the three and came over right away. Verdia spoke as she stood, looking mainly at Aurora and Diana. Mommy has something urgent to take care of. Uncle Ornthorn is coming to watch you, so behave yourselves and take care of your siblings. He should be here any moment now, okay? No fighting. She looked specifically at Aurora when she said that. The two girls nodded, but Aurora immediately asked. Where are you going, Mom? Verdia smiled gently. I'm just going to take care of a few things in the desert, nothing too important. Then she looked at Nell and added. Nell, please help look after the others. Don't let Diana fall asleep, and don't let Aurora do anything reckless. Nell nodded seriously when he heard that, more seriously than he really needed to. As she said this, Verdia looked over at Leo, who was playing with the children, and the sacred beast looked back at her. After giving him a meaningful look, Verdia turned her eyes toward the surrounding trees, where Skoll was hidden, watching for any possible opponent. Then the spiritual eye shone as Verdia recited. Arian. At that very instant, a figure that seemed to be made of brilliant green light appeared together with a powerful gust of wind, enveloping Verdia at once. She turned, and while floating in the air, waved to her children. Mommy will be back soon, kids. Behave yourselves. And then, borne by the mysterious power of the summoned spirit, she shot into the sky. Chapter 361, Edge. POV, Aisha Grey Rat. Why do I feel like this war mobilization is going too smoothly? I mean, there should be some difficulties, right? Maybe internal opposition. Maybe troop dissatisfaction. Maybe some logistical problem appearing out of nowhere. Something. Instead, my current problem was that there were too many volunteers. A lot of them. Of course there were volunteers. As soon as Taze announced a war mobilization, everyone wanted to show their worth and loyalty. Maybe that was due to the meteoric rise of the kingdom of Gaia overall. Many of them wanted to jump on the bandwagon, seize the opportunity to become part of something grand. Some were simply loyal. Others wanted to prove something to their families and friends. And others just had a particularly sharp suicidal instinct. As Helios drew closer and closer to the upper courtyard of the Iron Legion headquarters, I could see the enormous numbers gathered. Even looking from above, it was already possible to notice the excess. It was a lot of people. Well, at least the problem was not a lack of willingness. Anyway, as soon as Helios landed, I jumped toward the courtyard and continued toward the meeting hall without wasting time looking around. Taze was already waiting for me with 2 stacks of paper in hand. Ghislaine stood beside him, watching me closely. She said nothing right away. She only followed me with her eyes as I approached the main table. How many came in the end? I asked. Taze handed me the first list. Well, you only asked for elites, but honestly, that's kind of broad. I took the list, tapped the edge against the table to align it, and started scanning the names. Veterans of other wars. Experienced mages capable of using chantless magic. Dragon knights. Saint-level swordsmen. Several Iron Legion warriors with different specializations. I looked at Taze suspiciously. These are the elites. There's no way you couldn't narrow it down more than this. Taze gave a short smile, one that mixed exhaustion with a trace of satisfaction. It seems even you underestimated the kingdom. What did you expect? It's been years of training and battles, and you just announced a great source of merit in Begarit. A lot of people are going to want to go. Wanting to go is not a selection criterion. I kept reading, separating them into 3 piles. Ghislaine glanced over my shoulder for a moment, her tail swaying curiously. I had already decided on the way here that I would not take more than 300, and that was already me being a little generous. Begarit would not be a safe battlefield. There would be monsters capable of destroying cities while fighting each other, Hidegami's apostles prepared, people from the Dragon God faction involved to a certain extent, and a resurrection ritual in the middle of all that. If I filled the operation with too many ordinary soldiers, not only would it take longer, it would also draw more attention than necessary. Without taking my eyes off the list, I said. The vanguard will consist of no more than 300. Taze let out a tired sigh. I figured you would say that. Ghislaine pulled out a chair and sat beside the table. Do you already know which of the 12 kings are going with you and which are staying? More or less. But yes, for the most part. I separated a few more names, reviewed the main pile twice, removed 3, put 1 back, and only then handed Taze a final list. He pulled the sheet closer and checked it quickly. 290 for the vanguard. I nodded. Taze then picked up another report from the table and continued. The first mounts are already being prepared. If we keep it to just this number, we leave before dawn. I nodded without thinking much about it. At least that was working as it should. Ghislaine asked. How are you going to divide the troops? I set the papers down and looked at the map. The vast deserts of Begarit were spread across the table, with specially marked locations such as the Everwhite Oasis, travel routes, and more populated areas. 3 main functions, I said. The vanguard will be the spearhead. But we also need a support line capable of continuing to operate independently. And the rest will organize the evacuation of Begarit's populated regions by sea. Taze raised an eyebrow. Evacuate a continent? I smiled ironically. Have you seen what Master's fights are like? Actually, even without him, there are other monsters who can make this war escalate out of proportion. It's better to be ready, starting immediately. Taze lifted his eyes. So soon? That's going to scare a lot of people. I rolled my eyes. Scaring them now is better than burning the corpses afterward, don't you think? Taze looked at me for a moment before letting out a sigh. As you wish. At that moment, a wind suddenly blew inside the room, stirring the lighter papers and making the flames of the magic lanterns tilt. An instant later, Verdia entered the room humming cheerfully. She looked around, greeted everyone with a light wave, and then turned to me. Hello, everyone. A Tofratov is on the way, Aisha. Well, at least everything went well over there, I thought. Any unforeseen issues along the way? I asked. Verdia seemed to hesitate for a moment and then sat down, tossing her hair to the side. Well, that depends on what you consider an unforeseen issue. It just so happens that Atoph is excessively excited for war. She's coming expecting a great battle. She's always been like that, but it might be a destabilizing factor for you, I'm not entirely sure. I looked at her. Verdia had met Atoph during the Laplace War, 400 years ago. For her to point that out specifically, it had to be relevant. I replied. I'll keep that in mind, maybe leave her with someone who can keep her under control. She was only one of the people Verdia had alerted and mobilized. Her versatility with her spirits was immense, especially Arian, who had already been nicknamed Sky Traveler by those who saw him. With him, Verdia could fly and travel as fast as the wind. The same was true for some of the other spirits, each of them had a specialty. For example, while Arian could manipulate winds and hurricanes, the spirit Gaia could manipulate large quantities of earth or rock in a malleable way, creating and undoing large structures or even mountains given enough time, which made her an important logistical asset. And Nixie, the water spirit, could calm storms and manipulate ocean waves, which greatly helped the kingdom's naval fleets. Of course, there were also spirits more geared toward combat, such as Ifrit, who could manipulate and create flames on a large scale, in addition to being able to transform into fire. All of that made Verdia an important strategic asset, as well as a powerful battle mage. It was with these summoned spirits that Verdia managed to rise so much in the rankings of the 12 kings, even while being almost a pure mage. Of course, I had my own summoned spirits. But they were still trump cards I intended to keep hidden for the time being. I turned my gaze back to the papers scattered across the table, scanning each of them one more time. This time, everything seemed to be fitting together very well. Maybe that only made me more suspicious. Right, we have practically everything in order, any word from Master? I asked. Ghislaine replied. He said that he and Eris were advancing as fast as possible. They're facing some demon monsters at the moment, but there shouldn't be any major problems. Taze shrugged. Well, it's Rigger. He'll come out alive somehow in some crazy way no matter what. Actually, from a certain point of view, it's better that they went after Rigger and not us. I could see Taze shiver slightly right after saying that, probably imagining what it would be like to withstand the combined assault of the fighting god and the technique god. Well, I couldn't say he was wrong. It would be an especially bad situation. Even considering everything else, there were only a few capable of offering real resistance. And, at least as far as I knew, I was the only one on our side with enough firepower to truly kill any of them. And that did not mean I could defeat them in combat. In fact, I was not confident about that at all. So I answered, looking at the map of Bigarret again. You may be right, but we still need to stop Hidegami's plans in Bigarret. Whoever Hidegami is planning to revive is probably strong enough to change the game. If not, he wouldn't be dedicating so much effort to it. Our priority is to prevent the emergence of another variable and eliminate all of Hidegami's apostles. As long as they're dead, Hidegami has lost his fangs and claws. Verdia, Ghislaine, and Taze fell silent. The three of them looked equally determined, each in their own way. Then, after a small smile, Ghislaine said. Nina asked to be part of the vanguard. I'm not going to give my opinion on that, decide for yourself. Saying that, she left the hall, probably going to get ready. I stared at the space where she had been standing a moment earlier, saying nothing. Nina. Of course. Verdia smiled gently and said. Regardless of what it is, please don't be so harsh about it. And then she left as well. That ended up serving as Taze's cue to leave without saying anything else. He just gathered his papers, cast me one last brief look, and left the hall too. In the end, I was alone. Nina wanted to go to the vanguard. I leaned back in the chair and closed my eyes for a moment. Honestly, I already knew what she was thinking, it was pretty obvious. She had leaked critical information, even without knowing it. Master was in Dragon God's Hole, and Batigati and Laplace had been sent after him precisely because of that. Even if she had not been aware of what she was doing, that did not change much. And Nina knew that very well. She wanted to do something useful instead of staying in Gaia waiting for the result of a war that had, in part, been pushed in this direction by something that passed through her. I rested my chin on my hand and kept staring at her name. Well, after all, I was the one who told her to contribute, so denying it now would make no sense. In any case, this was not going badly at all. If everything went well, this war would be the end of the line for Hidegami. Chapter 362, The Advancement of Time and Eras. Inside a forge mountain in the dwarf territory of the Kingdom of Gaia, a brutal clash between two gods was unfolding with fierce intensity. Forge mountains were a concept invented by Rigger. In practice, they were basically mountains with internal volcanic veins that could be activated in a controlled way. When that happened, the entire interior of the mountain turned into one enormous forge, capable of sustaining absurd temperatures for long periods without the structure collapsing. Of course, the so-called brutal clash between gods was a somewhat relative term. I mean, it was only as fierce as two stout dwarves trading punches, hammer blows, axe swings, and insults with complete sincerity could possibly be. You drooling old bastard. Die in a dark ditch. A hammer smashed into the god's face with violent force, sending Godbard spinning through the air before he slammed into a wall of heat-blackened rock. But he did not even flinch. Grunting like an enraged bull, Godbard got back up instantly, spat to the side, bared his teeth, and hurled an axe at his opponent as he roared. You cocky little brat, where's your pride as a dwarven blacksmith? Did you drop it while grazing in the capital? The axe flew in a straight line, spinning as it cut through the air with a sharp whistle. Rufus, the earth god, dodged at the very last moment, using his own hammer to alter the blade's trajectory before it could split open his forehead. The axe spun off to the side, slammed into a pillar of black stone, and lodged itself halfway in. The two faced each other again. Both of them snorting furiously. Rufus shouted back. You don't see the future, old man. The future isn't just swords and axes. A true masterpiece has to be more than a tool of execution. Godbard shot back, kicking the ground so hard that cracks spread beneath his boots. Bullshit. A true dwarven blacksmith forges the best weapon. Weapons shape entire eras. They always have and they always will. Just look at the beast god's doomsday sword, you stupid brat. What a narrow-minded view, old man. So now he has a sword, and then what? When there are no more battles, weapons will become useless. There will never stop being battles. That only proves you can't think beyond your own beard. The argument kept going at the same pace as the punches, hammer strikes, elbow blows, and axe swings. Neither of them seemed willing to listen to the other, but both appeared completely determined to keep talking over the fight. Or fighting over the argument. Maybe both. Meanwhile, watching everything from the side, was one of the beast princesses of the kingdom of Gaia, Persina Adoldia, Killian's companion. She was sitting cross-legged, enjoying a golden chicken drumstick without caring about the noise, the insults, or the stones flying around. Fights like these were very common among dwarves, especially between Rufus and Godbard. Every now and then Brightstone would show up in the middle of their arguments, but that happened less often than with these two. In fact, it almost seemed as though the conflict between them had grown as Rufus became more skilled over the years. He had slowly started to disagree with the way Godbard was leading dwarven civilization. But to understand that conflict better, some context was necessary. In truth, Rufus was already the successor Godbard had been preparing to eventually take over his position. And together, Godbard with his experience and his genius knowledge of forging, and Rufus with his masterful control of earth magic and obvious talent for smithing, they had created the vast majority of the items used by the upper ranks of the current kingdom of Gaia. Swords, armor, magical tools, special equipment, custom commissions. Practically everything that truly mattered had, in one way or another, passed through the hands of one of them. And when Rufus eventually became an earth god in magic, his standing in the minds of countless dwarves grew even further as the natural successor to the title of Or God. But as his skill increased, Rufus also ventured into many other kinds of projects. He was the one who got involved in the construction of a magic-powered ship, capable of operating independently of both wind and sea, something that ended up being a great success. He also developed enormous structures and fortresses with his earth magic, fortifying the kingdom of Gaia at especially vulnerable points, to the point where invading the kingdom by land or sea had become practically strategic suicide. He also dabbled in even crazier creations. Magic-powered trains. Something very similar to a balloon, even though his final goal was an airship. Most of those ideas had obviously come from stories and tales Rigger told him when he was younger, and even after that. Rufus, with his natural talent and creativity, borrowed those ideas and tried to bring them to life as best he could. Of course, his actions greatly benefited everyday life in the kingdom of Gaia. Rigger encouraged him the entire time, and even gave him new ideas, going so far as to get involved in the creation of many of them. Because of that, in many places, Rufus was called the god of craftsmanship. But it was exactly that approach that led to heated conflict not only with Godbard, but also with many, many other dwarves who viewed forging in a far more traditional way. In their view, the supreme successor of their race should be a symbol that represented the forge exactly as it had been for thousands of years. Dwarves had always been known for their fine craftsmanship in general, yes, but forging had always stood at the center of it, as their greatest symbol, their most striking face. When someone thought of the dwarf race, they inevitably thought of blades, armor, and every kind of armament related to the forge. That was how it should continue to be. At least for the traditionalists. In any case, the conflicts between them became so common that practically everyone gave up trying to interfere. In a way, that dwarven stubbornness was part of what made them so good at what they did. So Persina was simply enjoying her meat while watching Godbard and Rufus beat each other up. That was until Rufus started using magic to trap Godbard's feet and gradually sink him into the heated earth floor. Persina let out a lazy sigh and said, "That's enough, Rufus." She raised her hand and used the familiar disturb magic before Godbard was completely buried. Even with his lower half still trapped, he did not stop cursing. "Weak brat. Using magic is easy. Just wait until I get out of here." Rufus looked at Persina and snorted. "Ha. Good luck doing that on your own." Then he stormed off, with steam practically rising from his ears. Persina jumped up and followed right after him, naturally bringing the rest of the chicken drumsticks along on a plate. As she passed by, she merely gave a brief wave of her hand to remove the earth surrounding Godbard. Although her appearance was relaxed and lazy, Persina had become a Water King-level swordswoman last year. Adding that to her king-level magic, chantless magic, disturb, and howling magic, she was by far one of the most fearsome warriors in the kingdom. Though, of course, she had never had any interest in trying to join the 12 kings. Persina and Rufus walked through the mountain's interior until they reached something like a magical elevator, one of Rufus's many creations. The inside of that mountain was a volcanic area, so they were deep underground. As they ascended, the red-haired dwarf's expression turned a little confused. He cast a few glances at Persina, as if trying to remember something very important that had completely slipped his mind. Then he finally asked, "Ah, what was it again? I wasn't paying attention." Persina finished a drumstick, casually tossed the bone away, wiped her mouth, and said, "Ah. You've been summoned by the acting regent of the Kingdom of Gaia as a national defense force measure. Miss Aisha will be leading a military campaign toward the Bigarret continent soon, and you are to remain on standby in case of an invasion." Rufus looked confused. "War. But Rigger isn't even around. Why would she do that?" Persina shrugged and said, "I don't think that deeply about these things, I'm just passing along orders, man, don't take me too seriously." Then she went back to eating without a care. Rufus looked at that with disdain. Who would have thought that woman had once been seriously considered a possible ruler of the kingdom? Well, at least she was pretty strong. Rufus took out his communicator and started checking the messages. It had not been long since he had modified Aisha's new sword, Undertow. The sword's basic ability was quite unique. It was capable of influencing the ambient mana. It was also thanks to that ability that the water god Rudeus had been able to create her signature technique, though that was mainly due to her own talent. The initial step had been the golden blade now inherited by Aisha. The modifications Aisha requested were all related to amplifying that ability and making it more versatile. In any case, over the last few days he had also been tied up with forging, and ended up not seeing the messages, but there were many from Aisha, probably warning him about the current war situation. He felt a slight headache at the thought that he was going to get scolded, but soon felt a little happier. It was not a war mobilization order, but one for national defense. Even though he was very strong, Rufus was not someone who really liked fighting dangerous opponents. He could not hide his satisfaction and the small chuckle that escaped him at the thought. He. Persina looked at him strangely, but said nothing. Then, when they reached the edge of the mountain's exit, Rufus stomped his feet and shouted loudly. San Oiran. At that moment, several dozen meters below, a huge blue dragon woke up. First it slowly raised its head, looked at Rufus in a bad mood, and then let out a lazy complaint in his direction. Raw. The veins in Rufus's forehead bulged immediately as he shouted back. Get over here, you lazy bastard. We're going to the capital. Persina stretched and said. Go on ahead, I'll be right behind you, I've got other things to do. With that, she leaped across the mountains, moving surprisingly fast compared to the lazy pace of her speech. Humph. Fine. Since his blue dragon was not the least bit willing to cooperate, Rufus was forced to climb down alone and teach it a lesson using his earth magic, something dragon San Oiran was already used to. After snapping back, taking a beating, and resisting for a while, it finally huffed in irritation and took flight toward the capital of the kingdom of Gaia, Tenevir. More. Where are we? A demon woman in black armor, with blue skin and long white hair, stood atop a mountain peak. Beside her stood a short, sturdy, middle-aged man wearing the same black armor. The wind blew fiercely at that altitude, lashing clothes, hair, and cloaks without pause. After looking around carefully, the assistant answered. We are on a mountain in the south of the central continent, my lady. The immortal demon king did not seem pleased in the slightest. Ah. Weren't we supposed to be in Begarit? Did you mess up the route, Moore? She was already about to punch him, but Moore responded at once. No, my lady, the easiest routes of access were destroyed by the enemy. We came here to catch a ride by sea. From atop the high mountain, he pointed into the distance. To the south of the central continent, in the territory of the King Dragon Kingdom, there was a vast sea separating that region from the desert continent of Begarit. A few years ago, there had been nothing in those seas worth mentioning. But now, there were ports and docks built on a massive scale. Hundreds of people could be seen hurrying everywhere, carrying goods, ropes, crates, weapons, and all kinds of cargo. And most importantly, constantly anchored and departing were boat after boat, enormous ships of every size, from great caravels over 500 meters long to small sailing vessels, all leaving in droves to cross the dangerous seas. Atafratov watched that for a moment. Then, seeing that large-scale movement, a savage smile spread across her face. Ho ho ho. Ha 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 ha. The wind still lashed at her hair, giving her an even more intimidating appearance, making it seem as though nothing could possibly stand in her way. Chapter 363, The Damned Hound Emperor. POV, Eris Adoldia. What does it mean to be a master? It was a question I had kept running into over and over these past few years. To reach a state of complete unity with your surroundings. A state where guiding your blade is no longer something that requires effort. Moving your body to evade an attack becomes simple and natural. It is a state where your arts are carved so deeply into your bones, your flesh, and your mind that nothing remains an obstacle. It was a beautiful description. But what the hell was that even supposed to mean? Rida was one of the most experienced and mature swordswomen I had ever fought, yet according to rigor, she still was not truly a master. The immortal demon King Atov had wielded a sword for thousands of years and practiced the North god style for hundreds of them, yet she had not reached that level either. Rigor told me that in his past life, the term master had been very vague and difficult to define, but in this world, apparently, it was quite easy to recognize. At least, that was what he said. I think he can only tell because he reached that level himself. In any case, it seems that on Earth, only a handful of people in all of history were ever considered true masters. One of them, for example, was a famous swordsman named Miyamoto Musashi, whose philosophy and life as a ronin influenced the entire world even many years after his death. And not all that differently, in this world, Rigger told me there were only 2 people besides himself who had ever reached that milestone in martial arts. One was the dragon god. The other was the technique god. 3 people in total. Despite the difference between worlds, the logic did not seem all that different. Very few truly became real masters. Crimson heavenly rupture. My blade once again slashed toward the monstrous birdman hundreds of meters away, cutting through the air like a dark crimson flash. Once again, the monster had to break its focus to destroy my attack with a cannon of golden light. Shririaik. A terrible screech burst out in fury at the exact moment of impact. I smirked. Thanks to the eye of foresight, my strikes always came at the precise moment to do the most damage possible. As much as circumstances allowed, of course. I was not actually trying to kill it on my own. I was only creating an opening for my strong husband. I may not know exactly what a master is, but as I ran and leaped across the floating islands of the 1800th floor, I felt like I was experiencing something close to it. Always moving, always in extreme combat, always alert. Even though my body was at its physical peak and fully restored thanks to my armor and Rigger's healing magic, the mental fatigue kept building little by little, never stopping for even a second. It was like keeping my blade raised at all times. No matter how many times my body was restored, my mind never had a moment of real rest. Fortunately, that last strike of mine was the perfect distraction. Or at least, that was what I believed. Rigger advanced using one of the only techniques capable of wounding that false sky god. That floor boss had the infuriating and unnatural ability to move like a literal beam of light, which made it an absurdly elusive target. Adding that to all the rest of its outrageous and abnormal powers, it was not an opponent I could defeat even in 100 years. But it did not have to be me. I heard Rigger's voice resound. Olympus fallen. From the storm-filled sky, my incredible and unshakable husband descended once more upon an invincible enemy. 12 bolts surged instantly toward the grotesque sky god. The beast tried to retaliate again, using those irritating light rays wildly once more, but just like lightning itself, Rigger moved in an instant, like a flash of blue light. It was like watching an entire storm converge on a single point. Blue and violet lightning closing in on the monster from every side. Looking a few seconds into the future, I finally breathed out in relief and stopped for a moment, deactivating my ability just to watch. Even now, I do not know exactly how Rigger performs the technique, but I knew the result. Rigger attacked simultaneously from 12 different directions, and the 12 lightning strikes fell upon the false sky god like divine judgment. It was the first time since the battle began that the creature seemed truly doomed. And then it finally split apart. Its grotesque body was torn into pieces. Its golden blood vaporized into the air before it could even fall through that endless sky, and all of it was accompanied by the familiar sound of shattering reverberating through the entire world, as though the floor itself were mourning the fall of its ruler. Even from several hundred meters away, I could feel the intense electromagnetic wave of the final blow. I covered my eyes for a moment, blinded by the brilliance as my hair whipped wildly around me. After a few seconds of breathing and resting, I started moving again. This time toward the exit to the next floor. From the corner of my eye, I saw that Rigger, wrapped in his black armor, also shot in the same direction after grabbing the boss monster's core and storing it in dimensional storage. He looked at me for a moment. I met his gaze and spoke before he could ask. "I'm still fine. Let's keep going." Behind his helm, I could swear he was smiling. Deep down, I felt incredibly happy too. Just as we were about to leave the floor, I heard his warning once again. By the logic of the sequence, we're about to enter the demon world. Be especially careful of strange magical effects and poisons, Eris. I nodded without slowing for even a second. Then we both leaped toward the next floor. Now, more than ever, it was a race against time. Even though my situation was somewhat critical, I was not all that worried about my own safety. At the end of the day, Rigger was with me. I was more worried about those outside. As I thought about that, the scenery around us changed for the countless time, a phenomenon I was already deeply familiar with. A chill ran down my spine. And then we appeared at the same time in a place I could only describe as a swamp of death. The entire ground looked rotten without fully giving way, made of thick black mud laced with veins of dark water. Dead trees rose crookedly in every direction, some bare, others draped in masses of dark moss and fungus. Wide black pools were scattered everywhere, and from them rose a constant tar-like vapor. The stench of rot, sulfur, old flesh, and stagnant water mixed together in a suffocating way. But what shocked me most was not the environment. One glance around was enough to reveal demons as far as the eye could see. Shapes and sizes rivaling adult dragons, with some even larger. Some looked like gigantic infernal bulls, others like basilisks surrounded by terrifying auras, dragging enormous bodies through the mud. There were even humanoid monsters dozens of meters tall, flames pouring from their eyes and mouths, standing motionless for a moment as if they had all noticed our presence at the same instant. I did not need to think. After glimpsing the near future, I immediately pulled away and headed toward the mountains. Around Rigger, as he floated toward the sky while gathering mana, the familiar blue flames of doomsday seemed to quiver and crackle with anticipation as they spread everywhere. I could not help noticing that this sword seemed to be getting smarter. Well, that should not be too much of a problem. Ajax Telamonian, son of the desert tyrant, the North Emperor Larix, and the mage of his mercenary band, Vedette, a member of the Telamonian demon tribe. Ajax's very existence was special by default. A being born with a powerful destiny. In the dragon god's loops where there were no outside interferences and no reincarnated people, Ajax was meant to be born in Begarit and eventually succeed his father as the leader of the mercenary band with overwhelming strength. But that succession would only define the first 20 years of his life. As a powerful long-lived demon hybrid, Ajax would grow into Ajax the King Butcher, dominating much of the Begarit continent and becoming famous for accepting jobs even to kill kings. And yet, after meeting the love of his life, he was destined to change and become better. In the campaign against Laplace, he would always be the most prominent general of the desert continent, uniting its peoples to resist the tyrant demon. Though not fully human, Ajax despised the way the mad demon god acted. Near the end of his life, he would be known as an example of integrity and justice, saving countless lives and sacrificing himself in the fight against the demon god. And of course, in Orsted's eyes, he was a powerful blade against Laplace. His talent was unmatched. Unfortunately, his life was not so peaceful this time. Having gone through near-death situations even as a mere infant, Ajax grew up being forced to carry a vengeance that was never his. Since childhood, Vedette had shaped her son Ajax into a killing machine, also that one day he would slay the fearsome beast god. And several years ago, together with her son, she left the demon continent for the Sword Sanctuary so he could receive the best training possible. Though the journey had been long, difficult, and at many points nearly fatal, she had finally achieved her goal. Both of them arrived safely at the sanctum. The one who benefited most from it was, of course, Ajax. His experience grew quickly, both in battle and in life itself. The harsh travels, the constant dangers, the contact with new lands and new people gradually widened his world. The perspective that had once been rigid and narrow slowly began to open, even if only slightly. So slightly that Vedette never even noticed the change. Ajax, with his overflowing talent, advanced like a rocket in the Sword Sanctuary. The Iron Legion station there had even tried to recruit him, which enraged Vedette more than ever before, but they received nothing more than a formal refusal. Even furious, she did not want to ruin everything over a few small fish. Ajax kept growing stronger, and he even continued strengthening his magic, gradually becoming very famous. And the more he went out, the more he saw, the more he learned, the more a small seed of rebellion began to grow inside him. Ajax rose to the rank of Sword King at 16, and reached the same rank in water, wind, and fire magic, taught by his mentor, Melina Lakoff, court mage of the Kingdom of Neris. Today, Ajax was 18 years old. And his strength had not stopped growing for even a moment. His mother, by contrast, had seen her health rapidly worsen over the last few years, as a rare illness drained her life faster and faster. The sicker and weaker she became, the less she cared for whatever traces of affection remained. The stronger Ajax grew, the more hope she saw in him, seeing an endless light in her own son, pressuring him to train harder and harder, to carry her vengeance, to bring justice for his father. And the young swordsman, watching his mother decay, was torn between sadness and relief. On this day, inside a small wooden house in the Sword Sanctuary, Vedette stood at death's door. Ajax, already a grown man, sat by her side, holding her hands with a sorrowful look in his eyes. Cough cough. Vedette was as pale as she could possibly be, and she coughed up blood constantly. Even so, there was a serene smile on her face. There's no need to be so sad, my son. Ajax only looked at his mother with a dark expression. The woman smiled even more. You did everything you could to find the medicine, there's not much more to be done after that. Then she looked directly into Ajax's eyes, carrying a hope she believed with all her heart. My greatest purpose, you have already inherited it, my son, as long as the beast god dies by your hands one day, I will be able to rest in peace. Ajax remained silent. Then he simply said in a low voice. You have my word, mother. After that, the half-blood only watched. Though strict, she had always truly loved him with all her heart. He watched the life leave her eyes until she was completely gone. A single tear of regret fell as he rose to his feet. Regret for not bringing the medicine that could have saved his mother, regret because his mother had refused any treatment that came from the Kingdom of Gaia or the Iron Legion. He whispered. I'm sorry, mother. Then he turned his back and walked out. But when he stepped outside, there was something unexpectedly lighter in his gaze. He felt as though an enormous weight had been torn from his back. As if, together with Vedette's death, an old chain had finally snapped. And then he shouted as loudly as he could. I'm really sorry, but, fuck your stupid vengeance. That day, the Sword Sanctuary gained a new leader. a young half-blood named Ajax, who boldly declared himself the Darnhound Emperor. Chapter 364, Upheaval. The days passed quickly, and the tension across the six-faced world rose with them. Little by little, the sense that something enormous was taking shape spread across every continent in different ways. On the Demon Continent, where most nations already revolved around the kingdom of Gaia, all major forces were on full war footing. Not only within their own territories, but everywhere. The kingdom's great advantage lay in its teleportation circles and magic words. With them, movement and communication were far faster than they had any right to be. On top of that, many demon kings and powerful subordinates had been directly recruited for the war mobilization and were already moving toward the deserts of the southern continent, with the immortal demon king Atofratov standing out among them alongside her loyal subordinate, Mor. In the depths of the Ringus Sea, the sea race also answered the call. Warriors were dispatched to support the campaign in Begarit, with Crab Warrior Ku serving as their immediate leader. Unknown to most of them, the infamous Pistol Shrimp had also been sent out on a unique and secret mission, known only to Aisha and Jogord. Farther south on the central continent, especially in the King Dragon Kingdom, the commotion was just as intense. Too many foreigners and dangerous warriors were crossing those lands at the same time, causing every kind of trouble imaginable. The young King Richard King Dragon, now 16 years old, had only just consolidated his position and political influence with the help of the Iron Legion, so handling that chaos without stepping on the toes of some major power was a delicate task. Even so, without question, the continent of Gaia was undoubtedly the main focal point of that large-scale mobilization. That was mainly because most of the powerful affiliated warriors and fighters currently lived in the kingdom of Gaia. But there was also the current Dragon Knights division, stationed very close to the kingdom's capital, with more than 100 dragons in its ranks, young and adult, blue and red, of every size. Each one of them was a powerful beast of rank A, or even rank S. Since the start of the mobilization, dozens of dragons had been cutting majestically across the skies above the capital of Tinevur at high speed, and more than 10 flew toward Begarit every single day. The ports and seas were also more agitated than ever. It was not every day that a great maritime power launched such an absurd number of ships into the sea, arriving from every direction along the deserts of Begarit and, to make matters worse, openly declaring with the utmost arrogance that entire cities would be evacuated without prior notice. If any other kingdom or empire had tried the same thing, it would have been logistically impossible. But Gaia's legions arrived with mass transport, supplies, escorts made up of powerful warriors, and enormous, ferocious beasts that, to them, looked more like household pets. Even when some local power tried to resist out of sheer stubbornness, there was never enough strength to offer any truly meaningful opposition. And it was precisely that way of operating, efficient, militarized, forceful, that stirred surprise, anger, shock, and even admiration among the peoples of the Begarit continent. Especially because the reason for the evacuation sounded far too absurd. The invaders claimed that they were in danger of total extinction. It was hard to take that well. How was anyone supposed to react when an army arrived at their city and calmly informed them that their entire continent might disappear? Seen from that perspective, a full-scale war between both sides would have been perfectly understandable. But there were fundamental differences between them, and those differences kept that kind of escalation from happening so easily. In terms of logistics, order, routes, supplies, and security, the armies of the Kingdom of Gaia were vastly better equipped. Whether through special magical items or mages capable of using chantless magic. But the main difference, the one that truly made many peoples yield without too much resistance, was the combination of strength and unity. The Begarit continent was the second most dangerous continent in the world. Its monsters were powerful, and only a handful of cities and villages were scattered across its territory, precisely because of the creatures and the hostile desert climate. That made any serious alliance or real unity between different peoples incredibly difficult. Many spent their entire lives within their own cities without ever taking a single step beyond them. And even setting all those difficulties aside, one of the biggest factors that convinced the natives almost immediately was the way large evacuation divisions from the Kingdom of Gaia crossed those deserts with barely any casualties or real difficulty at all. The most impressive part was that they were not even accustomed to the desert. Many locals were shocked by the sheer lack of basic desert survival knowledge shown by a number of soldiers from the Iron Legion. In many respects, they were practically ignorant of it, and that made the natives seriously wonder how such a group could survive in an environment like that, much less thrive in it. Many remained skeptical. At least until they began to witness, with their own eyes, things that grew more absurd with every step of the evacuation escort. An enormous blazing king salamander, a rank S beast over 50 meters tall, attacking a convoy, only to be killed instantly by a single shot from a massive mobile ballista, the bolt punching through its skull without resistance. On another occasion, a pack of rank B humorous wolves attacking in large numbers, only to be cut down by a single apparently ordinary human swordsman. Was the convoy thirsty? No problem. There was a magical jug of fresh water that seemed to hold the water of an entire river without ever running dry. The gap in strength, understanding, technology, confidence, and the mysterious, unshakable might of their captors ended up crushing resistance far more effectively than any speech ever could. Faced with all of that, many desert natives simply accepted the evacuation orders far more easily than they would have under any other circumstances. Of course, it was not without difficulties and obstacles. But that was exactly why the mobilization was so massive. In the entire world, there was only one civilization that remained completely untouched by the conflicts, regardless of any tension outside. The high mountains of the Heaven continent. Their isolationist policy was still serving them very well, after all. Inside the silver palace of the Azura kingdom, standing before Queen Ariel Anemoi Azura, was one of the kingdom's 7 knights. A young knight with blue hair and eyes of the same color. The Water Emperor, Isolde Cruel. Beside Ariel stood another of Azura's 7 knights, and also their commander, Sandor von Grandeur, the second North god. Ariel, besides seeming even more charming and mature than she had years ago, had not changed in any essential way. Her charisma remained the same, just as dazzling as when she had first taken the throne. In truth, it was easier to say that she had only grown more enchanting with time. Then, with a voice as soft as a siren's song, she spoke across the hall. "Have you made your decision, Isolde?" The young knight held Ariel's gaze for a moment longer before giving a slight bow of her head. "I have, Your Majesty. I'm leaving tonight." Ariel sighed. Beside her, Sandor laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha. Young people really are reckless these days. Well then, good luck in your fight, Lady Isolde. Now that that woman is young again, I really understand that expression she always uses, vigorous as a bull." Ha ha ha. Ariel's eyebrows twitched at once, and she turned her face towards Sandor. He stopped laughing immediately and tried to compose himself into a serious expression. Ariel had a headache coming on. Her most dependable personal guard was leaving. Not because Isolde was the strongest among all her knights. But in terms of defense, she truly was the most effective, precisely because she was a master of the water god style. And the problem was that Ariel could not stop Isolde from leaving, even if she wanted to. Before anything else, Isolde had remained in the kingdom to serve her of her own free will, driven by a noble and burning desire to help her own people in their darkest hour. And throughout all the years she had served, that was exactly what she had done. Now, the kingdom was far more stable and far more firmly under Ariel's control. And Isolde, as a knight, had played an enormous role in that, both through her strength and by serving as a symbol of integrity and righteousness among the kingdom's soldiers. Ariel already considered herself grateful that Isolde was not planning to desert. Because of that, she could not truly stop her from pursuing her goal. Even so, she made one last attempt to dissuade her. "Are you sure you can defeat Rydelia? She holds a very high position even within the kingdom of Gaia. Claiming the title of water god won't be so easy, and there's also that new young man at the sword sanctuary, what was his name again?" She looked at Sandor inquisitively. He answered at once. "Ajax, Your Majesty. He appears to wield a demonic magic sword and uses chantless magic together with sword god-style swordsmanship. No confirmed affiliation, but extremely strong." Ariel nodded slowly. "What I mean is, even if you defeat your grandmother, there's still no guarantee you'll be able to take the sword sanctuary from that young man and return it to the water god style." Isolde merely blinked, expressionless. Then she repeated the same answer as always. "Whether I can defeat them or not, I'll know when I get there. But I've already made my decision, Your Majesty." Sandor smiled and looked at Ariel. The queen still seemed hesitant, but after a few seconds, she finally gave up pressing the matter. "Very well. Have a safe journey." With that, Isolde gave a slight bow. Then she left the hall without waiting for anything else. Her footsteps gradually faded away until only Ariel and Sandor remained. As soon as she was gone, Ariel leaned back against the throne, and her expression turned more serious. "What is the situation in Begarit?" Sandor answered calmly, his hands behind his back. "Lord Rudeus, Lord Rudyard, Lady Sylphiette, and Alec are currently exploring the Everwhite Labyrinth. Relying on the demon eyes of Lord Rudyard, Lord Rudeus, and Lady Sylphiette, they are avoiding any traps or major conflicts. Even so, they have reported an ever-growing and uncontrollable gathering of adventurers in the surrounding area. According to rough estimates, at least 70% of all adventurers and mercenaries on the Begarit continent have mobilized because of the resurrection stones, not even counting those who came from outside." Ariel thought for a moment. "And what about the armed forces of the treasure mage?" Sandor frowned. "That is the strangest part. The troops under his command are far more numerous and powerful than they should be, and their loyalty is unusually strong. Kensai does not have that level of influence, even as a king-level mage, so he was probably aided by Lord Orsted's enemy, Hitagami." He thought for a moment, then concluded. "A large portion of the powerful armed forces scattered among mercenaries and adventurers was quietly absorbed by the treasure mage over the last few years. So this is an old and extremely well-prepared plan." Ariel began tapping her fingers thoughtfully against the armrest. Her eyes drifted over the shining ornaments, the long curtains, and the details of the throne room as she thought. Then she sighed once more. Well, we've been helped up until now, so we have to return the favor. You should go to Begarit as well. Sandor was surprised. I should, Your Majesty. Ariel looked at him and smiled. I am not that defenseless, Sandor, nor do I think I am that important on this board between gods. Besides, Doga will still be here, and I have an entire army to guarantee my safety if he isn't. Then she rose from the throne and continued, with that same calm composure as always. This is the moment when we must make our wager. I have a good feeling about this. Rudeus believes this operation may be the final offensive against that so-called Hidegami, and from that point onward, we will have Lord Orsted completely on our side. Ariel then turned her gaze toward the window. Outside, the light streamed through the Silver Palace. After that, we'll still have to deal with mediating between the Beast God and the Dragon God. How frustrating. He seems so easy to deal with, and so difficult at the same time. Then she concluded. Well, in any case, keep me informed constantly. Don't let Alec do anything stupid. With those words, Ariel left the throne room. Sandor did not follow her. If that was her order, then he would carry it out immediately. Chapter 365, The Final Descent. Dragon God's Hole, one of the early floors of the Sky World. This floor in particular had been completely shattered and devastated. Countless fragments of burning islands were scattered through the air, magma floated in the sky and ran like rivers across slanted, broken surfaces, storms roared everywhere, and constant purple lightning kept striking at short intervals to continue ravaging the already ruined floor. When Rigor and Eris arrived on this floor, hundreds of winged beasts attacked them immediately. They were 6-winged rocks. Each one of them was an S-rank beast, with 3 pairs of wings and unbelievable mobility in the air, and their king was none other than an SS-level beast, capable of hunting dragons and giants for lunch and dinner. Obviously, that triggered a battle the moment they arrived, one in which Rigor and Eris wiped them all out with relative ease. Even so, it was still time lost from their path. But now, all that remained were the torn-apart corpses of those monsters, covering the entire floor. It had already been a long time since they had passed through. And at this moment, suddenly appearing before the floor's portal, stood a man dressed in white, with piercing golden eyes. It was Technique God Laplace. Or rather, Nether King Vita, controlling his body. His appearance was not as divine and pure as usual. He was covered in blood. Blood stained his silver hair, ran down his arms, and even his long spear was drenched in it. Looking more closely, it was possible to tell that the blood was not his, but the monster's. After all, even though Eris and Rigor had killed many of the monsters along their route, they had still pushed straight through countless floors, ignoring enemies, skipping battles, and leaving behind everything that was not essential. The instant after his appearance, Vita spread his draconic wings and shot off in a seemingly random direction across the floor, breaking the sound barrier immediately. The very next instant, a massive demon with 6 arms and purple hair appeared almost in the same place. On his back was a large pack, and inside it was one of the most powerful weapons in the world. Badigati looked around at the ruined landscape and laughed thunderously. Bwahaha. That guy really does love causing destruction. He looked around for another moment, until he spotted a chunk of rock with the strange shape of a cloud, and without wasting any more time, readjusted the pack on his back, ran to the edge of the floating island, and leaped with all his might. What Hidegami had told him was very simple. As soon as he entered this floor, all he had to do was run toward the cloud-shaped rock and jump. And so he did. His gigantic body was launched into the void in a free fall toward what looked like empty nothingness, yet he still wore a wild grin as the wind roared in his ears. Meanwhile, Laplace, who had already shot far away, promptly found his target and accelerated toward it. Unlike Badigati, who depended on the fighter god armor to stand toe-to-toe with the truly powerful, as long as Vita controlled Laplace's body, he could make use of extraordinary power with almost no limits. And honestly, ever since he began possessing this body, Vita had felt as though anything in the world was within his grasp. This body was so powerful that even the strongest beasts in the world were nothing more than kittens before it. It was such an absurd martial feat that Vita had never seen anything like it. Not even with the Demon King he had possessed centuries ago. Not even with Randolph Marianne, the Death God. In fact, Vita could hardly wait for the end of that war, because he believed that by controlling this body and the body of the Death God, there would no longer be anyone left in his way to becoming the supreme being of the world. Until then, he would need fear nothing and no one. He finally arrived at yet another ruined island. But this one, in particular, contained a very large egg. Laplace landed beside the egg, which was almost as large as he was, and casually pierced the shell with his hand, punching through it without resistance before precisely tearing out the heart of the beast that had not even been born yet. Then he crushed it just as casually. Almost at the same moment, Badigati, who was still falling in free fall, saw a huge portal open directly below him, and recognized it as the entrance to the next floor. He simply kept falling without concern. Just before Batty passed through it, Vita finally drew near in flight. Both of them passed smoothly into the next floor, for which they also had a clear description of how to proceed. The demon and the slime were making use of every resource available to cross the most dangerous labyrinth in the world. Hitagami's advice. Their own personal strength. And the deaths Rigor and Eris had left behind. All of that made the path seem almost too easy, from an outside perspective. And in this way, they were rapidly and steadily drawing closer and closer to their target. Meanwhile, at that exact same moment, on the 2400th floor, the Apocalypse Beast was colliding with the false demon god, the final boss of the demon world, in a battle that had long since surpassed any shred of common sense. The difficulty of crossing the demon world had been greater than that of the other three worlds. Not only did the environment itself act as a weapon against invading adventurers, but even the monsters were far more troublesome to deal with. The demons' powers were far more mystical and unstable than those of the beasts and monsters from the previous worlds, and to make matters worse, their bodies were absurdly durable. The beasts of the beast world had their own way of fighting, based mainly on direct, impulsive, and extremely aggressive combat. The monsters of the sea world and the sky world, likewise, had forms of magic and fighting styles that were very distinct from one another. The same was true for the false gods designated as bosses. But the demon world was different. On one floor, Rigor and Eris would encounter demons capable of breathing fire and merging with the earth, rising from the black ground like volcanoes. On the very next floor, they would face colossal demons capable of contaminating the mind, invading thoughts, and plunging their opponents into terrifying visions. Some manipulated flesh. Others manipulated shadows. Still others had bodies so malleable and bizarre that they did not even seem to possess vital points. The demons' innate magic and abilities were extremely troublesome. But even with all that, the speed at which Eris and Rigor crossed the demon world was the fastest among the four worlds so far. With constant battles and uninterrupted advance, instead of collapsing, both of them had adapted to extreme exhaustion to a certain extent. Of course, it was only mental exhaustion, since their bodies were constantly being restored, but even so, the situation was still complicated. They fought without stopping, without truly resting, without allowing their minds to cool for even a single moment. And even so, they kept advancing. The problem was that the false demon god was blocking their path more than any other enemy so far. This boss monster was a giant with 20 arms and hundreds of eyes spread across its entire body. Some of those eyes would fire off or activate mysterious and powerful abilities at random, such as regeneration, teleportation, telekinesis, enchantment, barriers, and all kinds of absurd powers. Obviously, all of that was connected to the demon's demon eyes, but knowing where the difficulty came from did not help solve the problem. Without a doubt, this was the longest fight Rigor had faced since entering the labyrinth. Wearing his black armor Skullbinder, now incandescent from the immense amount of flame it had absorbed, Rigor teleported to the demon's already partially ruined flank and slashed with Doomsday. The blue flames of the Apocalypse Blade were already covering miles of distance, and the blue blade itself seemed to vibrate with joy as it caused ever greater destruction. A sharp hum rang out once more as the false demon god was split in two, but its problems were still not over. The slash opened a dark rift that began swallowing its body like a machine of destruction, a black hole imbued into the cut. Woog. Once again, unable to resist the pulling power of gravity magic, the demon activated one of its eyes, and its body teleported to another point hundreds of meters away. And the instant it reappeared, another one of its eyes locked onto Rigor, and 1,000 beams of corrosive dark green light shot toward him, destroying the entire chain of black mountains without distinction. The devouring black slash continued destroying everything without interruption, tearing entire chunks out of the world as it swallowed rock, magma, and the false god's bodily remains. But that did not stop Rigor from advancing. In fact, he felt faster. Much faster. He cut straight through the 1,000 beams of light head-on, moving between them, leaping, slicing, dodging, and counterattacking with inhuman perfection with the help of his demon eye. Mountains collapsed under the force of his movements. Entire peaks exploded or were pierced through in straight lines as he advanced like a catastrophe, until he finally unleashed his finishing burst, turning into a literal beam of blue lightning, reaching the demon god once again, faster, stronger. Rigor was far more on the offensive at that moment. His Skullbinder armor grew stronger and stronger the more flames it consumed, with no apparent limit. Its epithet, the armor that devours the sun, was not for nothing. And his sword, Doomsday, summoned endless destructive blue flames, creating a vicious cycle of destruction and empowerment. But the main factor making him even more ferocious was experience. After fighting 3 false gods, he could once again feel his own strength advancing. As monstrously powerful as the armor and the sword were, it was only because he wielded them that they could display their maximum power. These items were not like the fighter god armor, which overwhelmed its user by brute force. They amplified the skill of whoever wore them, provided that person could withstand their power, of course. Rigor had already reached absolute mastery in swordsmanship and magic. And even so, he felt himself continuing to advance. becoming stronger with every powerful enemy he faced. Lightning, gravity, destructive flames, and every kind of magic unfolded at his will. A casual swing of his sword could cleave through mountain ranges and seas. Rigger felt more and more that he was truly becoming apocalyptic. Unlike him, the demon god monster, despite still possessing seemingly infinite physical endurance, was beginning to have problems from overusing the magical powers of its demon eyes. It punched, retaliated, and attacked with monstrous blows, but it felt as though it were facing a warrior divinity whose only purpose was to cut it to death. It felt itself drowning in fire, magma, lightning, and gravity with every passing second. A single moment of distraction would result in its body being sliced into hundreds of pieces instantly. The monstrous creature, with all its absurd vitality, was beginning to feel cornered as the battle progressed. And then, just as both of them expected, an opportunity finally appeared. Or rather, a mistake. One of the demon eyes that created a perfect magic barrier failed at the last second. As a result, a massive cannon blast of vacuum magic struck the giant demon square in the torso, blowing a hole dozens of meters wide through its chest. The air exploded inward into the wound with a deafening roar, dragging black blood, charred flesh, and grotesque bone fragments along with it as the creature staggered for the first time. Rigger did not waste the opportunity. His sixth sense told him immediately that this was his best opening. Crossing miles of distance with a spatial leap, he appeared far too close to the giant for any delayed reaction to truly save it. Skullviner began to glow even brighter as the smile on Rigger's face deepened, absorbing all the surrounding fire as though his armor were an infinite vortex of destructive flames. The sky of the demon world trembled. The rivers of magma around him were dragged in his direction. The black mountains began to crack in the distance. Blue, purple, and orange flames, the infernal fires of the floor, the exposed magma, the lingering blazes from previous battles, everything began to tilt toward Rigger as though there were a second sun devouring the first. And then, before the demon god could recover, he spoke. Sun Devourer. In the next instant, a new sun was born. A sphere of white-blue fire and burning gold appeared at the center of the battlefield and swallowed everything around it. The flames expanded at an absurd speed, and the initial impact made the air itself vanish for a brief instant, ripped away by the violence of the phenomenon. When sound returned, it returned as an apocalyptic roar that seemed to split the world in half. The shockwave came first. It swept across chains of black mountains, flattening entire ranges as though they were sand. The entire surface of the floor seemed to be pushed backward beneath the pressure of that new devouring star. Then came a light so intense that the sky of the demon world, already dark and stained by smoke and toxic clouds, turned white for several seconds. Even thousands of meters away, the heat was still tearing apart mountains, melting rock, and turning everything into black glass. The blue flames swallowed the false demon god whole. Its 20 arms thrashed within that solar sea while demon eyes opened in desperation all across its body, unleashing barriers, beams, teleportation, and every kind of power. The false god's monstrous vitality became a prolonged torture inside that miniature sun, as though it were being forced to die over and over again. The black armor shone so brightly that it seemed forged from solar metal. Doomsday vibrated in his hand as though in ecstasy, and the blue flames spilling from its blade seemed to scream with joy as they consumed more and more of the enemy. At last, the false demon god gave way. Its body collapsed completely, its demon eyes went dark one after another, and its monstrous flesh was reduced to black ash and burning fragments before it could even touch the ground. For several seconds, the floor still trembled from the aftermath of the magic. Then, slowly, it began to settle. A few minutes later, Eris and Rigger finally crossed the portal to the next floor. Toward the final stage of Dragon God's Hole as fast as they could. Toward the Dragon World, the upside-down world. The final floor of the oldest and most dangerous labyrinth in the world, as the strings of fate stirred to move that event toward one of the greatest battles ever seen in the world of the six-faced world. Chapter 366, Cornered. Oasis of the Ever-White Labyrinth, Bigarret Continent. Over the last week, the fierce and highly competitive atmosphere of the new oasis collapsed en masse and, in just 7 days, turned into a battlefield. 7 days ago, the treasure mage Kensai excitedly announced that he had discovered an entire mine of resurrection stones on the 80th floor, and that he believed it might be the final floor of the labyrinth. No one had ever gone beyond the 75th floor, or at least no one publicly had, so an uproar quickly spread everywhere. Everyone wanted that long-awaited mine, but few had the strength to descend that deep into the labyrinth. Fortunately, their savior, the benevolent treasure mage, once again showed his generosity. He introduced a group of elite subordinates, made up of many mercenaries, warriors, and nationally renowned heroes from across the Bigarret continent, and announced a large-scale expedition into the depths of the labyrinth. Without a doubt, that was the peak of the excitement, fame, and ambition of every adventurer and mercenary living in the oasis. More than 90% of them gladly joined the expedition, hoping to profit from the chaos and ride the coattails of the powerful. That very same day, the expedition set out with the momentum of an army. Group after group pushed through the floors, bringing down gigantic trolls with overwhelming numbers and brute force, descending deeper and deeper into the ever-white labyrinth as if they had finally found the moment everyone had been waiting for since the oasis was founded. The next day, the few who had not gone deeply regretted it. Several of them formed small groups and advanced on their own, hoping to catch up to the great expedition before all the glory and fortune slipped through their fingers. At that point, very few had still not entered in the direction of the 80th floor. But by the end of that day, those who remained received news so absurd it took several seconds to even process it. Only 3. Just 3 adventurers, 2 of them mutilated, came out of the ever-white labyrinth alive. And they brought terrifying news with them. Kensai, the trustworthy treasure mage, had betrayed them all. And without the slightest shred of mercy, he had orchestrated a massacre of thousands inside the labyrinth. A demonic red ogre. A swordsman in a blue cloak. And a man with a skull face. Those 3 men were the main ones responsible for the slaughter. But alongside them came armies of trolls following their orders, as well as Kensai's entire private army. No one had offered any real resistance in the face of those enemies' overwhelming power, and Kensai had not merely refused to help them, he had been the strategic mind behind the betrayal. The 3 survivors had only escaped thanks to a magic item. Even then, they would have been hunted down and killed, but in the middle of their escape, they happened to receive mysterious aid from a warrior and a mage wearing enormous magical armor. Even so, those 2 had not directly clashed with the oppressors either. When that terrifying news spread 5 days ago, the remaining adventurers fled like frightened chickens. No longer needing to keep up appearances, the treasure mage's personal army seized the oasis in its entirety, turning it into a heavily guarded fortress. At that moment, he let everything show without hiding anything anymore, and Begarit was left in shock upon realizing that a large portion of the continent's greatest fighters were now under Kensai's command. I mean, he was the richest man in Begarit, there was a reason he was called the treasure mage, one of the only 3 king-ranked mages on the entire continent. Even so, the military force he currently commanded was, in its own way, terrifying. Unfortunately for him, that meant nothing to the Iron Legion. 3 days ago, led by Iron Legion Commander Taze Didoldia, 15 enormous adult dragons ridden by dragon riders completely devastated the oasis in a single pass, spewing fire and savage flames unlike anything the people of Begarit had ever seen before, spreading terror and panic everywhere. At the same time, 3 vanguard divisions of the Iron Legion advanced on the oasis by land. The desert warriors, hardened by battle, had expected to face powerful enemies, refined strategies, complex traps, and, in the worst-case scenario, to be forced into retreat after encountering an enemy they simply could not fight. But they found none of that. The 3 divisions made no effort whatsoever to employ any elaborate strategy. No, they forced their way straight through the oasis. One of them was led by Sword Emperor Nina Britz, accompanied by the Beast Princesses Linnea and Persina, along with dozens of other warriors. Another was led by Demon King Atafratov, accompanied by more demons and other warriors of the Iron Legion. The third was led by Savage Emperor Jaligali, accompanied by the Red Ogre Baron and dozens of warriors. None of those 3 fronts acted as though they were dealing with an imposing, carefully prepared fortress. To them, it was just another obstacle in the way. North King Kalaham, a powerful ancient demon and a hero recognized throughout Begarit, led a fierce counteroffensive, expecting to make his opponents pay for underestimating them. But he had no time to react before dying to a single strike from Nina Britz, who split him in half horizontally with a single long sword of light. His death was merely an omen of everything that followed. It was like a sharp slap across the face of every desert warrior, saying in no uncertain terms, Begarit's finest warriors are nothing but extras. The Iron Legion displayed its invincible might after years of growth and development, proving once again its prowess as one of, if not the, most powerful armies in the world today. Before long, nearly the entire oasis had fallen under the Iron Legion's control. It did not matter that Kensai's armies numbered in the thousands. It did not matter that they set traps, ambushes, or improvised defensive lines. None of that posed any real challenge to the Iron Legion, which had saint-rank swordsmen like cabbages, mages capable of using chantless magic, superior magical weapons and armor forged by dwarves, and still rode dragons and giant wolves into battle. It was fair to say that no armed force in Begarit was prepared to deal with a force so unpredictable and powerful. And certainly not Kensai's personal army. Soon, the Iron Legion cornered the survivors at the edge of the ever-white labyrinth's entrance, pressing them without pause, slowly crushing every last bit of room to maneuver they had left, until the true heavyweights were forced to reveal themselves. And reveal themselves they did. Before they could be completely exterminated or captured, a huge red ogre, a blue-cloaked swordsman, and Kensai, controlling an enormous immortal barbarian troll, emerged from the labyrinth's entrance to change the battlefield. The impact of their arrival was significant. The desert soldiers, who had already been getting steamrolled by the gap in strength, felt their spirits rise for the first time since the battle had begun. For a few moments, the situation truly changed. Even the Iron Legion, for all its brutal superiority, had to steady its breathing in the face of those 3 appearing That was enough to stabilize Bigarret's side. But only for a short while. Because before they could truly regain control of the battlefield, Gino and Ghislaine arrived. Inside the ever-white labyrinth, on the lower floors, Hitagami's apostles had not been having easy days. At that moment, in a stone chamber made entirely of white granite, a monkey-faced man was lazily sleeping, sprawled across the floor and leaning against a pillar as though no war were happening at all. Suddenly, another man entered. His left arm had been severed at the elbow, and he carried the limp arm in his other hand without the slightest concern, as if it were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. His face was skeletal, with one red eye and the other dark, and there was a grim, unpleasant expression on his face. It was Randolph Marianne. Or rather, it was Randolph Marianne's body, completely taken over by the Nether King, Vita. The monkey-faced man, Geese, jolted awake, lifting his head from the floor and looking at Vita while rubbing his still sleepy eyes. "Hugh, what an unpleasant face, what's the situation, Vita?" Vita answered in his cold, somber voice. "The Iron Legion has completely taken the oasis. We're completely cornered inside the labyrinth." Then he looked straight into Geese's eyes. "We've entered that phase you mentioned. It's all or nothing now. There is no escape left for us." There was a trace of resentment in his voice. If it had not been for his Laplace incarnation, together with Batagati, going after Rigor in the labyrinth, they would not be in such a terrible situation. At least, that was how Vita saw things at that moment. The thought of being trapped in there while the enemy army crushed everything outside was more than a little suffocating. Geese smiled bitterly. "Well, you're the one who chose to be here. Remember, without Hitagami, you wouldn't have taken over those powerful bodies in the first place. And you know exactly what I'm talking about. How's the latest battle going?" He had finally shaken off his drowsiness and repeated the question with more focus. Vita shot him a dark look, but said nothing about the jab. As Geese had mentioned, Vita knew how to recognize a debt. Hitagami had saved his life and helped him countless times since then. And he would repay that debt. After a few seconds, he spoke. The fighting continued on the labyrinth's upper floors. The Iron Legion slowed its advance after realizing the labyrinth is under our control and pulled back, but they showed no difficulty dealing with the trolls. Gall Farion and Malta retreated safely, but Kensai was killed by Nina Britz. Geese raised his eyebrows in confusion. How did that happen? Weren't Gall and Malta supposed to protect him? Vita answered casually. Apparently, Gall Farion could have killed her at that moment, but he didn't. The girl gambled that her father wouldn't have the resolve to kill her, and she won. Kensai was killed instantly. His magic rings didn't protect him from her blade. It seems to be a special sword. Geese nodded and let out a bitter laugh. Who would have thought that fierce girl was our spy for so long? She must be really angry. Hee hee. Vita did not find it funny, but continued. Anyway, with Kensai dead, most of the armies lost focus and scattered. Gall Farion isn't exactly a good commander, much less the ogre, so what remains of Kensai's army is only 24 men who managed to retreat alive. From this point on, we're relying only on ourselves and the labyrinth monsters. He looked at Geese again. What did Hitagami tell you earlier? A lot of things have turned out very differently from what he foresaw. As the two spoke, Vita's severed arm was gradually reattaching itself to his body, thanks to Randolph's immortal demon blood. Geese sighed. He said exactly the same thing you did, his visions are scattered. That basically confirms Aisha Greyrat's presence on the battlefield, possibly even Orsted himself. He shuddered slightly. Anyway, from now on Hitagami's visions will only be rough directions. With Rudeus, Aisha, and maybe Orsted there, his visions are going to be messy and imprecise. We'll have to rely on our own plans. Vita stared at him with a completely expressionless face. His expression clearly said, "Did you not hear a single thing I just said?" Geese noticed the look and laughed. Hee hee hee. Don't worry so much. The ritual is almost complete, cheer up. We just need a little time, and for someone important and strong to die inside this labyrinth. Once he revives, most of our problems will be solved. Vita still looked unconvinced. I think you're putting far too much faith in that man. How strong could he possibly have been? In the end, he was only a mere human. Geese smiled maliciously. Laxus was human too, Vita. Special humans are everywhere. Just look around. Aren't we surrounded by troublesome humans right now? Our three biggest problems at the moment are three humans. Aisha, Rudeus, and Gino. Vita's expression twisted the moment he heard Laxus's name. The slime clearly remembered the relentless pursuit of the former death god. It was, without question, a bad memory. At last, Vita spoke. Anyway, if this keeps up, the Iron Legion will slaughter everyone in this labyrinth before that man appears. So whatever plan you have in mind to delay them, carry it out. As soon as he said that, he left the room. His footsteps faded away down the corridor, and Geese was left alone. Still thinking about how he might turn his enemies against one another. Chapter 367, Behold, the strongest human. Verdia had a dream. Or at least, that was how it always seemed to anyone watching from the outside. While directing her summoned spirits to help construct and reinforce the outskirts of the oasis, her gaze suddenly turned completely clouded and vacant. The natural blue in her pupils vanished, replaced by a smooth, opaque silver, dull as metal. The next instant, she went still, locked in a trance. Her ability as a soothsayer Miko was manifesting once again. She was witnessing a dangerous future. A nearby beast warrior was the first to notice, and he immediately panicked, believing his commander had fallen prey to some kind of strange magic. His shout made others turn, and within seconds the commotion spread. Soldiers rushed forward with weapons drawn, mages braced themselves to react, and the uproar swelled with alarming speed. Gino noticed the disturbance almost at the same moment. Even from a distance, he crossed the oasis in an instant. The soldiers barely had time to register him. One moment they were still surrounding Verdia in tense confusion, and the next Gino was already at the center of the chaos, stopping the panic before it could spiral out of control. He calmed the soldiers, and it did not take long for everyone to understand that this was not an attack. So Gino waited patiently, silently observing the mystical powers of the disaster witch. Verdia's summoned spirits, however, were even more alarmed than the soldiers. The moment they realized their mistress had entered that state, they instinctively gathered around her, forming a rigid guard. Even when Gino assured them she was unharmed, they refused to move, remaining close like vicious hounds. That left him helpless. Gino could only stand there, facing a coalition of agitated spirits who clearly had no intention whatsoever of trusting him in this matter. Meanwhile, Verdia had begun to break into a cold sweat. Her breathing turned uneven. Though her body remained motionless, it looked as though it were enduring some kind of pressure. She was witnessing a future very close at hand. And very bad. A few minutes later, she finally awoke. Her eyes returned to normal all at once, and her breathing caught for a second. But unlike what Gino had expected, she wasted no time describing what she had seen. Without saying a word about the vision, Verdia immediately ordered the Legion to fully mobilize for an all-out assault on the final floors of the labyrinth. Closer to the center of the ever-white oasis stood the elites of the Kingdom of Gaia and their most capable allies. Several warriors kept constant watch over the entrance to the labyrinth with unshakable confidence. Their last battle had been a crushing victory, so naturally the armies of the Iron Legion were riding at the height of their morale. Spirits were high, the initiative was still in their hands, and among the soldiers the prevailing feeling was that the siege was unfolding exactly as it should. And yet, at the same time, Aisha had a headache. All because of Verdia's report. At that moment, only she, Taze, and the elf herself were inside the tent. Aisha sat behind a table covered in reports and magical communicators. Outside, the legions were already beginning to prepare for a new invasion, one that had not exactly been part of her plan. Aisha spoke in a tense voice. Say that again. She was addressing Verdia. The elf was dressed in dark brown leather armor, her hair tied back, her expression more serious than usual. Calmly, she repeated herself. We only have 9 hours before Hidegami's apostles revive their target. Taze frowned at once. But if they could do that, why didn't they do it earlier? Verdia slowly shook her head. I don't know either. But from what I saw in the vision of the future, it looked like an incomplete resurrection. Perhaps they were always capable of doing it, but that was never the original plan. Aisha finished the thought immediately. So you're saying they're going to use a desperate measure to complete the resurrection ritual ahead of schedule? Verdia nodded. That was the impression I got. Aisha and Taze fell silent. Up to now, the situation had been favorable because they still held the initiative. That was what had made the Iron Legion's advance so steady and relentless until now. They controlled the pace and forced the enemy to respond, not the other way around. But pushing blindly through the labyrinth's final floors was madness. Even so, at that point it seemed like their only option. Verdia's vision of the future had shown with perfect clarity that the resurrected enemy killed Nina, Ghislaine, and Killian with a single blow. And that was only the beginning of the battle. She had not been able to see the final outcome, of course. Even so, that alone was enough to shatter whatever room for comfort remained. Of course, the situation was not a complete loss. One also had to consider that Aisha was not affected by Verdia's vision of the future. In practice, she was a piece that could completely alter that terrible result. Aisha was not certain, but she had the impression that Orsted was in the same position, a piece of instability, and perhaps even her brother Rudeus as well. But in the end, that was all it came down to. She might completely change the outcome, or she might not. As the commander of that operation, Aisha was not willing to gamble. Not only because the people involved were close to her, but also because she had no confidence that she could change the result against an opponent that terrifying. Aisha looked at Verdia as she rose to her feet, already taking up her blade and preparing to leave. Are you certain about his identity? You can't be wrong. Verdia answered without hesitation. Some details are still clouded, but that much is as clear as the sun. I have no doubt about who he is. That only made Aisha more tense. She glanced at Taze for a moment, then turned back to Verdia. Do you think Gino can face him? Verdia smiled briefly. Then she said something that sent a chill crawling up Taze's spine. Aisha. I'm not even sure Rigger can face him. Aisha's brows drew together at once. We leave immediately. 9 full hours. That's more than enough time to cross this entire labyrinth. Taze vanished on the spot, without a word of argument. Aisha strode past Verdia and threw one last command behind her. Inform Master about this, and ask how things stand on his side. The armies did not understand the sudden urgency of their commanders. But they were not there to understand. They were there to obey. And only a few minutes later, the Iron Legion launched one final push into the deepest floors of the Everwhite Labyrinth. On the final floor, the 100th level of the Everwhite Labyrinth, an enormous purple crystal stood at the center of a vast hall. If that crystal had been shown to the adventurers and mercenaries who once occupied the oasis, many of them would have gone mad on the spot. Even those who had retreated, those who had fled in terror after discovering that the labyrinth was nothing more than a slaughterhouse built by Kensai, might have changed their minds the moment they saw it. They might have descended its floors once more, even knowing full well what awaited them. Because that crystal was too large, too brilliant. It drew the eye in a way that was almost indecent, as though it stood above every treasure in the world. Not only because of the promise of power it held, but because the crystal itself radiated an almost divine aura, hypnotic and intoxicating, easily capable of ensnaring weaker hearts. A specialist in resurrection stones would have known at a glance that this crystal could revive even a being who had lived thousands of years ago. And that was something monumental. The largest stone ever found before this one, excluding this relic, could only revive someone who had been dead for a little over 150 years. This stone transcended every ordinary standard. It was an object that should never have existed. The crystal was submerged in a pool of dark red liquid. A pool of blood. Around it, the cavernous hall seemed to throb like a living organ. Glowing purple veins spread along the walls, the floor, and the ceiling, stretching throughout the entire labyrinth like the roots of some monstrous tree. An apparently endless stream of energy continued to flow into the colossal resurrection stone, drawn into it without pause. That energy, of course, came from the recent massacre carried out by Hidegami's apostles. The Everwhite Labyrinth fed on death in order to create life. And its final floor held the greatest and finest resurrection stone of all. But that was not the only thing there. Beside the gigantic stone stood a troll. Yet this troll looked nothing like the fearsome, violent immortal barbarian trolls, nor like the giant trolls scattered throughout the labyrinth's many floors. He was small and gaunt. Only 3 meters tall, which was tiny for a troll, since even the most ordinary of them averaged 4. And the differences did not end there. This strange troll was covered in scars. Half his fingers were gone, and where they should have been there were only hideous stumps, marked by old wounds. His skin was rough and red, dry as old leather, likely the hide of an ancient troll. One of his eyes was white and covered by a long scar that ran from his forehead all the way down to his chest. His thinness was so extreme it could be seen even through the ceremonial robe he wore. He looked like a dried stick wrapped in flesh. But there was something deeply wrong about him. Miserable as his body was, he was sinister as the devil. His face was terrifying, deeply wrinkled, with grotesquely prominent fangs jutting from his mouth, each more than 20 centimeters long. In his hands, he held a staff. Or perhaps a scepter. It was a piece of twisted blackwood adorned with colorful feathers, with a pink gemstone carved into the shape of a claw fixed at its tip. The old troll swayed that staff rhythmically toward the enormous purple crystal, and pink and violet energy answered the movement. In a rasping voice, raw and guttural, the troll chanted. Mokhtar Drukesh. Grak Nal Ug. Zer knock through. There was no one else there to witness the strange ritual of that solitary troll. But the pool of blood seemed to answer his words in a way no one would have been able to ignore. The crimson surface shuddered in obedience to the cadence of that sinister chant. The purple veins in the walls glowed in time with the sound, as though the entire labyrinth were listening. Ugma Scar. Ugma Grak. Ugma Zerthru. The old troll continued manipulating the ritual. This was the final boss of this sinister labyrinth. And behind his single visible iris, traces of a strange, deformed dark slime could be seen. A slime known as the Nether King, accustomed to dominating the minds of powerful beings. Vita believed he had the troll under control. In truth, everyone believed the troll was under control. Only one despicable god knew the true danger posed by the ancient magic of that sinister and ancient troll. But that despicable god had not the slightest interest in warning his allies. It was in his nature. It was his core, the essence of what he was. He was accustomed to betraying those who worked with him, and he would not stop even in the face of imminent death. Betrayal was part of him, as natural as breathing. But for now, no one was worried about that. Vita had occupied the mind of the dangerous troll without much concern. Geese, Batagati, or Kensai, not one of them had imagined that even in the face of such catastrophe, Hidegami would still dare scheme in the shadows against his own allies. Or perhaps they did know. But perhaps none of them cared that much. The troll was drawing ever closer to his goal, staring at the body floating mystically within the crystal. A human. A very beautiful human with short blonde hair. Though his lifeless eyelids were slightly parted, they revealed beautiful, deep white eyes. A man who, despite having been dead for thousands of years, still wore a serene smile on his face. His mere presence made people want to trust him. It was such a gentle, angelic presence that even the ancient troll found himself confused by it as he stared at the corpse, despite knowing it was dead. The most powerful apostle Hidegami had ever possessed across thousands of years. Above Batagati, an immortal demon wearing the fighter god armor. Above Ars, the human who bore 6 sacred artifacts and fought the demons at the height of their power. Above even one of the first dragon generals and the foremost retainer of the first dragon god, the Saint Dragon Emperor Slizzard. This was a human being who had existed 6,000 years ago. The human who founded the greatest holy order ever seen in the six-faced world. The human capable of splitting a continent in half with a single stroke of his sword. The one Hidegami knew, with absolute certainty, to be the strongest human ever to exist. The Holy Knight. Saint Milis. Inside the crystal, his pupil trembled ever so slightly. So little that it would have gone unnoticed by almost anyone. Chapter 368, 50 floors from the end. Dragon God's Hole, 2950th floor. A world turned upside down. That was the only way to describe the vast mountain ranges of the dragon world. Everything was inverted. The sky lay beneath, and the mountains hung above. The deep blue void seemed to spread beneath everything, as though the entire world had been turned inside out, while immense mountain chains loomed overhead. Rivers of cloud poured downward, yet that down was where the sky should have been, and entire masses of earth and stone floated at impossible angles, upheld by some absurd logic. While fighting one of the hardest battles of his life, Rigger could not stop thinking. His mind kept moving constantly. Even while facing 4 immensely powerful dragon generals, armed with demonic spears and all manner of strange magic, his thoughts wandered without end. The original 6 worlds. Each one representing a race. Each one eventually reduced to a single facet of the current world because of the wrath of the first dragon god and the schemes of Hidegami. Even while moving rapidly through the floors, Rigger had still been able to make out the broad history of the 5 destroyed worlds, at least in outline. Dragon God's Hole did not merely show ruins, monsters, and bosses. It showed history as the fallen civilization itself had seen it. And because of that, for the Beast God world, the story was very different from what it had been in the Dragon world. One day, the beast race lost the sacred beast of their world, the mount of the first beast god and his most faithful companion. A being born from nature itself, perhaps the first Miko to ever exist, vanished without a trace. Enraged, the beast race gathered its armies and set out to search for it. But before they could truly begin that search, the dragon god, together with his 5 dragon generals, invaded their world. Naturally, the dragon god had reasons of his own. He was searching for the murderer of his wife and the mother of his child, Lunaria, daughter of the human god. Both manipulated, and both dragged into a meaningless war. And so the beast world, the first world to fall, was destroyed because of the folly of 2 gods and the cunning of a third. That was the beginning of the dragon god's foolish and cruel crusade to find someone to blame. In his search, he went on to destroy the sea world, the sky world, and at last he reached the demon world. By that point, the cruelty and slaughter of the first dragon god had already become irreversible. Together with his 5 loyal generals, the dragon god annihilated not merely populations, but entire worlds, and did so without the slightest mercy. In a way, Orsted had inherited some part of that in his core. Anything that stands in his way, in the way of his goal, must be removed. Exterminating entire civilizations was still not enough to satisfy the rage of the foolish first dragon god. He could not even see his own hypocrisy, massacring whole civilizations over the death of a single woman. The demon world was the only one capable of resisting the dragon god's invasion. At least they, unlike the dragon race, had a good reason to fight. But even they were defeated in the end. Watching history from the perspective of each civilization, Rigger could see everything in stark, vivid colors, just as it truly was. In those times, people were not especially subtle or calculating. Even among the most powerful beings in the world, there had been a certain innocence in the way relationships worked. With one glaring exception. The human god. Living up to his title as the god of humans, he was the weakest among the gods, but also the most cunning. After all, that was how humans always came out on top. through cunning, and through intellect. But even with that so-called innocence among the races, Rigor could not help finding the dragon race utterly repulsive. Was the labyrinth influencing him, making him hate that race? He could not say for certain. It was genuinely difficult to tell. But one thing was certain, merely by showing him history, the true history, the great labyrinth dragon god's whole had succeeded in making Rigor despise the dragon race of that era. And more than all the others, he despised the first dragon god most of all. The greatest among them, and the most despicable. That whole race was, in a sense, one great mistake. At least in that age. Their hypocrisy. Their pride. Their stupidity. Their cruelty. And their so-called loyalty to their leader. Necros Lacrosse, a great demon king, had been able to morally oppose his demon god the moment the possibility of betrayal by the dragon god was raised. But among the dragon generals, there had not been a single one who truly questioned the reality before them. Even knowing that some of them had been manipulated by Hitagami, Rigor still despised them deeply. He despised them because, in the final stretch of the labyrinth, within the dragon world, he could see the history told by the dragon race itself. The 5 dragon generals, their paths, their trails, their decisions, were nothing but steps sinking deeper and deeper into a grave. And now, facing these so-called loyal dragon generals, he could finally witness their final and greatest act of stupidity. These same utterly loyal subordinates, who had never once truly questioned their manic, genocidal god, finally chose to rebel only after 4 entire worlds had already been destroyed. Rigor was, truly, trying to see things from their side once again. The contradiction in their hearts as they watched the dragon god's actions. Hitagami's subtle manipulation. Their wills slowly being broken. He was trying, at the very least, to feel some trace of pity. But all he could feel was contempt. Watching the mighty dragons finally abandon the one thing they had never abandoned before, their loyalty, Rigor could not even bring himself to praise Hitagami. The strategy, though intricate, had been ridiculously simple. And yet it worked. How? Because his targets were fools. The outrage in Rigor's heart grew each time he clashed with one of the monsters that represented the dragon generals. Sillard, the Saint Dragon General. Dora, the Armored Dragon General. Chaos, the Mad Dragon General. And Maxwell, the Black Dragon General. Of course, those were monstrous copies of them, warped echoes reconstructed by the labyrinth, but because of the history this place told, Rigor knew exactly whom each of them represented. This must have been the coalition that faced the first dragon god in their final betrayal. Rigor was having some difficulty in the battle, mainly because he was fighting many enemies at once in a completely inverted environment. Even so, the stalemate did not last very long. The Apocalypse Beast, like the dragon god of that age, finally overcame his opponents by relying on strength alone. Of course, these versions were probably far weaker than the originals. Even so, this was not something a single person should have been capable of facing. Perhaps it truly took one monster to fight another. Rigor killed Dora with a dimensional rupture, opening a tear in the air that split the armored general apart along with space itself. He executed Sillard with 12 lightnings of Olympus, 12 slashes descending at once from every direction, piercing his defenses and incinerating his saintly body before his spear could complete its final movement. He incinerated Maxwell with a purple laceration, a slash of fire and destruction so intense it tore across kilometers of inverted sky, leaving behind a burning violet trail that devoured the Black Dragon General together with everything around him. And finally, he crushed Chaos completely by conjuring a black hole above him. Without question, this was the fight in which Rigor had suffered the most damage since entering Dragon God's hole. He had to regenerate again and again. He had to restore his armor again and again. At one point, he was fighting so wildly that Eris could not even approach, only watch from afar. Which, in truth, was already more than most of the world could have managed. Merely witnessing a fight at that level was lethal even for great warriors. That was precisely why Rigor had brought Eris. She might not be useful in the worst battles, but she would never drag him down. And when the fight in that upside-down world finally ended, leaving behind only a trace of what that floor had once been, Rigor was still regenerating after finally crushing Chaos, and at last his sixth sense came to rest. Then he heard a whistle. He turned and saw his adorable wife leaping across the floating stone outcroppings as she made her way toward him. The exhaustion showed clearly on her face. Even if her body was still at 100% of its physical peak, her mind was visibly slower at that moment. Even so, she was still stubbornly forcing herself to remain proud and cheerful. What a beating they gave you. He. Rigor smiled and flicked Eris on the forehead. Ow. And who are you to talk, he teased. You looked completely panicked when that light attack hit me. Did you really think I wouldn't notice? Eris held the spot on her forehead where he had flicked her and flushed in embarrassment. Humph. I knew you were going to win in the end. I can see the future, remember. Without saying anything else, Eris boldly leapt toward the entrance to the next floor. Rigor watched her for a brief moment. Then he accessed the communicator built into his armor to check for any important news. He quickly reviewed the information on the communicator. Successful attacks, the invasion progressing well and quickly. The Iron Legion was still holding the initiative. But when he reached the part about Verdia's future vision, he paid closer attention. St. Millis. Rigger tensed slightly, and grew a little curious as well. How strong was he supposed to be? What caught his attention most was not even the warning itself, but the fact that there was no mention whatsoever of St. Millis's resurrection in the future diary. That meant this was not an event Old Gar had ever had to face. It was a new plan, something Hidegami had chosen to carry out only in this timeline. Either way, if he was being treated as a trump card, then St. Millis had to be immensely powerful. That alone was reason enough for Rigger to press even harder. Rigger lifted his gaze and watched Eris for a moment. Even exhausted from the constant battles, even clearly worn down by the accumulated mental strain, she kept moving forward without complaining even once. She did not complain about pain, did not complain about exhaustion, did not complain about him, did not complain about the haste, not seriously, at least. She simply kept going with the fierce stubbornness that only she possessed. Seeing that, Rigger burst forward at the same time she did. Batigatti and Laplace had to be getting closer and closer. They could not stop. Only 50 floors remained. Most likely, from there to the end, they would find nothing but dragons and ordinary draconic monsters. Of course, ordinary was a very generous word for creatures that were all still extraordinarily dangerous, each one capable of massacring normal adventurers without the slightest effort. But for him and Eris, that was no longer the biggest problem. If anything, those monsters merely prevented the two of them from resting. That was the real problem. Even the simpler floors still demanded attention and movement. They could not simply sit down and catch their breath. They could not stop for even a minute to let their minds cool, gather their thoughts, or simply breathe in peace. But they were too close to falter now. 9 hours until St. Millis would be revived in the garret. 9 hours. Rigger repeated the number silently to himself as he crossed the portal to the next floor. It was time for the final shot toward the labyrinth's deepest floors. If there was one good thing to celebrate, it was that many floors in the dragon world were centered on pure combat. That meant Rigger and Eris could skip most of them. And that was exactly what they did. The 2,951st floor barely had time to receive them before they tore through it like two arrows. A flock of armored wyverns rose between the inverted mountains and clouds, but Rigger carved a path through them with a slash so vast that half the upside-down sky was dyed blue. Eris passed through the survivors in the same motion, her foresight eye reading the shortest possible routes. On the 2,952nd floor, smaller dragons with black scales and twisted horns dove toward them in formation. Rigger did not even look at them when a wave of gravity distorted space and dragged them all downward, while Eris shot forward in a red streak and sliced through the rest before they could complete their dive. Stronger with every step. Faster with every step. No pause. No rest. The dragon world blurred past before them. Rigger could feel the tension and urgency building within him. Ahead of him, the end of Dragon God's Hole was finally drawing near. At the same time, without their knowing it, a little more than 100 floors behind them, their hunters were drawing closer and closer. Batigatti and Vita continued descending at speed, using everything they had. And between the two sides, fate worked in mysterious ways for each of them. Chapter 369, in all directions. Meanwhile, deep within the Everwhite Labyrinth, another small group was fighting fiercely against 3 enormous trolls, each wielding blunt weapons so massive they looked like metal tree trunks. Hool! A small human with bowl-cut hair, wearing battered armor and carrying a huge mace, leapt forward with astonishing aggression for someone his size. He spun in midair and came crashing down, smashing one of the troll's legs with a single blow. The crack of bones breaking was horrendous, and the knee twisted backward. Goggle. The troll howled in pain, and its gigantic body began to topple, thrown off balance by the strike. The opening was more than enough. The silver-haired elf mage traveling with the group raised her staff at that exact moment. Ice spears. A barrage of enormous ice spears appeared around her and pierced straight through the troll, completely exposed before it had even finished falling. The ice tore through its stomach, chest, throat, and eyes, then drove into the stone wall behind it, carrying dark blood and chunks of flesh with it. Only one last sharp howl was heard before the monster finally collapsed dead. On the other side of the battle, things were even easier. A swordsman in a brown cloak simply cut the second troll clean in half with a single swing, as if he were out for a stroll. The blade passed through the body like butter, and the two halves even slid a little before falling in opposite directions. The third one did not even have time to understand what had happened. Stone stakes shot up from the ground and pierced straight through its brain from below, bursting out through the top of its head with violent force. It was perfect efficiency, considering they were already on the 86th floor. Rudyard, a green-haired superb warrior with a red gem set in his forehead, cleaned off his spear as he looked around. Rudeus, are you sure there's no problem with us killing so many? Rudeus answered while still scanning the area, seeming distracted by something other than the corpses. It's fine, Rudyard. The labyrinth still feeds on dead monsters, but since it's more of a recycling process, it's less efficient than killing an outsider. Rudyard nodded. Rudeus then turned to the swordsman in the brown cloak. Alec, is Lord Sandor almost here? The ragged-looking swordsman, who was actually Kalman III, took out his magical communicator. Although it did not have the same advanced technology used by the Iron Legion, it still let him send and receive messages easily. After checking it, he answered. He's on his way. And it looks like Lady Isolde is coming with him, though I don't know whether that woman will come as an ally or an enemy. Rudeus fell into thought, leaning on his familiar King Salamander staff. Rudyard then said. I believe our strength should be enough to defeat the opponents here, shouldn't it? Rudeus hesitated. In theory, the forces were not that different. The situation would have been another matter if the fighter god or the technique god were present, but they had already confirmed neither of them was here. Even so, he still had to consider a possible clash with the Legion's forces, and even more than that, with the Labyrinth's own forces, the trolls, whom Hitagami's apostles seemed to control in some strange way. So he kept discussing the viability of their plans with Rudyard and Kalman. Meanwhile, Sarah, Sylphie, and Zenoba were talking nearby. None of them seemed especially worried. That was because Rudyard, with his demon eye, had not let a single thing slip past his perception up to that point. The ways of advancing through the floors were fairly ordinary in the Everwhite Labyrinth. There were not even any clear divisions between floors, you simply had to keep going deeper and deeper. Overall, the geography of the labyrinth was one long descent, the only special detail being that there were 3 paths leading to the final floor. Of course, there were connections between those paths, and they crossed each other often, but even so, they were still 3 distinct main routes. And just as it had been until then, the group continued on in relative calm, talking and regrouping after yet another battle. Until, all of a sudden, Rudyard went on alert. His expression changed and he drew his spear in a single instant. Without the need for any signal, everyone immediately shifted into combat mode. Rudeus and Rudyard activated their demon eyes, and Alec jumped in front of Sarah and Sylphie. Both were long-range fighters, especially Sarah. Then came the impact. A blue blur appeared out of nowhere. Along with it came booming laughter. Gwahaha. Kalman barely managed to follow the movement, but he still succeeded in parrying the strike with precision, and even while blocking it, the force caught him off guard. The ground cracked beneath his feet as an enormous black blade collided against him, sending shards of stone flying in every direction. He only managed to shout. Rudeus. But the warning was not even necessary. Seeing a few seconds into the future, Rudeus had already recognized who it was. A Toph. Because he had prepared in advance, a barrage of earth spikes fired toward the immortal Demon King. But a Toph retreated just as quickly as she had charged in, a habit she had started developing more recently. After facing so many absurd opponents on both sides, ally and enemy alike, she had been forced to become a little more restrained. Ho ho ho. Well, would you look at that, it seems fate really does want us together, people. She laughed while everyone in the group was already preparing to fall back and reposition. Alec then rose fully to his feet, staring at the blue-skinned demon with a shocked expression. Grandma. That was when a new voice rang out. A Toph, stop wasting time. We're serious here, move forward and kill everyone in the way. Linnea, one of the beast princesses of the Iron Legion, arrived with her blade stained in blood. She looked impatient, irritated, and was advancing without the slightest ceremony, until she saw exactly who was standing in front of her. Her tail bristled at once. With almost the same reaction, the gazes of Rudeus and Sylphie instantly turned hostile. Sylphie in particular became furious that very second. Linnea Didoldia. Dozens of ice spears appeared around her almost instantly and shot toward the beast warrior at supersonic speed. Linnea promptly jumped back, shouting a warning at a Toph. A Toph, hold these guys off, they're going to try to kill me. If Linnea had to name her greatest fears in the entire world, Eris would be at the top. Rigor would come right after. And after them would be Rudeus and Sylphie at Greyrat. That was because she had a bit of history with that pair. Not only had she slashed out Sylphie's eye with a sword strike when they were children, she had also killed Hector and then mocked his death right in front of them. Sure, from her point of view, that had been battlefield strategy, nothing more. But it was obvious they had not seen it that way. And one of them had become one of the 7 great world powers. What terrible luck. And, just as if to confirm her fears, that crazy elf attacked her the instant she saw her. That was not a good sign. Without any further delay, other fighters from the Legion began to appear, and the 2 sides clashed immediately. In another corridor of the labyrinth, moving even faster than a Toph, were Gino, Ghislaine, and Skoll. They tore through a group of blue-colored trolls at absurd speed, all of them rank mutants, smaller than ordinary barbarian trolls, but much faster. Their legs were thinner and longer, and their arms grotesquely disproportionate. None of them, however, were truly a concern for those two. Both Gino and Ghislaine moved far faster than any monster in that group. The gap was so great that the trolls looked absurdly slow whenever they tried to react. Gino in particular was moving ahead without a care in the world, wearing a slightly relaxed smile. He wore tight swordsman's clothing, with a red cloak swaying behind him, no visible armor, only his sword. He had never liked armor very much, especially heavy armor. He felt far freer when all he had in hand was a sword. And at that moment, his blade truly moved like a storm, living up to the name Storm Tremor. Ghislaine, by comparison, was also very fast, especially as one of the few people who had mastered Wild Light. But during that advance, she was relying more on Gino's kills to keep pace with his exact rhythm. And then, at last, an obstacle appeared. In the middle of their advance, Gino suddenly spoke. "Fall back." That was for Ghislaine. She did not hesitate to break off her advance and retreat at once, together with Skoll, both of them pulling away while the blue trolls were still trying to understand what was happening. Amid the mass of monsters, Gino saw someone. A person standing in the center of the corridor. A pale face with a skull-like appearance, looking more dead than alive. With a cold, serious expression stood the Death God, former fifth great world power. And also the only user of the Sword of Bewitching. Gino immediately saw the thing that bothered him most. His guard was completely open, far too open. One slash would be enough, a single slash, and he would die. Without stopping his advance, Gino felt an unbelievably strong urge to do it. But that was exactly how the bewitching of that walking skeleton worked. Against an ordinary swordsman, it would have been an irresistible invitation. But against Gino, it set off an alarm. His sixth sense warned him. At the last instant, he braked and vanished from his own position. In the very next second, the ground exploded completely in a concentrated blast of fire and poison. The entire corridor was swallowed by a compressed detonation. Green and orange flames surged upward together, carrying dark smoke and liquefied poison. Gino would have been caught in the blast radius. But he executed a defensive technique from the water god style. His sword came down in a controlled arc, and the explosion itself was split in two, opening a narrow path before him through the middle of hell. He placed a hand on his chin as he assessed the situation. More reinforcements from the Iron Legion were arriving, and the priority of this mission was to stop the resurrection of Saint Millis. He decided immediately. "Ghislaine, handle this one. I'm going ahead." With that, Gino completely ignored the men standing in the middle of the corridor. He ignored the blue trolls around him as well. Vita saw this and was about to intercept him using the Absolute Void Demon Eye. But Ghislaine shot toward him like black lightning, cutting off his interference. At the last instant, a red barrier rose in front of him, while his Demon Eye activated, and Gino kept advancing without slowing down for even a second. Vita looked at Ghislaine through the barrier. The blue trolls around him slammed their weapons toward her, roaring in fury. But 3 of them fell before they could even complete the strike, when a massive ebony wolf tore through them with a brutal leap. Skoll crashed down on them like a predator, ripping flesh apart and throwing bodies aside. Ghislaine easily dodged the other blows, and Skoll moved with her. For a brief moment, the two sides simply stared at each other. Ghislaine, with one light red eye and one brilliant green eye. Vita, using Randolph's body, with one dark red eye and the other black. Both wearing serious expressions. Ghislaine had become known as Black Bolt for a reason. She was confident in her own strength, and even so, this was the Death God. She adjusted Hiramune in her hand, the red blade humming with anticipation, and then Ghislaine silently activated the magical effect of her armor. On the other side, Vita, using Randolph's body, once again brought forth the Death God's martial arts. His body looked far too open, far too relaxed, as though he were not truly ready to fight. But that was exactly what made him sinister. Beside Randolph, around 10 swift blue trolls glared at Skoll and Ghislaine with bloodshot eyes, eager to attack the moment an opening appeared. Neither of them was much for talking, so there was no introduction, no taunting. There was only battle. Ghislaine could feel only one thing, over and over again, no matter how many times she looked. Randolph's guard was completely open, she had to attack now. She had to cut through that enemy and kill him immediately. But she knew it was a trap. Even so, even knowing full well that this was the enemy's ability, everything inside her was screaming at her to strike and kill him that instant. With that in mind, she activated her magic power eye and, without waiting any longer, surged forward like a black bolt. At that same instant, Skoll leapt savagely toward the trolls. The ground collapsed beneath Ghislaine's feet as she unleashed Wild Light instantly, the supreme offensive technique in swordsmanship. Her body vanished from ordinary sight, leaving behind only a black and red streak in the corridor. Time seemed to slow. Ghislaine clearly saw Randolph draw his sword. slow and open. I'm going to kill him. That was the vision she saw. A sick, shadowy smile rested on the death god's face, and then, suddenly, Randolph's blade moved in an utterly strange way, in a way that made no sense, tracing a perfect arc toward her left flank. She saw Hiramune almost reach her opponent. She saw the tip of the red blade driving straight toward his face. And in that same instant, she felt it. A wide slash opened across her torso, cutting cleanly through multiple organs and sending blood flying. A potentially fatal blow, delivered immediately in the very first exchange. Randolph was smiling maliciously. In that single instant, he had been able to kill her for her arrogance. With the same technique he had already used to finish many others. It was because he believed he had won that he found it strange when he saw Hiramune driven straight through his demon eye. The red blade pierced completely through his skull in one clean, direct strike, entering through the top of the demonic eye and exiting through the back of his head. The smile on his face froze. He looked at the swordswoman in front of him. Ghislaine was looking back at him too. A small smile appeared on her face. The wound across her torso did not exist. Or rather, it had existed. But it had been healed instantly by the armor's special ability. The torn flesh had already closed, the damaged organs had already been restored, and all that remained was blood splattered along the side of her body and across the light armor she wore. Chapter 370, The Research Records of the Dragon Race. Tearing apart a bronze-scaled dragon with a single strike of his silver spear, Laplace leapt out from inside the creature's body. The beast's body split open from within as Laplace pierced through its flesh, emerging from the other side drenched in red. The colossal corpse began to fall immediately after, spinning through the air before crashing into one of the floor's ruined mountains. The once majestic technique god no longer had any trace of his divine bearing left. Not only was he filthy and covered in blood, he was also tired. His white cloak had been stained in so many different places that it could no longer be called white. His silver hair was matted with dried blood, some of it running down the side of his face. This bronze dragon was a king among dragons, and its magic roar attacked the mind directly. Neither Laplace nor Batagati had any particularly effective means of dealing with that ability. So, following Hidegami's advice, Laplace had deliberately allowed himself to be swallowed within the very first minute. Once inside the beast, the roar had no effect. And once he was inside, killing it was simple. Simple for someone like him, at least. Even so, Laplace was clearly fatigued. It was a scene that would have been practically impossible under any other circumstances for a being like him. His body was still monstrously powerful, and his martial skill still made any beast in that world look ridiculous by comparison. But even a body like that accumulated wear when forced to cross nearly 3,000 floors of the most dangerous labyrinth in the world under constant pursuit, with no time for any real rest, carving a path by force through monsters that only grew more and more irritating. Still covered in blood, he complained to his companion. How is the beast god moving this fast? We should have gained at least 300 floors on him. We're already in the final stretch. But to his misfortune, his companion did not seem worried in the slightest. Batagati stood atop a cracked boulder with the enormous backpack strapped to his back, laughing as if he were just beginning a fun trip through Dragon God's hole. Bwahahaha. Don't underestimate the brat, Slime. If he knows we're coming, he can speed up so much we won't even see his shadow. Ha 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 ha. That would be interesting. Batagati had as much energy as he had at the start of the journey. His physical and mental resilience was far greater than almost anyone's, both because he was an immortal demon and because he had already lived for thousands of years. On top of that, he was not the main combatant for the time being. While Vita handled the most irritating work, Batagati mostly just followed along and waited for the truly fun part. Even after crossing 2,979 floors, he was still in perfect condition. Laplace frowned. At this rate, we'll have to face him on the final floor. That'll be troublesome, especially because of the sword god. Be careful with her. Batty made a puzzled face. Ah. That little redhead, Eris. She won't be a problem. I beat her even without the armor. Although he knew perfectly well that Batagati was an immortal demon, somewhat stupid, and had a distorted sense of time, Vita still could not help but disdain his limited intelligence. So he replied flatly. It's been more than 10 years already. For a human, that's a long time to improve. By now, she should be at Golfarian's level or above it. He cast a glance at the six-armed demon. Even wearing the armor, be careful. For a moment, Batagati fell silent, as if he were genuinely trying to fit that information into his head. Then he slammed one fist into the palm of his other hand and made an expression of sudden understanding. Bwahaha. That's right. Man, humans change fast. Bwahaha. Well, that just makes everything even more interesting. Let's go already. Without waiting any longer, the black demon leapt across the ruined floor toward the portal. Laplace followed him at great speed. Meanwhile, at that exact same moment, Rigger and Eris stepped onto the penultimate floor. Floor 2999. But instead of being greeted by the familiar hostile environment presented by the dragon world, they found themselves inside a cave. Rigger spread his senses throughout the entire place and spoke with genuine surprise. No monsters. Eris had a frown on her face as she looked into the future with her foresight eye. She stayed silent for a few seconds, alert, waiting to sense any line of attack, but nothing came. I don't see any attacks coming, she said suspiciously. Is it broken? Then she tapped her own temple twice, as if that would reactivate her power. She would not have been surprised if it was failing, since her mind had been somewhat hazy lately. Rigger chuckled softly at the sight. No. He looked around again, analyzing the cave. There's something different about this floor. Let's move. Eris nodded immediately, and then both of them ran. Rigger led the way toward the point where he believed the entrance to the final floor lay. The cave was lit by white crystals embedded in the walls, a natural formation of that place. The path was wide, around 50 meters across, and the corridors stretched out in labyrinthine fashion in every direction. But since Rigger had already mapped the entire place with his demon eyes and heightened senses, they simply ran straight toward the central hall. Along the way, unlike on every other floor, they encountered not a single obstacle. There were no beasts, nor were there any visible or invisible traps. There was no hostile presence at all. The silence of that place was, in itself, stranger than any monster. Eris seemed shocked by how things were unfolding. She ran with her hand always on the hilt of her sword, ready to react at the slightest sign of danger. Seeing that, Rigger tried to reassure her. Eris, you don't need to be so tense. Just stay alert. I don't sense any danger in this place. Eris fell silent for a moment, then replied, still suspicious. But I'm activating the foresight eye every minute. Rigger simply nodded. He himself was also being especially cautious, even though his sixth sense was silent. In fact, that was what bothered him the most. There was not even the feeling that they were about to be tested. It was as if that floor served a completely different purpose from the others. They ran like lightning through the stone labyrinth, making sharp turns, crossing broad corridors, secondary tunnels, sloped passageways, and forks that would have confused anyone without Rigger's senses. Then, finally, they reached the hall. And for the first time since entering that labyrinth, Rigger was completely stunned. The gigantic dome inside the cave was not a battlefield. It was a research laboratory. More specifically, a magical research laboratory. Several stone tables were arranged throughout the place, some covered with corroded tools, others with petrified remnants of reagents and structures that must once have supported much more complex experiments. Stone pillars supported a second level above it. There were shelves, niches carved into the walls, higher workbenches, crystal stands, shattered containers. The entire space had the functional organization of a place built for research. On those tables, there were scrolls. Even though they had likely been there for thousands of years, many of them were still intact to a certain extent. There was even a stone cabinet containing dozens of carefully stored scrolls, as if someone had once truly expected to return and continue that work. And on those papers was a script unknown to most people. The ancient language of the dragons. Something the future diary had taught Rigger perfectly. At the center of the hall, seated on a stone chair, was a monster. But it did not look alive. Its hair was silver, and its pupils, though lifeless, were golden and reptilian. Its skin bore scattered silver scales, and on its back were two dying wings. It was dried out, completely withered away. Eris looked confused as she took in the hall. Is the penultimate floor just papers? What are we supposed to do with this? Read them. Rigger did not answer immediately. His mind was already racing. Within the slowed time of his perception, he analyzed the environment in detail with his demon eye. Everything inside the hall passed through his attention in an instant. And that was how he found the key to the next floor. Literally, it was a key. Black in color, with intricate ancient details, hanging from the chest of the withered monster seated on the stone chair. Farther in, beyond the main hall, there was an enormous white marble staircase, broad and grand, and at the end of it rose an immense gate. The gate was around 100 meters tall. It was made of the same white marble as the staircase, but its entire surface was covered in carvings and inscriptions, telling stories. Dragons fighting one another. An enormous flying fortress. 5 warriors descending from the sky like calamities. Entire scenes carved in intricate detail. And right in the middle of the gate was a small keyhole. Knowing what led to the next floor, he turned his attention back to this floor itself. Floor 2999, the penultimate floor of Dragon God's Hole. A research laboratory of the ancient dragon race, filled with records, and just ahead, a monumental gate guarding the final floor of the oldest labyrinth in the world. He wanted to stop and read all of it before moving on. He wanted to find out why that place existed, what the dragons had studied there, what they had been trying to create or understand. But he did not have time for that. After thinking about it, he said to Eris. I've already found the way out, Eris. We don't have time to waste. He started to move forward, but then another thought crossed his mind. Although there was still one thing he could do. Rigor raised his hand. And with mastery, he used his telekinetic magic to manipulate all the records and papers scattered throughout that hall. Even without knowing exactly what they were, he knew they had to be important. The records whirled as they organized themselves around him for a few seconds, and when they had all finally gathered, Rigor placed them inside his spatial storage, which at that moment already contained various materials and monster cores collected throughout the descent. When he finished storing everything away, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. Had old Gar gone through the same thing? Rigor often wondered why information about Dragon God's Hole seemed to be missing from certain parts of the future diary. But what if old Gar had also been hunted? If that were the case, not only would he have had no time to analyze everything in depth, he also would not have been able to store a single item, since he possessed no kind of spatial storage. The more Rigor thought about that possibility, the more sense it made. And that only increased his curiosity about the contents of those studies. What could possibly have interested the ancient dragon race enough to research it? What kind of knowledge was worth storing on the penultimate floor of the oldest and deadliest labyrinth in the world? After storing all the papers, he went with Eris toward the gate. As they approached, the sensation emanating from that structure was a strange, oppressive aura. Looking at those carvings and engravings was like looking directly into the heart of a volcano. As if those images had been made to convey something the mind was never meant to absorb in full. That was the entrance to the final floor. The final boss of the oldest labyrinth in the world. It was all or nothing. Rigor looked at Eris. She seemed especially nervous now as well, to the point that for a moment she had forgotten her own exhaustion. Her eyes were fixed on the gate, and her hand gripped the sword hilt harder than usual. Then he spoke. Let's finish this already. Eris nodded firmly. Without saying anything else, Rigor brought the key to the lock with magic. The black tip fit perfectly. Then he turned it. At that very instant, the enormous gate trembled. A crash echoed throughout the entire labyrinth, like thunder, like an announcement. It was not only the gate that seemed to react. Dragon God's Hole itself seemed to answer that sound. The immense gate began to open slowly. And from the first dark crack between the two halves of the gate, a black light immediately escaped. Rigor and Eris moved forward at once. Chapter 371, Curse of Muteness. The Iron Legion tore through the labyrinth's floors at high speed. Barely 5 hours had passed since the start of the full-scale advance, and the three main fronts were already closing in on their objectives almost simultaneously. On the 95th floor, however, one of the groups ran into unexpected difficulties. That front was led by Taze. At his side were Baron, the Red Ogre, and the Savage Emperor, Jolly. Together, the three of them led at least 30 other Legion warriors, and up to that point they had crushed everything in their path without much concern. Taze, in particular, had faced no difficulty at all. His fighting style was aggressive and versatile, one of the most troublesome to face among all the North Emperors in the entire world. He fought with one long sword and one short sword, both magical weapons, and every movement he made seemed to carry more than one intention at once. Each slash extended into wind blades that tore through entire corridors, or into barrages of flame that swallowed Trolls whole without him even needing to look twice to confirm the kill. And whenever an especially powerful monster endured the first sequence, Taze simply finished the attack with howling magic and a direct strike to a fatal point. It was no wonder he held 5th place among the kings of Gaia. While Taze advanced in such a flashy manner, his two subcommanders were far more straightforward. Jolly practically did not fight in any conventional way. He moved almost exclusively with wild light, vanishing and reappearing like a bolt of lightning, a blur of light cutting across the battlefield at such speed that, for most soldiers, it was impossible to even follow him with their eyes. What remained in his path were enormous monsters already cut to pieces, taking a moment to realize they were dead. Baron was the complete opposite. There was no subtlety whatsoever in his movements. He simply crushed everything with overwhelming force, fully living up to the name he carried. Every blow he threw was enough to break apart almost any opponent in direct combat. The ground cracked beneath his steps, the corridors trembled under his leaps, and anyone who saw him fight immediately understood why he had once been known as the Giant Ripper. So how did a group like this run into difficulty? At first glance, it seemed unlikely, but it was real for two main reasons. The first was the Steel Trolls. 16 S-rank trolls. In a labyrinth as dangerous as the Everwhite, that was not exactly absurd. In fact, it was more or less expected that groups like that would start appearing on the deeper floors. Compared to the three great labyrinths, that was still quite manageable, especially for a group like theirs. After all, no matter how strong they were still monsters, not intelligent warriors. The problem was that those monsters were fighting like an organized army. They did not advance chaotically and protected one another, surrounded, retreated, pressured the flanks, and tried to separate the Legion warriors from each other. The second reason was the ogre god Malta. In that case, there really was not much to explain. Ogres were already a race naturally inclined toward war from birth. Being acknowledged as the god of that race was enough to make even members of the seven great powers think twice before accepting a direct confrontation. And Taze, who had just taken a single indirect punch from that titan, could attest to that better than anyone. His body flew like a projectile. He barely had time to cross his swords in front of his chest before he was hurled backward. His magic armor absorbed part of the impact, but even so, the blow broke through his guard, crushed the air out of his lungs, and slammed him into the cavern wall with a crash that echoed throughout the entire floor. Stones exploded around him, and dust rose as cracks spread like black webs across the rock. If not for the armor, even that casual punch would have turned his organs into an unrecognizable mass. And that was considering Taze was a North Emperor. But he was not fighting alone. Whoa! Baron took advantage of the opening that very instant. Leaping forward with the speed of a train, the Red Ogre hurled himself at Malta with brutal force. In midair, he twisted his body and landed a double flying kick straight into the giant's chest. Baron was powerful. A direct blow like that normally would have sent almost any opponent flying away in pieces. The shockwave spread at the moment of impact. But Malta was dragged back only 3 meters. Baron's eyes went wide. Huh. Malta roared back, as if that only irritated him even more. Still weak. In one motion, he grabbed Baron's leg before the smaller ogre could pull away. Malta simply yanked his rival back and drove a downward punch into him. In the next instant, a crater opened up. The ground rose in enormous slabs, and the ceiling collapsed in several places. An entire row of pillars toppled, and the impact echoed across the whole floor. Baron vanished for a moment beneath the cloud of rocks and debris. Immediately afterward, a flash streaked past Malta's side. By instinct, Malta covered his neck with his thick arms in an instant, and in the next moment, Jolly struck with his blade. His wild light carved across the corridor in an instant. The blade crossed the ogre god's arm and left behind a clean cut. It was not deep enough to go through him, such was the monstrous toughness of the ogre god. Even as a beast and sword emperor, he could not cut through him. Jolly was already far away when he cursed through clenched teeth. Damn it. He had to retreat at once to avoid the same fate as Baron. In the middle of the dust, Baron lay on the ground, coughing up blood, his torso grotesquely caved in. Even for an ogre, even for someone with a monstrous constitution, that was far too severe an injury. Taze frowned when he saw it. If even Baron had ended up in that state from a direct hit, then neither he nor Jolly could take Malta head-on. A single full power strike would be enough to kill either of them. As that thought crossed his mind, Taze opened his mouth and let out a roar without hesitation. Howling magic reverberated through the corridor. The sound struck Malta for only a second, but that was enough to delay his movement and keep him from finishing Baron off. Jolly seized that tiny opening, snatched Baron out of the impact zone, and dragged him back to Taze. Taze already had a healing scroll in hand, and he activated it immediately. An intense green light shone over the Red Ogre's body. Baron let out an involuntary growl as his bones began to reconnect, as the caved-in flesh returned to shape, as the internal bleeding was forcefully stabilized by magic. The process was disturbing and brutal to watch. Taze was left panting by the end, breaking into a cold sweat as he drank another mana potion, his second to last. I'm almost out of mana, how is this demon so strong? Baron opened his eyes the instant the healing was complete. Wah. Malta. I'll tear you to pieces. Even though he had been on the verge of death only seconds earlier, he did not hesitate and charged again. Taze felt a vein throb at his temple. Baron. Don't be insane. We have to wait for Aisha, just hold him off. That was a real problem. If Baron got smashed like that again, Taze might not have enough mana to heal him, and without healing, one more exchange like that could mean the end. But Baron did not listen. Or perhaps he heard and simply did not care. He ran toward Malta as if there were no one else in the world. And Malta, seeing him approach once more, did not show the slightest trace of sympathy either. An even louder roar shook the corridor. Baron still weak. Those two had history. In their youth, Baron had been one of Malta's great rivals. When the struggle for the title of Ogre God arose, both of them stood among the leading contenders, alongside other powerful ogres. It had been a fierce battle, one that decided the next generation and leadership of one of the most powerful races in the world. That day, Malta defeated all of his opponents through absolute strength. Baron lost. And for those defeated in the struggle for the title of Ogre God, there were only two fates, die in battle or live in exile. Baron survived. That was why he had been exiled. He had lived through many things after that, crossed other paths, made other decisions, built another life on the Bigarret continent. Even so, that defeat had remained carved deep inside him, and it always would. Maybe that was why he was charging in like this now. Maybe he did not even know how to fight Malta any other way. Taze and Jolly exchanged a glance for a moment and followed right behind him. Around them, the rest of the Iron Legion fighters kept resisting and cutting down the steel trolls, but the process was far too slow. Ahead, Baron had already leapt again. Malta did not hold back either and jumped forward to meet him head-on. And while Baron charged as if there were no tomorrow, Taze was already thinking of a strategy as he analyzed the battlefield. The steel trolls were extremely durable, but that was not the real problem. The problem was their coordination. Even the Iron Legion's elites were having trouble bringing them down quickly. Krang. Krong. Krrrshh. All throughout the cavernous corridor, hammers, blades, and clubs clashed without pause. Sparks flew, chunks of rock scattered everywhere, monstrous grunts mixed with the Legion's roars, and above it all were Malta and Baron beating each other senseless as ogre tradition demanded. Boom. Taze unleashed a wind blade toward the ogre god just as Malta collided with Baron once again and sent him flying like a rag doll. Taze's magic was instant. A massive blade of wind ripped through the corridor in the blink of an eye, splitting floor and air alike in its path. But it was not fast enough for Malta. The titanic ogre leapt over the magic with both arms raised, ready to crush everything beneath him. Taze shuddered. Even though he had already witnessed that monster's strength several times during the fight, every new movement still felt unreal. He reinforced his legs with Tuki and escaped like lightning at the last instant. Doom. Malta's blow struck the ground. The explosion was so violent that Taze felt his eardrums throb. Stone caved in, the floor rose in slabs, and the shockwave caught him full in the side, hurling the North Emperor away once more as if he weighed nothing. His body scraped across the rocky floor, gouging out a trench, until he managed to twist his swords and stop his own momentum. On the other side, Baron, who was still in the air from the last blow, twisted his body and landed on all fours, dragging his feet across the ground. In the very next second, he was already running again. Woohooya. The red ogre's roar echoed through the corridors like thunder. Even if the comparison diminished him, Baron was anything but weak. Quite the opposite. Baron was one of the most powerful ogres in history, a monster capable of tearing dragons and giants apart with his bare hands. The problem was that Malta was simply far beyond the norm. If Baron could tear apart dragons, Malta could tear apart mountains. And even so, an ogre like Baron would never retreat from battle. In the struggle for the title of Ogre God, he had not retreated. Back then, he had only survived by pure luck. From the very beginning, in every important fight of his life, Baron had always charged forward with that same fierce momentum. And now would be no different. While Baron rushed toward Malta yet again, Jolly remained on the prowl, invisible amid rapid flashes of light. A single blow from Malta would be enough to kill him. But the opposite was also true. If he could land a clean wild light on a vital point, he could finish the ogre god right there. The problem was landing it. Taze pulled himself back up, saw Baron and Malta about to collide once more, and acted at that very instant. Without any chant, he sent mana coursing through the ground and activated earth magic beneath the titanic ogre's feet. Grurum. The earth shook violently. The stone beneath Malta gave way, shifting his footing for a brief, calculated instant. Just enough for the hammering punch he was throwing to slip off angle. And that gave Baron the opening he needed. Boom. The red ogre's fist slammed squarely into Malta's face. Another shockwave rang out. The impact made the bones in Malta's face audibly tremble, and dark blood sprayed out. The damage was building up, even if only little by little. But Malta once again showed why he was the ogre god. Even with his head snapped to the side, he simply jerked back like a beast and drove a short elbow into Baron. Baron was sent flying again, spinning through the air before crashing into a block of stone and shattering it completely. At that same moment, even with the ground still shaking like an earthquake, a ray of light passed behind Malta. Once again, the savage emperor's blade cut. The strike severed the tendon in the ogre's left leg. Oya. Malta roared in pain, his knee buckling from the completely torn tendon. Veins bulged in his neck as he smashed the ground in a fit of fury. Boom. That destroyed the effect of Taze's seismic magic and sent debris flying everywhere. But Jolly was no longer there. The savage emperor had retreated almost in the same instant. Taze smiled when he saw that and briefly pulled out the communicator. There was a message from Aisha. I'm 2 minutes away, hold on. Even with his mana dropping back to critical levels, Taze felt more optimistic the moment he read that. Without hesitation, he pulled out his last mana potion and drank it whole. The bitter liquid went down burning, but soon a sense of vigor began flowing through his body again. It was not much, but it was enough. His long sword began to emit blue flames. The heat rose quickly, flickering across the metal, warping the air around the blade. Taze drew in a deep breath, planted his feet firmly, and then charged forward like an incandescent comet toward the crater where Malta was still roaring and smashing everything around him. That was when he sensed a new presence. Even though he was not a tracking specialist, Taze was still a beast saint. If he felt it, then Jolly had probably sensed it first. And indeed, emerging from the depths of the labyrinth, walking slowly through the middle of the violent battle, was a red troll. Small by the standards of its race, somewhat scrawny and thin. Definitely very old. It wore strange tribal garments covered in markings and dark ribbons, and in one hand it carried a staff as sinister and uncomfortable to look at as its own face. Its wrinkled skin looked like dried leather, and one of its eyes was clouded and white. But the other one was shining. Before Taze could react, Jolly was already rushing at the old troll. He shouted a warning. Or at least, he tried to. Taze saw it clearly. He saw Jolly's mouth open, saw the muscles in his neck tense, even saw the air being expelled. But no sound came out. A cold shiver ran down his spine. In that moment, he suddenly realized that there was no longer any sound at all on that battlefield. Nothing. The whole world seemed to have been swallowed by an unnatural silence. Taze could see everything happening. He saw Baron screaming as he charged, but voiceless. He saw Malta smashing the ground, opening his mouth in a soundless roar. He saw the steel trolls colliding with the Legion soldiers in mute clashes. And at the center of that silence, only one voice could be heard, a hoarse and deep voice. Curse of Muteness. Chapter 372, The White Wizard Cardenac. There was a good reason Aisha had not ordered a large-scale assault before learning about St. Melis. The main reason was simple: information. As much as they knew about Hitagami's main apostles, such as Gal Farion, Vita, and Malta, they still knew very little about the Everwhite Labyrinth itself. And that was exactly why a more planned, more methodical, more gradual offensive had always been the best option. But the premature resurrection of the powerful St. Melis forced Aisha's hand. She had to act. She could accept the incomplete resurrection and prepare to face it later, or she could order a large-scale offensive immediately, betting everything on speed. It could work. It could fail. And now they were paying the first real price of ignorance. The old troll who had been controlling the steel trolls since the beginning of the battle had finally made his move. The final boss of the Everwhite Labyrinth. The White Wizard Cardenac. 3,000 years ago, when natural disasters still ravaged the ages due to Laplace's death, he became the first monster ever born inside a labyrinth to reach the rank of Divine Mage. A rare monster, the kind that only appeared once every several thousand years. A being who had not merely mastered magic, but created an entirely new school of sorcery. A school opposed to healing magic and detoxification. Curse magic. Jolly understood immediately the absurd danger that had just stepped onto that floor. His accelerated mind reasoned through it almost at once. That had to be the labyrinth's boss. It made no sense for him to be there, and yet he was. How and why had he left the final floor? Was he intelligent? How powerful was he? What was his objective? How far did his interference on that battlefield reach? But Jolly had no time to dwell on any of those questions. He pushed them all aside and shot forward faster than ever before. Using wild light as fast as he possibly could, he surged ahead in an almost invisible flash. He had been taught to trust his sixth sense, and everything inside him was screaming that this monster was different. That was why, beyond killing it, his first instinct was to order an immediate retreat. But he did not expect even that to be interrupted. At the exact instant he moved, Jolly heard another voice. Unlike the Curse of Muteness, which had smothered the entire battlefield, this voice was aimed specifically at him. He felt it because he had been the first to react. He felt it because that magic seemed to have been prepared precisely to strike whoever approached the fastest. The old troll raised his decrepit face. His expression was one of pure disgust, as though merely looking at Jolly filled him with revulsion. The white, blind eye seemed to fix itself exactly on him. And then Jolly heard inside his mind, all at once, in a grotesque overlap. Curse of Wrath. Curse of Necrosis. Curse of Sepsis. Everything happened in an instant, while the battlefield remained in silence. Taze continued his charge toward Malta like a flaming comet. Jolly attacked the White Wizard. And then, roughly 50 meters away from him, Jolly stumbled. It was not a technical mistake, his body simply failed in the middle of the movement. Since he had been advancing at absurd speed, he kept rolling across the ground purely from inertia, bouncing between broken stones until he came to a stop only a few meters from Cardenac. But he was no longer normal. Taze unleashed his flaming strike at Malta as the ogre emerged from the crater, and the incendiary slash collided head-on with him in a burst of light. Blue fire spread in every direction, but Taze had no interest in the result. He turned immediately toward Jolly, alarmed. Everything had changed too fast. Jolly had collapsed, his body suddenly drained of strength, as if all vigor had been ripped out of him. His skin turned pale and purple at the same time. Dark veins began standing out all across his body in thick, irregular lines, some swollen, others empty and sunken. His muscles began to suffer violent spasms. Uncontrollable tremors ran through his arms, his legs, and his neck. Taze opened his mouth to shout, but there was still no sound. All he could see was the growing horror in Jolly's eyes. He ran immediately to save him, but Malta came straight at him, blocking the way like an avalanche. The ogre god was roaring, but there was no sound at all. Jolly was collapsing on the ground in the middle of a terrifying silence. The white wizard was walking casually toward him. There was no hurry or hesitation in his steps. Jolly's torso began convulsing more and more violently as disease ate through his body from the inside. He tried to breathe, but his lungs were no longer obeying properly. Blood and fluid streamed uncontrollably from his eyes, his mouth, and his ears. Beneath his fingers, his skin began splitting open in small dark fissures. He tried with all his strength to reinforce his own body with battle aura. But the countless torturous sensations assaulting his mind were too much. Pain, burning, pressure, numbness, fever, cramps, nausea, irrational wrath together with rising panic. Cardenac passed by him. Though small for a troll, he still stood 3 meters tall. He looked down at the beast warrior with the same disgust a person might show when stepping on a worm. Then he bent slightly. And slowly grabbed the back of Jolly's neck. Taze was screaming frantically, though no sound came out. Baron was also leaping toward them in a fury, but he was still too far away. With a single squeeze, one sharp sound rang out. Crack. Even with everything else still drowned in complete silence, the sound of the savage emperor's spine breaking echoed clearly. Jaligali, the strongest beastman of the leopard tribe, was dead. The color drained from Taze's eyes. And then he was filled with fury. Even if he screamed with all the strength in his lungs, there was still no sound. And worst of all, although he wanted to tear that monster to pieces right then and there, Malta was still on his heels. At the exact moment of his distraction, the ogre god finally landed a direct hit to his flank. And then sound finally returned. Boom. The thunder of the impact came together with the sound of Taze's arm twisting at an impossible angle. The North Emperor was hurled away by the blow, crashing through 3 stone pillars in succession before hitting the ground amid the wreckage. One of the Legion soldiers immediately rushed toward him to help. Meanwhile, Malta, instead of chasing after him, simply turned and started heading toward Baron. Baron was already consumed by fury, charging like a maddened beast toward the white wizard. Oh, you damn troll. He had been prepared to suffer some impossible curse like Jolly. Prepared to pay any price as long as he could crush that enemy with his own hands. But to his surprise, he reached Cardenac without anything happening. The white wizard was looking at him in an incomprehensible way. But Baron could not have cared less. His fist came in with everything he had. And when it finally smashed squarely into the troll's face, the impact was thunderous. Cardenac's sinister expression warped, his already deformed face caved in even further, and his entire body went flying down the corridor, spinning with his head twisted and his skull partially crushed, without Baron even knowing whether the monster was still alive or dead. Baron was about to continue the attack, run after him, and tear that troll to pieces, when he felt a strange tingling in the hand he had used to land the blow. A creeping numbness. And then, inside his mind, he heard Cardenac's repulsive voice. Curse of hatred. Curse of paralysis. Baron felt as though an electric shock had shot through his entire body. It was as if every violent emotion he had ever felt in his life had been magnified 100-fold. His hatred, already immense, surged all at once to an inconceivable level. All the rage he had accumulated against Malta, all the hatred toward this troll, who had killed his comrade right in front of him, all of it exploded inside him without any control. His vision turned red, and veins bulged all over his body. His muscles swelled as though they were about to burst, and at the same time a monstrous sense of power was born in his limbs. Baron felt, with absolute clarity, that he was stronger than he had ever been in his entire life. But he could not use that strength, his body refused to move. The curse of paralysis held him in place, turning that power into torture. Baron trembled violently, teeth grinding, blood pouring from his wounds while his eyes followed the old troll as he got back to his feet farther ahead. The punch had sent him flying and mangled his sinister face even further, but Cardenac was still alive. Barely conscious and full of resentment, but alive. Baron tried to move forward, tried to tear his own body apart by force if necessary. But he could not break free of the strange magic. And then he saw another shadow descending in front of him. His greatest enemy, Malta. At the exact moment the ogre god landed on the ground before him, the paralysis vanished. Baron regained control of his body all at once. Wayawak. The roar that came from his throat was so savage it sounded more like an explosion. Without thinking, he lunged forward with bloodshot eyes and a punch loaded with more force than he had ever put into a blow in his life. The fist smashed into Malta's face with enough violence to make even the ogre god falter. The impact was so fierce that the ground around both of them collapsed on the spot, cracks spreading in every direction as the nearby pillars trembled. Malta's eyes widened for an instant, genuinely surprised. But in the next moment, he roared just as loudly as Baron and answered with a punch to the torso. Baron spat blood, but did not retreat. He struck back immediately. Then Malta. Then Baron. Then Malta again. The two ogres began trading punches like two monsters colliding head-on. It was pure violence, each clash of fists creating a shockwave, sinking the already ruined section of the floor even further. Baron was different. To Malta's surprise, he was hitting harder than ever before. His arms were breaking in real time, his shoulders were tearing apart from the inside, his knuckles had already turned into shredded meat. And yet he kept going. As if that formless rage were forcing every fiber of his body beyond its limit. Malta felt it clearly. For the first time in his life, he felt genuinely threatened in a direct exchange of punches against someone of his own race. It did not frighten him, it only made him more excited. The ogre god's eyes widened with an almost insane gleam, and his desire to crush Baron grew even stronger. The massive ogre took a step forward, took a punch to the jaw, answered with a knee to the abdomen, took an elbow strike to the neck, and then drove his fist into Baron's flank with such force that the crack of ribs breaking echoed through the corridor. Baron staggered. Malta did not waste the opening. He turned and delivered a monstrous punch straight to his former rival's face. Crack. Baron's skull visibly caved in. Blood, teeth, and fragments of bone flew out with the impact. His body reeled, but he still tried to keep moving forward, still tried to raise his arms, still tried to attack. Malta roared. He grabbed Baron by the whole face with one hand, fingers digging into flesh. He lifted his old rival into the air, and then hurled him into the ground with monstrous violence. Boom. The impact blew apart the ground beneath them. Flesh, bone, and muscle from Baron's body spread across the floor in an incomprehensible mess. Baron, Gaia's red ogre, was dead. Malta stood still for a moment. Terrible. Baron's final outburst in that exchange of blows had left him at death's door. His chest was sunken on one side, and one of his arms hung partially useless. Bones jutted through flesh in more than one place, and blood was pouring from his mouth and nose in absurd volume, while even the way he breathed had become irregular. He had won through sheer willpower. Even so, he remained standing. He felt someone approaching. He did not need to look twice to know who it was. The sinister troll was walking toward him. Malta had not truly seen him fight, but he knew he was an ally. So he assumed the old wizard was coming to heal him, or at least support him with some strange spell. When Cardenac touched his shoulder, Malta did not even try to resist. And then he heard the white wizard's rough, deep voice. Curse of necrosis. Curse of lupus. Malta's eyes went wide. For a second, he still did not understand. Then his skin began to die. Necrosis spread through the ogre god's body. Flesh hardened, darkened, and caved in across multiple places at once. The blood flowing from his mouth turned thick and dark. He tried to turn and crush the troll on the spot. But his own body was no longer responding as it had before. The second spell was corroding his resilience even more deeply. Malta took one step. Then another. Then froze. He remained standing for a moment like a statue of rotting flesh, before life simply vanished from him entirely. Taze, who had just been healed by one of his subordinates, raised his head in time to see the rest of the situation around him worsen all at once. His soldiers, who had been fighting and winning against the steel trolls, began to fall one by one. Sudden illnesses were appearing in all of them. One man dropped his sword and began vomiting blood. Another fell to his knees and started clawing at himself in desperation as dark patches spread across his neck. A mage tried to cast healing and watched her own fingers harden. Taze looked back toward the central conflict. And then he saw a sight his mind took a moment to accept. Jolly was dead. Baron was dead. And the ogre god Malta as well. He was still standing, but Taze did not need to look twice to know that it was only the remains of a body. The skin had nearly fully necrosed, and no life remained there anymore. Beside the still-standing corpse, Cardenac was staring at him. And now, for the first time, the white wizard was smiling. Taze felt new curses trying to invade his body. But then another voice cut across the battlefield. Disturb. The effect ceased immediately. On Taze, and on the Legion soldiers at the same time. Taze barely had time to make out what was happening before he saw who had arrived. A young woman in silver armor and a blue cloak appeared on the field, one hand already raised toward the white wizard. In the next instant, lightning leapt forth. It was a devastating chain of lightning, tearing through the air in zigzags and striking Cartanac with enough force to devastate all the surrounding area along with him. Bluish-white light flooded the entire floor for a second, trolls were thrown into the air, and the ground cracked once more. Taze rejoiced in his heart. Aisha. But the divine sorceress was not happy in the slightest. She landed, looked at the dead bodies of Jolly, Baron, and Malta, and her expression darkened. Beyond rage and shock, she looked worried. In the next instant, she felt the labyrinth tremble. Aisha went slightly pale and said, in a low, grim, absolutely serious voice. "We're fucked." Deep in the labyrinth, a massive pulse of energy ran through the mana veins. The deaths of 3 powerful beings from outside the labyrinth had been absorbed all at once. At the center of the enormous purple crystal, the body of a man with blonde hair and white eyes received that power the way parched earth receives a flood. And then, suddenly, St. Melis opened his eyes, more alive than ever. Chapter 373, Ascalon's Sacred Judgment. At the exact moment Melis opened his eyes, the enormous purple resurrection stone surrounding him shone intensely. It was like a strange, wavering gleam, similar to a mirage. The crystal surface trembled, and then that entire mass of power began to come apart into light, being drawn into his body. A white and violet wave flooded the 100th floor. The entire hall was swallowed by that radiance. The walls, the floor, the pool of blood, the stone columns, everything was covered in a glow so intense that it was difficult to look directly at its source without feeling your eyes ache. At the same time, the aura being born from Melis spread throughout the place, reaching every corner of the dungeon. The blue veins that had once run along the walls of the final floor came apart, as though they were losing their material form and returning to the raw state of mana. The ever-white labyrinth began to tremble. It was as if the very existence of the labyrinth was reacting, shuddering before a threat to its existence. As if it were instinctively trying to close itself off, to protect itself, to hide from that newly awakened being. Melis was naked. He remained standing still for a brief moment, looking around in silence, still wrapped in white light. There was confusion in his eyes. Before awakening, he had met an old acquaintance in his dreams. An acquaintance from whom he had not parted on good terms. His lips moved in a whisper. "Human god." But in the very next instant, his irises gleamed black. A strange sludge, hidden behind his pupils, stirred, and suddenly an endless flood of memories invaded his mind. Melis brought a hand to his head and made a brief grimace, more irritated than truly shaken. Images, lives, emotions, and perspectives began pouring into him like a flood. He saw years upon years of other people's experiences pass before him, as though he were watching the world through the eyes of countless individuals. But everything revolved around a single event. The fall of the Holy Kingdom of Melis. Vita had gone out of his way to show only one side. The side of the ordinary priests and knights. The vision of fear, horror, and desperate resistance in the face of an invincible monster. He saw walls being breached, people running in panic while temples collapsed. And at the center of it all, he saw the figure of the Apocalypse Beast leading the destruction alongside the Iron Legion. Fury flashed through St. Melis's eyes. 6,000 years ago, the beast race was still seen as a variation of the demon race. The modern distinction did not exist. In Melis's eyes, therefore, the matter was very simple. His kingdom, which had endured and prospered for 6 millennia, had been destroyed by demons. But the visions did not last long. In the next instant, Melis touched his own head with 2 fingers. There was a brief flash. And the fragment of Vita lodged in his mind was reduced to nothing. Not far from the crystal in which he had awakened stood a man dressed in priestly robes. He was an ancient priest of Melis, one of the members of the true order who had resisted Gaia's rule. Having been brought to that place at Gisa's suggestion, he now watched the scene in utter shock, staring with trembling eyes at the figure he had worshipped his entire life as a divinity. But before he could say anything, Melis spoke in a voice heavy with contempt. "Filthy demon. Leave that man's body before I erase you from this world." The priest did not understand immediately. But in the very next instant, a dark blue and black sludge burst from his mouth and leapt out. It was Vita. He fell to the ground with a revolting sound, writhing slightly before taking on his slime form. He seemed extremely cautious as he observed the mysterious human. He had left a fragment of himself in both the priest and in Melis as a safety measure, but even he himself had not understood how St. Melis had simply extinguished a part of him like that. Melis cast him a single hostile glance. And then ignored him. Before the priest could even catch his breath or gather his thoughts, a white aura enveloped him. A pure and inescapable aura. St. Melis turned his white eyes toward him and asked, with a calm smile. "Sir, are you a genuine priest of Melis? Is it true that the kingdom of Melis was destroyed by the Apocalypse Beast?" The man felt his mind being pierced by that light. It was like standing before something so pure, so exalted, so inevitable, that lying became impossible. His throat went dry and his heart pounded. He felt that, before such a being, any falsehood would be an intolerable blasphemy. And he answered without being able to resist. Yes. I am a priest, sir. The beast god destroyed the Holy Kingdom and erased Malition from the map. It's all true. Even he seemed startled by how quickly the words came out. He had not even had the chance to provide context, he had simply spoken at once. It was as though his very heart had been torn out and laid bare before Meles. That was the power of Saint Meles. The Miko of transparency. As long as he asked a question, the truth was torn straight from the depths of the other person. It did not matter how much someone wished to hide, omit, or distort it. Upon hearing the answer, Meles seemed reassured and nodded. The priest, still shaken by the sensation of that white aura passing through his soul, hurriedly picked up the box he had brought and knelt down. Saint Meles, we kept your sword so that you could wield it. Unfortunately, we no longer have the divine armor you once used. Meles accepted the box without taking his eyes off him. When he opened it, he found his sword. Ascalon. It was a broad sword with an ordinary appearance. Its blade was such a pure silver that it looked almost white. The guard, metallic blue, resembled open wings. The hilt, dark gray, was wrapped in the design of a golden dragon spiraling upward to near the base of the blade. At first glance, it did not look extravagant. It was not a weapon made to intimidate. It simply looked good, perfect in its simplicity. Meles began calmly putting on the armor they had prepared for him. As he did so, his mind still revisited the encounter he had had with Hidegami before awakening. The memories Vita had shown him only reinforced that. He had not been brought back to contemplate a new world, he had been summoned to fight. More than that, he had been summoned by the human god. The situation was terrible. His kingdom no longer existed. The apocalypse beast was marching toward complete world destruction, toward Hidegami's death. Even though he had not parted on good terms with Hidegami, Meles bore no resentment. Not even for the fact that Hidegami had betrayed him in his final moments. Not for the contempt and mockery he had received on his deathbed. To Meles, Hidegami was still the god of humans. His god. The god of the world. The being he had chosen to follow and obey. Even if he was difficult. Even if he was unpleasant. Even if he was unworthy at times. That was also why he had not killed Vita completely. He could have done so with relative ease, exterminating demons was his specialty, but he had been warned beforehand that sludge had its uses. When he had finished adjusting the armor to his body, Meles lifted his gaze to the ceiling of the labyrinth. His white pupils shone. A strong enemy is coming. Ordinary face. He seems to be a warrior with sharpened senses, and very fast. He will be here in seconds. His gaze then fell upon Vita. What is the current situation, whose demon? Vita felt insulted. Whose demon? Even so, he was prudent enough not to react. The white aura had already infiltrated his mind without him noticing, and when Meles asked, the answer came out before he could think it through. The situation is terrible on our side. We're surrounded at the bottom of the labyrinth. You need to go save the others before they die. Meles gave him a look of disgust, since Vita was speaking in his mind. Then he finished securing the armor to his body and finally took Ascalon in hand. The moment his fingers wrapped around the hilt, the white aura surrounding him flowed through the sword naturally. As if the weapon were recognizing its owner. Meles smiled for the first time, genuinely. Even after all this time, you still belong to me. Mana began to gather around the blade. The air changed. Particles of white light appeared around the sword like sacred spirits, slowly rising. The floor of the 100th level vibrated, and the light rapidly grew, condensing around Ascalon until it transformed it into the center of the mystical phenomenon. The priest stepped back, and Vita retreated as well. Even the pool of blood around the old crystal seemed to shrink before that strange magic. Meles raised the sword. His expression turned cold. He did not point the blade at a specific enemy. He aimed at the very concept of the labyrinth. Let us begin by destroying this abomination that dares profane life and death. And it was at that exact moment that Gino arrived. Fast as lightning. He appeared at the entrance to the 100th floor without hesitation, without stopping to ask, without wasting time evaluating anything beyond the essential. Storm Tremor was already in motion before the rest of his body had even fully entered the hall. 9 flying heavens. His sword struck 9 times. 9 flashes were born almost simultaneously from the blade and tore through the labyrinth in devastating trajectories, ripping through the hall with violence. Time seemed to slow for an instant before the speed and precision of the blow. The priest threw himself backward in panic. Vita slipped to the side, trying to vanish from the path. The ground split open, and lines of destruction raced across the 100th floor toward the newly resurrected men. Meles looked at Gino with mild surprise. But he did not interrupt what he was doing. Mana continued to converge upon Ascalon. The white light around the sword thickened until it was almost solid. Luminous threads emerged from the very air, from the mana spread throughout the labyrinth, all of them being pulled toward the blade. The brilliance became so intense that the shadows disappeared. The 100th floor was covered in sacred radiance. Then Meles moved the sword toward the heavens. And spoke. Ascalon's sacred judgment. In the next instant, white light consumed everything. Meles was known for many things. His deeds were so numerous that listing them all in full would take entire days. He was a founder, a conqueror, a symbol, a saint, a warrior, a god among men. His name crossed ages like a pillar supporting the faith of countless generations, and even after thousands of years, it was still spoken with reverence. But among all the legends surrounding his name, there was one that always elevated his image above that of a mere human hero. With Ascalon in hand, Saint Meles was capable of destroying labyrinths. And in that instant, the ever-white labyrinth received its sentence. The white light born from the sword did not remain confined to the 100th floor. It spread like a divine ordinance, imposed upon an existence that should not exist. It was a light that seemed to pass through space itself, filling corridors, halls, stairways, and chambers in the same fraction of time, as if the very concept of distance were being completely ignored. In one instant, it was on the final floor. In the next, it was throughout the entire ever-white labyrinth. The walls began to shine from the inside out, and the corridors became unbearably bright. The mana sustaining the labyrinth's colossal structure vibrated in disharmony, as if it were being repelled from this world. The light rose, descended, pierced through, and raced onward unhindered. It pierced the dungeon's internal skies like an endless white pillar, tearing through floor after floor as though they were fragile sheets stacked atop one another. Everything unnatural within that place began to tremble before it. The evil embedded in the structure, the mana steeped in death, everything began to come apart beneath that radiance. It was not a harmful light to the living. It did not burn skin or flesh. But to the labyrinth, it was utterly destructive. The structure of the Everwhite began to collapse. The corridors bent into impossible angles for a brief moment. Entire halls seemed to stretch and compress at the same time. Stairways came apart into fragments of light. In some places, space cracked like glass, revealing for an instant dark fissures where there was no floor, no ceiling, no direction. Anyone inside the labyrinth at that moment felt it. It did not matter what floor they were on, nor their strength or power. Everyone felt that force. A repulsion so immense and unnatural that it seemed to come from nowhere specific. It did not blow from the front or the back. It was as if the world itself were rejecting everything inside the labyrinth. Warriors were hurled against walls that were no longer where they should have been. Entire groups lost the ground beneath them at once and were thrown through corridors that were breaking apart into light. The Everwhite was being undone. And then, outside, in the Everwhite desert, the phenomenon finally became visible to the world. From the center of the labyrinth, a white light rose into the heavens like a pillar of white radiance piercing the skies of Begarit. The shockwave swept across the desert sands in gigantic rings, raising walls of dust. For an instant, the entire sky of Begarit was washed white. Anyone anywhere on the desert continent looked up and saw it. It was far too mystical to be understood through ordinary logic. And at the center of it all, in the heart of that sacred annihilation, Saint Meles remained standing with Ascalon in hand. Chapter 374, eager for destruction. Meanwhile, on the 3000th floor of the Dragon God's Hole, atop the peak of an inverted mountain, a warrior stood. Around him, blue and purple flames stretched and swirled in a blazing vortex. His black armor shone like the sun, saturated by the enormous quantity of flames it had absorbed throughout the battle, and the translucent blue blade in his hand released restless flares at every moment, as if it were alive, eager to keep destroying. The scene around him could no longer be called a battlefield. Lightning tore across the inverted firmament and struck the mountains from time to time. Craters and fissures split the vast chain of suspended mountains as though colossal monsters had thrashed there in an attempt to destroy everything, and the temperature around the warrior was so high that the mountain beneath his feet was melting in real time, flowing in rivers of incandescent lava into the inverted sky. From behind the helmet, as his cape fluttered in the constant wind, his ragged breathing could be heard. But in the next instant, it stopped. The golden demon eyes behind the helmet analyzed everything, almost like clairvoyance. The apocalypse beast, Rigor Adoldia. Fufufu. A clear female laugh sounded near him. That laugh did not come from Rigor, nor from Eris, and even less from his enemy. It was the Doomsday Sword. The blade in his hand trembled slightly, and new blue and purple flames leaked from its translucent body with an almost indecent joy. That had started at some point during the fight, and Rigor still had not had the time to stop and analyze it because of the battle. Because his enemy appeared before him once again. Assuming, once more, his titanic form. The false dragon god. The most powerful false divinity in that labyrinth could alternate between two forms. One was that of a humanoid draconian around 2 meters tall, fast, powerful, with a strength that could only be described as divine. Its claws pierced through the Doomsday armor and the Saint Beast battle aura with revolting ease, and its magic was capable of bending the entire world with a simple movement of its hand. And then there was this form. Before Rigger, an enormous silver dragon rose once more in all its monstrosity. Its size was so colossal that the mountain Rigger stood upon looked like a joke. He had to tilt his face upward to see it whole. Its wings had a span measured in kilometers, its body looked as though it had been shaped to crush continents, and its golden pupils burned with a ferocity that did not belong to anything that should exist. Its right eye bore a horrendous cauterized wound, its left wing was torn apart, and several other smaller wounds marked its colossal body. Even so, it remained as fierce as hell. When it rose majestically, even the wind caused by its movement seemed enough to lay entire nations to waste. Rigger did not know the exact size of the legendary King Dragon King's Kajagut, but he seriously doubted he had ever reached even a fraction of this monster. After being struck head-on by a dimensional rupture shortly before, the false dragon god fixed its gaze once more upon that small black-clad opponent. And then it roared. Roar. The roar crossed the entire inverted world. Mountains trembled, and the mountain range itself groaned under the pressure. In the next instant, that titanic body surged forward. Its speed was disproportionate to its size. The world shook beneath the movement of that colossal body, and its jaws began to glow golden as flames accumulated around its mouth. Rigger prepared himself that same instant. A black light seeped into Doomsday. Gravity, space, and barrier magic began to unify into a single spell born from his will. Mana ran through his body like boiling liquid, and he launched himself from the mountain. Not to avoid the dragon, but to collide head-on with it. His voice could be heard as he gained speed, transforming into a brilliant black comet, like a dark star advancing across the inverted sky, leaving trails of destruction wherever it passed. Black Light Annihilator. The false dragon god's flames exploded in intensity. The golden energy gathered in its throat reached its peak, and in the next instant, it was unleashed. A colossal flaming breath emerged. It looked like a sun in the shape of a beam, expelled from the throat of a divine creature. An absurd mass of golden flames was spat forward, a river of destruction that tore through the entire world in its path. The flash swallowed the horizon in white gold. Wherever it passed, the air vanished in explosions of heat, clouds were split open, mountains were pierced through, and rocky masses were reduced to incandescent seas. It was a cataclysm expelled from the mouth of a monstrous god, advancing for kilometers without losing even a trace of force, sweeping away everything before it beneath the crushing violence of golden fire. Then, amid that hypnotic amalgam of destruction, a long thread of black light appeared, cutting across the horizon. And it came accompanied by an audible sound. A deep hum, like a ghostly lament. The breath was split horizontally in half. Rigger appeared right before the dragon's enormous mouth, large enough to swallow an entire island. Doomsday shone with black light, like a black hole compressed into the form of a blade. Rigger slashed as he advanced like lightning. Dark shimmering flash. A wave of energy burst from that strike, cutting exactly along the line of the jaws and splitting the horizon in half with a terrifying hum. Because of the spatial and devouring properties of the magic, the scales, the monstrous battle aura covering its body, none of that meant anything. The enormous dragon had no time or space to dodge. The upper half of its head was mercilessly severed from its body. Dark blood burst forth in torrents. An agonized cry came from the monster. Scream! But, as in every other time before, that monstrous body did not remain that way. In a fleeting instant, the titanic form metamorphosed again, shrinking rapidly. Flesh, scales, bones, and mana reorganized themselves at absurd speed, reducing themselves until they once more took the shape of the silver draconian. But Rigger was already waiting. Leaping through the air, wrapped in the vibrant female laughter coming from Doomsday, he advanced again without hesitation. Purple flames engulfed his body as he aimed exactly at the point where the diminished enemy would reappear. Purple laceration. A horizontal slash of purple fire crossed space in an instant, aimed at the draconian, who was holding his own newly regenerated head with visible agony. But he was fast. Beating his wings in desperation, he retreated at the last second. Rigger pursued like lightning. Every blow he used was a calamity, every exchange of attacks was a chance to kill that horrible monster. But his senses were growing more and more frantic. He was winning, he still had mana, he still had fighting strength. The problem was time. Rigger could feel time running out. A resounding roar burst out of him as he used howling magic. It was not a technique capable of directly injuring that opponent, but it could stun him for an instant. And an instant was all someone like Rigger needed. In the very next second, he turned into a bolt of lightning. The storms were on his side. 12 lightning bolts descended at the same time upon the silver draconian, crushing the space around him in a divine display, and Rigger attacked from 12 places at once. 12 lightnings of Olympus, descent. Like 12 lightning bolts taking human form, 12 incarnations of Rigger advanced in perfect sync. The false dragon god roared once more, and a gravitational force exploded around him like a dome. The world shattered in every direction. Gravitational waves distorted the air, the mountains bent, the entire terrain was remade. Haul. But the 12 lightning bolts were not so easy to avoid. That was the peak of mana, a god-level fusion of lightning and space magic with the sword and beast god style. While the gravitational waves tore through the world, the 12 attackers skillfully evaded them, as if each one of them were, by himself, a divine swordsman. One was destroyed. The others kept advancing. 3 more were crushed by the rippling gravitational ruptures around the Draconian. Even so, they continued on, lightning that refused to disappear, like inevitable judgments descending from the heavens. And then they struck. 7 of the 12. 7 new lacerations tore through the dragon Tuki of the labyrinth's final monster, ripping away blood and flesh as the false dragon god's roar exploded once more across the entire floor. Wounded, it used the momentum of its legs and wings to ascend into the inverted skies in a sudden burst. Rigor did not waste a second. The instant the false dragon god left behind the gravitational ruptures that had been protecting him, doomsday pierced the air. Amalgam of nothingness. A very small sphere of vacuum appeared directly ahead of the final boss's path. Small and pale. Almost harmless at first glance. But something deeply primitive inside the false dragon god immediately understood that it would mean his end. Using his gravitational magic to the utmost, he swerved. He fled at top speed, twisting his own body to escape the tiny sphere that seemed like nothing at all. Then the magic expanded. The world vanished, as if it were being nullified. The tiny sphere opened up, devouring everything around it in a white and empty expansion that reduced all things to nothing. Entire mountains vanished as a new scar appeared in a perfect spherical shape, and the landscape of the last floor looked as if a piece of its existence had been torn away. When the phenomenon ceased, half of the false dragon god's body had been erased. Even so, he still survived. Rigor could clearly feel that the absurd power of the false dragon god was at its end. The monstrous endurance of that colossal body, which until now had seemed inexhaustible, had finally begun to give way. Very little remained. Just one more advance, one more perfect blow, one final push to kill the final boss once and for all. In his hand, Doomsday vibrated as if sharing the same certainty. Dark blue flames gushed endlessly from the blade, as if the sword too were eager for the finishing blow. Rigor was already prepared to teleport and make his final advance, but then, suddenly, his senses sharpened. His entire body stiffened. At the same moment, he pushed his demon eyes to their limit, and the world slowed down. The flames spreading across the inverted skies dragged like ink in water. The fragments of stone, ash, and blood suspended in the air seemed painfully slow. And in that state, Rigor analyzed everything at once. That was when he looked into the distance, toward the entrance to the floor. 2 new presences appeared, Badigati and Laplace. They had arrived. At the same time he noticed that, a written message from Eris appeared on his communicator. Rigor. Don't you dare let him escape, kill him now. I'll hold them off. Of course, thanks to the foresight demon eye, Eris foresaw this situation before he did. The message had not even finished by the time he already felt Eris move. She shot forward like a red bolt toward the entrance to the floor, going to intercept them without waiting for a response or confirmation. They were very far apart from one another, but to Rigor, that did not mean much. If he wanted to, he could cross that distance in an instant. And that was exactly why he did not know what to do. If he followed what Eris had said, he could take advantage of the unique opportunity before him and finally kill the false dragon god. But to do that, he would have to leave her alone before Badigati and Laplace. If he went to help her now, he would abandon the best chance he had had until then to finish off the final boss. And if the monster escaped once again, the situation could grow even worse with this new interference. His mind boiled. For a fraction of a second, Rigor felt as though his reasoning were going in 2 directions at once. He did not know what to choose. His sixth sense, usually so reliable, was just as undecided as he was. That meant that no matter which path he chose, the result would not be ideal. That made him freeze for a tiny instant. Then he looked toward Eris again. Even from that distance, his vision reached her face, completely resolute, without a trace of doubt in her expression. Eris had absolutely no chance of holding them off with sheer strength. None. She knew that. He knew that. So the real question was not whether Eris could defeat them head-on. The question was, would Eris be capable of doing anything other than that? Rigor's eyes burned, and he forced his demon eyes even further. Wanting the power to simply freeze this moment and think better before acting. But time did not stop, and the false dragon god was still fleeing. Badigati and Laplace were still advancing, and Eris was already on her way. So Rigor decided. He spoke only to himself. Finish them off, girl. In the next instant, he exploded forward. With a speed he had never reached before, Rigger surged after the false dragon god in final pursuit, determined to kill him before any other variable could interfere. Eris ran toward Badigati and Laplace. Rigger ran toward the final boss. Doomsday cloaked itself in a deep dark blue light, and space itself seemed to split apart before its blade. Chapter 375, Eris, the Mastermind. POV, Eris Adoldia. I could see the future. More precisely, I could see exactly 9 seconds into the future. I don't think I've ever seen that far before. But let me tell you something about the Foresight Demon Eye. When you can react to any situation in milliseconds like I can, that ability can get pretty confusing. Very confusing. Right, the future vision, more or less the way I saw it. The technique god had arrived, and even though I couldn't see with my demon eye, I knew that Badigati had probably arrived with him. Rigger still hadn't managed to kill the false dragon god. Even in just 9 seconds, it was enough for Rigger to lose his best chance to kill the labyrinth's final boss. Putting it simply, it was easy to imagine the fight would soon turn into a 3-way battle. Or even worse, the fight could become 3 against 1 if the labyrinth boss decided to eliminate Rigger first. What should I do? Well, that's very simple. I should hold them back and give Rigger the chance to kill the boss. But how was I supposed to do that? I'm pretty competent in a fight. Even if they wanted to, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat me because of my speed and my future sight. But this wasn't a fight. Their target was Rigger, not me. And even worse would be if both of them joined forces against me and killed me first. Yeah. That would be terrible. Even while my mind was processing all of that, I was already running toward the entrance of the labyrinth. I didn't even need to think for my body to keep moving forward. It had already decided for me. Am I an idiot by any chance? I don't even have a plan yet. Aha. Right, I can last in a fight against one of them, but holding both off is impossible. No. Even holding off just one of them will be difficult, that is, if I'm relying only on my own abilities. Anyway, I started writing a message to Rigger as fast as possible. I only had a few seconds here. I kept running while thinking about how I would cleverly carry out this mission. Rigger brought me here for a reason, after all. Maybe not for this exact reason, but hey, you deal with what life throws at you, right? As I ran at full speed, I was also pushing my demon eye to the limit. Analyzing my plans, would they work? Or not? I'm definitely not very good at this. What would Verdia do right now? She's pretty clever with this kind of thing. And Aisha. Aisha would definitely say something annoyingly sensible. Something like, stop panicking and use what you have. Or maybe, you're overthinking it. How irritating. She'd probably be right. Oh. He appeared. Along with Badigati. I saw both of them appear at the entrance of the labyrinth. But before the rest could happen, I sent the message to Rigger. And just kept going. He definitely trusts me. As long as I hold them for around 10 seconds, that should be enough, right? Ugh, the future and the present are getting mixed up in my head. I died. My god, I'm going to die. What a horrible plan. Who came up with this shit? It was me. Change the plan. Wait, I hadn't even planned that yet. That was in the future. What a mess. I'm thinking too much, my head hurts. My eye is burning. Too many futuries. 1 second I saw the entrance to the floor in the distance. The next, I saw myself already lying there dead. Then in another, I dodged. In another, I didn't. In another, Laplace drove a spear through my skull. In another, Rigger was still fighting. In another, the false dragon god had already escaped. Visions upon visions. Possibilities upon possibilities. And me, in the middle of it all, running like a lunatic without knowing which one of them was actually going to happen. I'm so exhausted, so tired. How about sleeping? No, stupid Eris, what kind of ridiculous future decision is that? Is that really me? But it's true, I really am so tired. My body was fine, but my mind was sinking. How long had Rigger and I been crossing this hell? Fighting, running, killing, going down, climbing up, running again, fighting again. Even so, just as Aisha's teachings say, I kept my face serious and determined. Sometimes that expression of someone who knows what they're doing can save your skin, so always keep it. So I kept it. Even without knowing what I was doing. Even while futures overlapped in my vision, I didn't stop running. I didn't even stop to look and see whether Rigger would come this way. With my message, he'll definitely kill that thing as fast as possible. Right. Finally, I saw my targets up close. The entrance to the floor was right there, and they were exactly where they were supposed to be. Badigati was still putting on his armor. I could ambush him right now. My mind recognized the opportunity instantly. A quick strike while he still wasn't ready. But as I saw in the near future, that would end with Laplace driving that spear into my forehead and killing me quickly. Next. Laplace was looking around, and then he fixed his gaze on Rigor. Right, yes, that checks out. If I avoid his strike and clash with Batagati, he'll ignore me and attack Rigor. That's bad. Next. My eye is burning so much, my head feels like it's going to explode. Visions of death. 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 Failure. 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 I can't fail. Aha. I didn't have time to pull myself together. Everything had to be done immediately. Right now. A memory. Ah, right. Vita, the slime, had an enemy, didn't he? Aisha told me that guy hunted him like a dog. The memory surfaced all at once, clear enough for me to latch onto immediately. It didn't seem like a good foundation for a plan, but it was something. Right, let's try this. Oh. Ooh. This is promising. I forced myself to look one more time, searching specifically for the thread of possibility, and this time it was different. I smiled brightly as I approached two of the greatest fighters in history. And I was going straight toward both of them. Without slowing down. Hey, this is going to make a crazy story. Right, I probably look completely insane to them right now. Mwahaha. I laughed out loud, because my plan was still horrible, my enemies were absurd, and even so I was still running straight at them. My sword was already firm in my hand. Witness the full potential of Eris, the mastermind. Vita was rushed and anxious. The situation in Bigarret was in turmoil, moving in an unpredictable direction. They needed to kill Rigor immediately and go help. If Orsted appeared and decided to fight, the damage would be catastrophic. If Rigor managed to escape and came back, the damage would be massive. There was no room for hesitation at that point. So imagine what he thought when he saw Rigor on the verge of killing the labyrinth's final boss. His mind accelerated instantly. Using the full potential of Laplace's body, Vita prepared to move forward. His eyes locked onto Rigor's distant figure, and he spoke urgently. Quick. He's about to succeed, hurry up. Meanwhile, Batagati was still putting on the fighter god armor. Even in that situation, the demon laughed as if he were walking into a party. Wahahaha. Things are already lively here. That was when Vita saw a red blur. His gaze snapped toward it in an instant, and he immediately adjusted his spear when he noticed Eris, the sword god, approaching with a manic, frightening smile. Her speed was extremely high, but even so, in Vita's mind, that was no real cause for concern. He possessed the body of the greatest martial artist in the world. Why would he fear a swordswoman of that level? The only thought that crossed his mind was simple. Excellent, she's alone. One less obstacle. He was already preparing to pierce her with his spear, killing her in a single motion, when Eris laughed openly and said something so absurd that it completely shattered the flow of his thoughts. Mwahaha. Golden Armor Destruction Module, activate. Password, Beelzebub. Laplace froze. What? A destruction module. For an instant, Vita simply couldn't process it. No. That was impossible. If the fighter god armor really had some kind of self-destruct mechanism, Hidegami would have warned him about it. He would have, right? No. Would he really have? I mean, it wouldn't be Hidegami's first betrayal. He had that reputation. And more importantly, why would Eris blurt out that information like that, out loud, in the middle of her charge, if it weren't true? What kind of bluff was that? It made no sense. Thoughts crashed into each other in Vita's mind in a single instant. He looked at the armor. Looked at Batagati. Looked back at Eris. What would the explosion of that ridiculous artifact even look like? There was no way Vita wanted to lose the most valuable body he possessed. The mere possibility of being caught in a self-destruction of the fighter god armor while using Laplace's body was unacceptable. Just to be safe, he decisively moved away. Meanwhile, Batagati was just as stunned as he was. Destruction module. No. Deny. Deny. The enormous demon immediately started trying to wriggle free of the armor. But before he could do anything useful, he heard a super excited voice cutting through the chaos of that moment. Mwahaha. Explode, you ugly demon. Crimson heavenly rupture. Batagati's vision was covered in red. A sword light so fast struck him that he only had time to start laughing at the ridiculous trap. BWA. The blow swept him away instantly. The crimson light tore through the space between them, swallowing Batagati's golden figure and exploding in a cutting wave that made the air tremble. The impact hurled the fighter god away with tremendous force, scattering blood and destruction across the chain of inverted mountains near the entrance to the floor. But Laplace's body was fast. Vita didn't even try to follow Badigotti's trajectory for long. His eyes moved from Eris to Rigor in the distance in an almost imperceptible interval, and he made his decision that very instant. If Rigor killed the final boss, the results would be unpredictable. Badigotti could take care of himself. The important thing was stopping the beast god. His draconic wings spread, and Vita was just about to launch himself toward Rigor, completely abandoning Badigotti behind. But before he could, he heard Eris once again. Death god, Laxus. As promised, Vita is all yours. I'll handle the fighter god. At that very instant, a chill ran down Laplace's spine. It was so sudden that Vita recoiled instinctively. His whole body reacted before his mind could even catch up. The memories came rushing back at high speed, torn from the depths of his core as if they had never left. Pursuit, fear, panic, and anguish. The horrible feeling of being hunted without rest. He looked around with a fear he had never shown again after taking possession of the technique god's body. To confirm his fear even further, Eris ignored him completely. She simply passed by, heading toward Badigotti. Where? Vita was trembling like never before. He was trembling, not because he could feel Laxus, but because he couldn't. Instead of calming him down, that only made him even more terrified. At that moment, he was not the Nether King. He was not the fifth great power of the world. He was not the monster who had taken over the technique god's body. At that moment, he was only the small, young slime who had been hunted to near death hundreds of years ago. The trauma in his core was so great that the stress, the urgency, and the certainty that Eris would never do something that idiotic kept him from doubting it. But what contributed the most was that Laxus was the only being Vita deeply feared. Not being able to sense him only made everything worse. His gaze shot from side to side, desperately searching for any trace, any presence, anything that would give away the death god. But there was nothing. Then, in that moment, he felt it. A familiar energy appeared. From behind a rock. A very familiar energy. The energy of Laxus's bone ring. Vita froze completely. Chapter 376, Dragon World, Sky Below. Normally, that fragment of Vita, possessing Laplace's body, would have attacked immediately. For the past several years, that was exactly what he had done while controlling that possession, over and over again, and it had always worked. With this body, taking the initiative almost always meant absolute advantage. Physically, Dragon Laplace was simply too oppressive in combat. With a spear in his hands, wings on his back, a body monstrously optimized for battle, and absurd martial skill, he had what it took to challenge practically anyone in the current world. But this time, he retreated. And he retreated faster than ever before. The moment he felt that presence behind the rock, he pulled back without hesitation, creating distance almost instinctively. In a single instant, the ground gave way where the white blur of Laplace had been, and in the next moment he was already far from there. Meanwhile, Badigotti, who had just been hurled away by Eris's slash, was buried in the rubble. For a brief instant, Badi almost understood where he was and what was happening. But the golden armor had no patience for that. It stirred all at once. The metal took on the form of living golden liquid, as if it were irritated at having been delayed. In a single instant, that gleaming mass surged over Badigotti and swallowed him. It was as if it had decided to reclaim its owner. The metal spread and sealed itself over his skin and muscles, then assumed its final form. 6 arms burst through the rubble around him at the same moment, crushing everything nearby. A golden aura covered Badigotti's enormous armor, and its size increased to over 3 meters in height. Once again, he felt that power. That intoxicating sensation, as if infinite strength were being poured directly into his bones. As before, along with the power came that old urge to fight everything and everyone, so intense it made his blood boil. In that instant, wrapped in the fighter god armor, he felt invincible again. Bwahaha. Well, if this explodes, I'll go flying too. But now, I can fight. He barely had time to look around. Eris was already charging. She came like a red bolt tearing across the inverted mountains, so fast that the terrain gave way beneath her steps, her short cape and red hair fluttering like flames. But now, Badigotti was no longer the same as he had been moments before. Wearing the golden armor, his reflexes, strength, speed, and endurance had all risen massively and completely. It was as if he had crossed a boundary and stepped into a category of his own. On top of that, the artifact granted him access to the countless secret techniques engraved into its structure. Let's go. His fighting spirit surged even higher. He was exceptionally excited. And above all, ready to leap toward Rigor and begin the clash he truly wanted to fight. The legendary confrontation between the fighter god and the beast god was only a step away. But before he could move, Eris shouted loudly, without slowing her charge. I, Eris Adoldia, the sword god. Challenged the fighter god Badigadi to single combat. Badigadi halted his own momentum that very instant. Bwahaha. Clever girl. There was an ancient rule among demon kings. A one-on-one duel, declared like that, could not be refused, no matter who it came from. Much less when it came from someone bearing the title of sword god. Bwahaha. Fine, girl. Let's go. Without losing his good humor, Badigadi charged. He came like a golden tower crashing down upon the world. The peaks trembled from his first step, the air groaned under the pressure of his burst forward, and Eris ran straight toward him without wavering, her whole body taut for the collision to come. Her armor gave off a faint glow as she ran. Everything was unfolding in mere instants. Eris could not read Badigadi's trajectory with her demon eye, since he was immune to demon eyes. So in that moment, she advanced relying only on her own martial skill and reflexes. Even expecting to be outmatched in brute strength, she was still shocked when she felt the absurd amount of power Badigadi was gathering in his charge. But from the beginning, colliding was never the goal. Bwagahaha. With his fighting spirit inflated by the armor, Badigadi raised 3 of his arms and prepared 3 simultaneous punches. The air around his fists distorted, and if those blows hit her head-on, they would crush her completely. Eris then used her fastest technique. Long Sword of Light. The two moved so fast that not even their afterimages remained visible. In one instant, they were charging at each other. In the next, they were about to collide. And then Eris vanished. With a dry, abrupt plop, her body disappeared from in front of Badigadi and reappeared about 10 meters to the side. Badigadi was shocked for a fraction of a second. But that fraction was enough. All 3 punches hit the ground. The impact was devastating. The inverted mountain they were fighting on seemed to collapse entirely. The ground sank, enormous cracks spread like black webs, colossal chunks tore free from the base, and the entire structure began to crumble toward the infinite sky below. At the exact moment she escaped using her armor's short-range teleportation, Eris took advantage of Badigadi's missed strike and attacked the ground beneath him as well. She was not aiming at him, but at the terrain under him. North God style, fall into the abyss. Her blow added itself to the collapse, cutting through the already shattered area. The foundation gave way completely, and that entire portion of the mountain simply ceased to exist. They were fighting among cliffs and mountain chains arranged in a bizarre way. That was the dragon world. The inverted world. Beneath the mountains, beneath the ground, there was only the sky, vast and endless, stretching into an impossible depth. The moment the last piece of ground broke apart, the mighty fighter god found himself in free fall. Bwahaha. Vita. I'm falling. Instead of getting angry, the golden titan began laughing even louder as he plummeted. Eris did not even look twice. She had already turned toward Vita. She had no other way to deal with Badigadi. Without the advantage of the demon eye, fighting him fairly would have been the same as walking straight into death. So she neutralized him the only way she could and immediately switched targets. Shortly before that, several thoughts had passed through Vita's mind. After the initial shock at Laxus's appearance, he began to think. No attack came. Laxus did not appear. His thoughts raced in seconds. I am much stronger now. Laxus cannot defeat me in this body. Why isn't he attacking me? The moment that doubt arose, Vita analyzed the situation around him. He saw Badigadi and Eris nearly colliding. He saw that supposed enemy still standing motionless behind the rock. And then he made his decision. He struck the rock with his spear. It was a much stronger blow than it needed to be. The spear tip pierced rock, air, and shadow in a flash, and a crater opened instantly where Laxus was supposed to be hiding. But behind the rock, there was no one. There was only a ring. Very similar to Laxus's bone ring, the feeling was the same. But definitely different. Vita understood immediately. And irritation ran through his entire body. Not only because he had been tricked, but because he had instinctively shown fear toward that enemy. All because of a man who had already been dead for many, many years. At that exact same instant, he saw his ally being neutralized in a ridiculous fashion and calling for help in the middle of his fall. But before he could react, Eris was already on top of him. She came down executing a dangerously fast long sword of light, a clean, precise, lethal slash aimed straight at his neck. For most swordsmen in the world, it would already have been impossible to follow. For Vita, using that body, it was very easy. He spun the spear in one fluid motion. It was a perfect movement, technical, refined to the extreme. The shaft of the spear smoothly appeared in the path of Eris's strike, and in the same flow of the turn, he thrust. The speed of the spear was so great that the terrain around them gave way from displacement alone. But Eris had already seen the strike with her demon eye. Even so, in that moment, the limits of the demon eye became clear. Her perfect strike, which should have reached Laplace's neck, was diverted at the last instant by the shaft of the spear. For a moment, Eris felt as if she had completely lost control of her own blade. Seeing the next future, she saw her death. And decided immediately. She let go of her long sword. Her hand dropped to her waist and drew her short sword almost blindly, defending her flank at the last instant by pure instinct. Even so, the spear blade still hit her. The blow tore deeply through her torso, shoving her own short blade inward with the impact. Eris felt her ribs shatter. If she had not managed to raise that improvised defense in the final second, at that exact moment she would have been split in two. Blood rose into her throat. The spear tip carved a path through her side. The impact ripped her out of the air and hurled her away. Vita was genuinely surprised. He had expected to kill her in a single exchange. That was how his battles normally worked in that body. One move was enough to end the fight. Quickly, however, he identified the reason for Eris's survival. The moment she realized she could not defeat him technically, she abandoned that path completely. She simply started acting while relying entirely on future sight and surviving by the narrowest of margins. Vita was furious. But he also understood, coldly, that his situation was getting worse with every second. Even though he wanted to go after her and finish the job immediately, he made another decision. Battle aura coursed through his body in an instant. His wings spread. And he leaped to rescue Badigati in midair. If he let the fighter god fall like that, it would be extremely difficult to bring him back into the fight quickly. Badigati did not have flight like a Tofrotov. And Vita definitely did not want to deal with the beast god alone. Nor did he believe he was capable of winning in this situation. While Eris was trying to recover from the nearly fatal blow she had taken, Laplace cut across the sky in an instant. He reached Badigati and grabbed him by one of the arms. Wah! That little brat made fools of us. A vein bulged on Vita's forehead. Enough. We've wasted enough time, let's go to the beast god by air. He raised his eyes toward the true target in the distance. But then the sound Vita absolutely did not want to hear finally tore through the world. Thunder. It was as if the floor itself had been split in two. As if the world were mourning the fall of its divinity. The ground, the mountains, the air, everything trembled. Eris, still bleeding and consumed by pain, smiled. Rigor had killed the labyrinth's final boss. Chapter 378, 377, The Final Treasure of Dragon God's Hole. Tens of thousands of years ago, the six-faced world was devastated by war. A war between gods. Since each of the six gods of that era was a fragment of the creation god's divinity, their power, as such, was perceived as nothing less than divine in nature. Despite the countless mysteries surrounding the six original worlds, one thing was always engraved in the minds of all beings, whether they were humans, dragons, demons, or any other race: the absolute strength of the original gods stood in a category apart from the rest of existence. They were not merely stronger, faster, or tougher. They were different in essence. Unlike all other beings, who depended on mana to use magic, strengthen their bodies, and defy the limits of the world, the gods used a purer source of energy, one higher and more intrinsic to divinity itself. And this manifested clearly in each of them in the form of a core. A divine core. That divine core was not merely the source of their divine power. It was also the source of their life. And, because of its very nature, it was even more than that, for it was connected to the very world the god ruled over. It was like their heart. Once destroyed, it would not only kill an ordinary living being but also doom the world that depended on that divine existence. And that was exactly why a war between gods was destined to become the greatest massacre seen since the dawn of the world. No other war that followed surpassed its scale. No other war surpassed its destruction. And its beginning, as known, was caused by the most powerful of the gods, the dragon god, after being manipulated by the most cunning of the gods, the human god. To avenge his deceased wife, Lunaria, the dragon god led his 5 generals through the other worlds to demand a culprit. The beast world. The sea world. The heaven world. And finally, though after much longer, the demon world. 4 gods dead. 4 divine cores stolen by the dragon god. 4 entire worlds destroyed amid his uncontrolled fury. And his retainers, obviously, did not question his actions openly for even an instant until then. After all, he was their god. The progenitor of their race. The absolute pinnacle of power. The very concept of betraying the one to whom they owed absolute loyalty was something so strange, so unnatural, that it would hardly cross their minds in any ordinary way. Unless, of course, there was some kind of external interference. In the end, the first dragon god paid in kind for the destruction of the other worlds. After being betrayed by his 5 generals, he himself had his own core stolen and destroyed by the most despicable of beings, or, to be more precise, by Hidegami. Even so, while slowly walking toward death, the dragon god still resisted. Using the divine cores in his possession, he made his final preparations against the despicable being who had been behind everything from the very beginning. The divine cores of the sea god, the heaven god, and the demon god were used for all kinds of preparations aimed at a distant future, as a final hope against Hitagami. And the divine core of the first beast god. He used it as an engine for himself. Even on the verge of collapse, covered in wounds, betrayed, isolated, and at a disadvantage in terrain, he charged fiercely toward his final enemy, Hitagami. Despite his reduced intellect and his remarkable hypocrisy, one simple truth still had to be admitted: only the first dragon god was truly worthy of the title of the most powerful god. Even centuries and millennia after his fall, there had not been a single being who truly came close to his overwhelming and oppressive power. And, in reality, even reaching the power of any one of the other original gods was already an almost impossible task. In the end, it was a touching story for some. There would be those who would look at it and feel pity for the dragon god, sympathizing with him for having been manipulated and led into a foolish crusade. There would be those who would hate Hitagami for his perversity and for having used everyone as disposable pieces. And there would also be those who would despise both equally, one as the maddened executioner, the other as the criminal mind behind it all, since both, forming a perfect pair of foolishness and perversity, were capable of causing extermination on a global scale multiple times. Well, if there were true victims in that incident, they were certainly the 4 worlds destroyed by the dragon race. It was not without reason that the dragon race became hated after arriving in the human world. It is interesting to observe what can happen when fools and the perverse are placed in power. Now, one question still remained. What would a labyrinth of transcendent proportions become by replicating such a lamentable event? Or, to be more precise, what interested Rigger most was something else. What could exist on the final floor of the oldest labyrinth in the world, the dragon god's hole, that would be capable of completely changing his level of power? What would give him such a great leap that it would make him confident enough to kill even the so-called most powerful being in the world, Orsted? While Eris did everything in her power to distract the 2 new guests, Batagati and Vita, the Apocalypse Beast did everything in his power to reach his true objective. The greatest treasure in the world. A treasure that had never before been obtained by anyone. Not even in Orsted's many loops. Rigger was finally able to kill the final boss of the labyrinth. The false dragon god. The divine shell of the most powerful being ever to exist. And the moment Doomsday finally consumed the entire demonic body of that monstrous being, the labyrinth trembled. The sky cracked. As if that small world were walking toward its end, and the final floor were acknowledging the death of its ruler. And then, in place of the dragon shell, emerging amid Doomsday's bluish and purplish flames, which were taking over the mountain ranges, an immense and blinding radiance filled the floor. It was not like Rigger's magic. It did not resemble a scorching sun. It seemed more like a distant and brilliant star. A small celestial body, but absurdly luminous, like a point of light capable of fitting in the palm of a hand, and yet radiating an overwhelming presence. A hypnotic, pure, and dangerous yellow, white, and brown glow exuded from the most secret and most terrible treasure of the 6-faced world. A treasure of which not even Hitagami had knowledge. After all, objects and beings of divine nature were, by essence, immune to divinations and magical gazes. Rigger, behind the dark helm and the aura emitted by his armor, smiled broadly. Happier than ever before. Not only because he had managed to achieve his objective, but because Eris had performed splendidly. She had dealt with 2 extremely dangerous opponents in a way even he had not judged possible. Precisely because it was not a matter of refined strategies or impeccable logic, it worked. Rigger could feel it in his bones. He could feel the power of that object even before touching it. The final treasure of the most dangerous labyrinth in the world. The incomplete divine core used by the first dragon god in his final battle against Hitagami. Although it was cracked and clearly incomplete, its power was, without a doubt, of a pure and divine nature. A power that naturally extended outward and joined with the world spontaneously, as if it had been born to touch the very foundations of natural laws and command them. The power to transcend the power of a mortal. But Rigger did not have time to admire it in silence. Eris had fulfilled her role splendidly, but she was gravely wounded. Now, it was his turn. His mana roared madly, his killing intent surging wildly. Without waiting even another second, Rigger stretched out his hand. And then it happened. The armor that devours the sun, Skullviner, absorbed its final component as if it had been waiting for it since its creation, as if, even before existing, that divine fragment had already been destined to compose its structure. The glow of the incomplete divine core wavered for an instant, as if recognizing the call, and then it was pulled into the armor in a stream of pure light. There was no resistance, nor any visible shock. The fusion was frighteningly natural. In the very next instant, Rigger felt power surge within his soul like never before. The world around him changed. Or, to be more precise, the way he perceived it changed. Heat no longer seemed merely like heat and began to feel like an extension of himself. Gravity no longer seemed like an external force and began to behave like something tangible. Space no longer seemed like an obstacle, but a malleable layer, as if all of reality had become clearer and more accessible. His mana, once vast and monstrous, now seemed perfectly aligned with something above it, something that could not be described merely as quantity. For one extremely brief instant, Rigger felt as if his body were being pulled toward a realm it should never reach. Skullviner shone. Now, the entire armor seemed crossed by thin lines of light, running along its black plates, giving it an even more terrible appearance. Doomsday reacted immediately. The sword let out a trembling laugh of satisfaction, and the bluish and purplish flames dancing around its blade became even more intense. Rigger flexed his hand. His magic and battle aura, previously unified by force through technique and mastery, now seemed to mix in an even more intimate way, as if a third layer had been born above the two. A superior state, closer to the divine. Not enough to make him forget that he was still immortal, but enough for him to finally understand that he had touched a new limit. The armor had reached its complete form, the Skullviner armor, divine model. Rigger breathed deeply, his heart beating like a war drum. Blood ran through his body like molten metal, and his demon eyes seemed clearer than ever. Every particle of dust, every fissure in the ground of the inverted mountains, every distant vibration produced by the clash between Eris, Vita, and Batagati, all reached his mind with clarity. He looked at his own hand. Then at Doomsday. Then into the distance, toward where Eris had been thrown. His smile diminished. Happiness did not blind him for even an instant, for he knew that now his fight would truly begin. And the world around them was falling apart at a maddening speed. The cracked sky above the final floor was collapsing. The inverted mountains were rapidly turning into dust before infinity. The last flames of the false dragon gods still burned in several points of the scenery. Rigger took a step. The ground beneath his feet collapsed and sank. And then, without wasting even another second of that newly acquired power, he shot toward Eris's battle.